Section 23 of 9 Sci-fi stories by Poul. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Innocent at Large by Poul and Karen Anderson. Part 1. The visiphone chimed when Perry had just gotten into her dinner gown. She peeled it off again and slipped on a casual bathrobe, a wisp of translucence which had set the president of Antarctic Enterprise, or had it been the chairman of the board, back several $1,000s. Then she pulled a lock of lion-colored hair down over one eye, checked with a mirror, rumpled it a tiny bit more, and wrapped the robe loosely on top and tight around the hips. After all, some of the men who knew her private number were important. She undulated to the phone and pressed its accept. "Hello there," she said automatically. "So sorry to keep you waiting. I was just taking a bath. And, oh, it's you." Gus Duran's prawn-like eyes popped at her.
"Holy success," he whispered in awe. "You sure the wires can carry that much voltage?"
"Well, hurry up with whatever it is," snapped Perry. "I got a date tonight."
"I'll say you do. With a Martian."
Perry narrowed her silver-blue gaze and looked icily at him. "You must have heard wrong, Gus. He's the heir apparent of Indonesia, Inc. That's who, and if you called up to ask for a piece of him, you can just blank right out again. I saw him first." Duran's thin, sharp face grinned.
"You break that date, Perry. Put it off or something. I got this Martian for you, see?"
"So? Since when has all Mars had as much spending money as one big-time marijuana rancher? Not to mention the heir..."
"Oh, sure. But how much are those boys going to spend on any girl? Even a high-level type like you. Listen, I need you just for tonight, see? This Martian is strictly from gone. He is here on official business, but he is a yokel, and I do mean hayseed. Like he asked me what the Christmas decorations in all the stores were, and here is the solar nexus of it, Perry, kid."
Duran leaned forward as if to climb out of the screen.
"He's got $100 million expense money, and they're not going to audit his accounts at home. 100 million good green certificates, legal tender anywhere in the United Protectorates, and he has about as much backbone as a piece of steak alga. Kid, if I did not happen to have experience otherwise with a small nephew, I would say this will be like taking candy from a baby."
Perry's peaches and cream countenance began to resemble peaches and cream left overnight on Pluto. "Badger?" she asked.
"Sure. You and Sam Went handle the routine. I'll take the go-between angle, so he'll think of me as still his friend, because I have other plans for him, too. But if we can't shake $1 million out of him for this one night's work, there is something a kilter, and your share of $1 million is 333...
"Is 500,000 flat," said Perry. "Too bad I just got an awful headache and can't see Mr. Sastro tonight. Where are you at, Gus?" The gravity was not as hard to take as Peter Matheny had expected. 3 generations on Mars might lengthen the legs and expand the chest a trifle, but the genes had come from Earth, and the organism readjusts. What set him gasping was the air. It weighed like a ton of wool and had apparently sopped up half the Atlantic Ocean. Ears trained to listen through the Martian atmosphere shuddered from the racket conducted by Earth. The passport official seemed to bellow at him.
"Pardon me for asking this. United Protectorates welcome all visitors to Earth, and I assure you, sir, an ordinary 5-year visa provokes no questions. But since you came on an official courier boat for your planet, Mr. Matheny, regulations force me to ask your business."
"While recruiting." The official patted his comfortable stomach, iridescent and neolon, and chuckled patronizingly.
"I'm afraid, sir, you won't find many people who wish to leave. They wouldn't be able to see the Teamsters out on Mars, would they?"
"Oh, we don't expect immigration," said Matheny shyly. He was a fairly young man, but small, with a dark, thatched, snub-nosed, grey-eyed head that seemed too large for his slender body. "We learned long ago that no one is interested anymore in giving up even second-class citizenship to Earth to live in the Republic, but we only wanted to engage an advisor. We're not businessmen. We know our export trade hasn't a chance among all your corporations unless we get a 5-year contract." He heard his words trailing off idiotically and swore at himself.
"Well, good luck."
The official's tone was skeptical. He stamped the passport and handed it back.
"There now, you're free to travel anywhere in the Protectorates. but I would advise you to leave the capital and get into the sticks, the provinces. I'm sure there must be tolerably competent sales executives in Russia, or Congolese Belgium, or such regions. Frankly, sir, I do not believe you can attract anyone out of New York.
Thanks, said Matheny, but you see, we need, oh well, thanks, goodbye. He backed out of the office. A drop shaft deposited him on a walkway. The crowd, a rainbow of men in pajamas and robes, women in neo-sino dresses and gold leaf hats, swept him against the rail. For a moment, squashed to the wire, he stared 100 feet down at the river of automobiles. Phobos, he thought wildly. If the barrier gives, I'll be sliced in two by dorsal fin before I hit the pavement. The August twilight wrapped him in heat and stickiness. He could see neither stars nor even moon through the city's blaze. The forest of multicolored towers, cataracting half a mile skyward across more acreage than his eyes reached, was impressive and all that, but he used to stroll out in the rock garden behind his cottage and smoke a pipe in company with Orion. On summer evenings, that is, when the temperature wasn't too far below zero. Why did they tap me for this job? He asked himself in a surge of homesickness. What the hell is the Martian embassy here for? He, Peter Matheny, was no more than a peaceful professor of sociodynamics at Devil's Kettle University. Of course, he had advised his government before now. In fact, the Red Ankh Society had been his idea, and still he was at ease only with his books and his chess and his mineral collection, a faculty poker player on 10th day night, and an occasional trip to Swindletown. My God, thought Matheny. Here I am, one solitary outlander in the greatest commercial empire the human race has ever seen, and I'm supposed to find my planet a conman. He began walking disconsolately, at random. His lizard-skin shirt and black culottes drew glances, but derisive ones. The cut was 40 years out of date. He should find himself a hotel, he thought drearily, but he wasn't tired. The spaceport would pneumo his baggage to him whenever he did check in. The few Martians who had been to Earth had gone into ecstasies over the automation which put any service you could name on a 24-hour basis. But it would be a long time before Mars had such machines, if ever. The city roared at him. He fumbled after his pipe. Of course, he told himself. That's why the embassy can't act. I may find it advisable to go outside the law. Please, sir, where can I contact the underworld? He wished gambling were legal on Earth. The Constitution of the Martian Republic forbade sumptuary and moral legislation, quite apart from the rambunctious individualism which that document formulated. The article was a practical necessity. Life was bleak enough on the deserts, without being denied the pleasure of trying to bottom-deal some friend who was happily trying to mark the cards. Matheny would have found a few spins of roulette soothing. It was always an intellectual challenge to work out the system by which the management operated a wheel. But more, he would have been among people he understood. The frightful thing about the Earthman was the way he seemed to exist only in organized masses. A gypsy snake-oil peddler, plodding his cytosol wagon across Martian sands, just didn't have a prayer against, say, the Grant, Harding, and Adams Public Relations Agency. Matheny puffed smoke and looked around. His feet ached from the weight on them. Where could a man sit down? It was hard to make out any individual sign through all that flimmering neon. His eyes fell on one that was distinguished by relative austerity. The Church of Choice. Enter, play, pray. That would do. He took an upward slide ramp through several 100 feet of altitude, stepped past an aurora curtain, and found himself in a marble lobby next to an inspirational newsstand. Ah, brother, welcome, said a red-haired usherette in demure black leotards. The peace that passeth all understanding be with you. The restaurant is right up those stairs. I'm not hungry, stammered Matheny. I just wanted to sit to your left, sir. The Martian crossed the lobby. His pipe went out in the breeze from an animated angel. Organ music sighed through an open doorway. The series of rooms beyond was dim, gothic, interminable. Get your chips right here, sir, said the girl in the booth. Said Matheny. She explained. He bought a few $100 tokens, dropped a $50 coin down on a slot marked contributions, and sipped the martini he got back
while he strolled around studying the games. He stopped, frowned. Bingo? No, he didn't want to bother learning something new. He decided that the roulette wheels were either honest or too deep for him. He'd have to relax with a crap game instead. He'd been standing at the table for some time before the rest of the congregation really noticed him. Then it was with awe. The first few passes he had made were unsuccessful. Earth gravity threw him off. But when he got the rhythm of it, he tossed a row of sevens. It was a customary form of challenge on Mars. Here, though, they simply pushed chips toward him. He missed a throw, as anyone would at home, simple courtesy. The next time around he threw for a 7 just to get the feel. He got a 7. The dice had not been substituted on him. "I say," he exclaimed. He looked up into eyes and eyes all around the green table. "I'm sorry, I guess I don't know your rules."
"You did all right, brother,"
said a middle-aged lady with an obviously surgical bodice.
"But I mean, when do we actually start playing? What happened to the cocked dice?"
The lady drew herself up and jutted an indignant brow at him.
"So, this is a church."
"Oh, I see. Excuse me. Ha.
Matheny backed out of the crowd, shuddering. He looked around for some place to hide his burning ears.
"You forgot your chips, pal," said a voice.
"Oh, thanks. Thanks ever so much. That is..." Matheny cursed his knotting tongue.
"Damn it, just because they're so much more sophisticated than I, do I have to talk like a leaky boiler?"
The helpful Earthman was not tall. He was dark and chisel-faced, and sleekly pomaded, dapper in blue pajamas with a red zigzag, a sleigh-bell cloak, and curly-toed slippers.
"You're from Mars, aren't you?"
he asked in the friendliest tone Matheny had yet heard.
Yes, I am. My name's Peter Matheny.
He stuck out his hand to shake, and chips rolled over the floor.
"Damn. Oh, excuse me. I forgot this was a church. Never mind the chips. No, please, I just want to get the hell out of here."
"Good idea. How about a drink? I know a bar down shaft." Matheny sighed. "A drink is what I need the very most. My name's Duran, Gus Duran. Call me Gus." They walked back to the deaconette's booth, and Matheny cashed what remained of his winnings.
"I don't want to. I mean, if you're busy tonight, Mr. Duran."
"Nah, I'm not doing one thing particular. Besides, I've never met a Martian. I'm very interested."
"There aren't many of us on Earth," agreed Matheny. "Just a small embassy staff and an occasional like me."
"I should think you would do a lot of traveling here. Your mother planet and so on."
"We can't afford it," said Matheny. "What with gravitation and distance, such voyages are much too expensive for us to make them for pleasure, not to mention our dolly shortage."
As they entered the shaft, he added wistfully,
"You Earth people have that kind of money, at least in your more prosperous brackets. Wouldn't you send a few tourists to us?"
"I always wanted to," said Duran. "I would like to see what they call City of Time and so on. As a matter of fact, I've given my girl one of those old Martian rings last Ike's birthday, and she was just gazoo about it. A jewel dug out of the City of Time, like made 1,000,000 years ago, or extinct race. I tell you, she appreciated me for it."
He winked and nudged.
"Oh," said Matheny. He felt a certain guilt. Duran was too pleasant a little man to deserve.
"Of course," Matheny said ritually. "I agree with all the archaeologists it's a crime to sell such scientifically priceless artifacts, but what can we do? We must live, and the tourist trade is almost non-existent."
"Trouble with it is, I hear Mars is not so comfortable," said Duran. "I mean, do not get me wrong. I don't want to insult you or anything, but people come back saying you have given the planet just barely enough air to keep a man alive. And there are no cities, just little towns and villages and ranches out in the bush. I mean, you're being pioneers, making a new nation and all that, but people paying half a megabuck for their tickets expect some comfort, and you know."
"I do know," said Matheny, "but we're poor. A handful of people trying to make a world of dust and sand and scrub-a-thon into fields and woods and seas. We can't do it without substantial help from Earth, equipment and supplies, which can only be paid for in Earth dollars, and we can't export enough to Earth to earn those dollars."
By that time they were entering the Paul Bunyan Nutty Pine Bar and Grill on the 73rd level. Matheny's jaw clanked down. "What's the matter?" asked Duran. "Ain't you ever seen an ecdysiastic technician before?"
Yes, but, well, not in a 3D image under 10 magnifications."
Matheny followed Duran past a sign announcing that this show was for purely artistic purposes into a booth. There, a soundproof curtain reduced the noise level enough for they could talk in normal voices. "Well, you have," asked Duran. "It's on me." "Oh, I couldn't let you.
Nonsense. Welcome to Earth. Care for a thal and vermouth?"
Matheny shuddered. "Good Lord, no."
Uh-huh. But they make thal right on Mars, don't they?
"Yes, and it all goes to Earth and sells at $2,000 a fifth. But you don't think we'd drink it, do you? Well, I imagine it doesn't absolutely ruin vermouth, but we don't see those Earthside commercials about how sophisticated people like it so much."
"Well, I'll be a socialist creeper." Duran's face split into a grin. All my life I've hated the stuff and never dared admit it. He raised a hand. "Don't worry, I won't blabbo. But I'm wondering, if you control the thal industry and sell all those relics at fancy prices, why'd you call yourselves poor?"
"Because we are," said Matheny. "By the time the shipping costs have been paid on a bottle, and the Earth wholesaler and jobber and sales engineer and so on, down to the retailer, have taken their percentage, and the advertising agency has been paid, and about 50 separate Earth taxes, there's very little profit going back to the distillery on Mars. The same principle is what's strangling us on everything. Old Martian artifacts aren't really rare, for instance, but freight charges and the middleman have put them out of the mass market."
"Have you not got some other business?"
"Well, we do sell a lot of color slides, postcards, baggage labels, and so on to people who like to act cosmopolitan, and I understand our travel posters are quite popular as wall decoration, but all that has been printed on Earth, and the printer and distributor keep most of the money. We've sold some books and show tapes, of course, but only one has been really successful. I Was a Slave Girl on Mars. Our most prominent novelist was co-opted to ghostwrite that one. Again, though, local income taxes took most of the money. Authors never have been protected the way a businessman is. We do make a high percentage of profit on those little certificates you see around. The title deeds to 1 square inch of Mars, but expressed absolutely in dollars. It doesn't amount to much when we start shopping for bulldozers and thermonuclear power plants."
"How about postage stamps?" inquired Duran. "For lately is a big business, I have heard."
"It was our mainstay," admitted Matheny, "but it's been overworked. Martian stamps are a drug on the market. What we'd like to operate is a sweepstakes, but the anti-gambling laws on Earth forbid that."
Duran whistled. "I gotta give your people credit for enterprise anyway." He fingered his mustache. "Oh, pardon me, but have you tried to, attract capital to Earth?"
"Of course," said Matheny bitterly. "We offer the most liberal concessions in the solar system. Any little mining company or transport firm or anybody who wanted to come and actually invest a few dollars in Mars, why, we'd probably give the president's daughter as security. No, the Minister of Ecology is the better-looking one. But who's interested? We haven't a thing that Earth hasn't got more of. We're only the descendants of a few scientists, a few political malcontents, oddballs who happen to prefer elbow room and a Bill of Liberties to the incorporated state. What could General Nucleonics hope to get from Mars?"
"I see. Well, what are you having to drink?"
"Beer," said Matheny without hesitation.
"Look, pal, this is on me."
"The only beer on Mars comes 40 million miles, with interplanetary freight charges tacked on," said Matheny. "Heineken's."
Duran shrugged, dialed the dispenser, and fed it coins. "This is a real interesting talk, Pete," he said. "You were being very frank with me. I like a man that is frank."
Matheny shrugged. "I haven't told you anything that isn't known to every economist. Of course I haven't. I have not so much as mentioned the red ink, for instance, but in principle I have told him the truth, told him of our need, for even the secret operations do not yield us enough." The beer arrived. Matheny engulfed himself in it. Duran sipped at a whiskey sour, and unobtrusively set another filled bottle in front of the Martian. "Ah," said Matheny. "Bless you, my friend."
"A pleasure."
"But now you must let me buy you one."
"That is not necessary. After all," said Duran with great tact, "with the situations you've been describing—"
"Oh, well, not that, Paul. My expense allowance assumes I will entertain quite a bit."
Duran's brows lifted a few minutes of arc. "You're here on business, then?"
"Yes, I told you we haven't any tourists. I was sent to hire a business manager for the Martian export trade."
"What's wrong with your own people? Pete, it's not your fault there's so many rackets.
Taxes and middlemen and agencies and etc. That is just the way Earth is set up these days."
Matheny's finger stabbed in the general direction of Duran's pajama top.
"Exactly. And who set it up that way? Earthmen. We Martians are babes in the desert. What chance do we have to earn dollars in the scale we need them, in competition with corporations which could buy and sell our whole planet before breakfast? Why, we couldn't afford 3 seconds of commercial time on a lullaby pillow cast. What we need, what we have to hire, is an executive who knows Earth, It was an Earthman himself. Let him tell us what will appeal to your people, and how to dodge the tax bite, and well, you see how it goes, that sort of thing. Matheny felt his eloquence running down and grabbed for the second bottle of beer. But where do I start? He asked plaintively, for his loneliness smote him anew. I'm just a college professor at home. How would I even get to see? It might be arranged, said Duran in a thoughtful tone. It just might. How much could you pay this fellow? 100 megabucks a year, if he'll sign a 5-year contract. It's Earth years, mind you. I'm sorry to tell you this, Pete, said Duran, but while that is not bad money, it is not what a high-powered sales scientist gets in New York. Plus his retirement benefits, which he would lose if he quit where he is now at, and I am sure he would not want to settle on Mars permanently. I could offer a certain amount of, lagniappe, said Matheny. That is, well, I can draw up to 100 megabucks myself for, expenses, and, well, let me buy you a drink. Duran's black eyes frogged at him. You mind at that, said the Earthman very softly. Yes, you mind at that. Matheny found himself warming. Gus Duran was an authentic barber, a hell of a swell chap. He explained modestly that he was a freelance business consultant, and that it was barely possible that he could arrange some contacts. No commission. All done in the interest of interplanetary friendship. Well, anyway, let's not talk business now. If you've got to stick to beer, Pete, make it a chaser of aquavit. What is aquavit? Well, I will just take and show you. A hell of a good bloke. He knew some very funny stories, too, and he laughed at Matheny's, though they were probably too rustic for a big city taste like his. What I really want, said Matheny, what Mars really needs, get me, as a confidence man. A what? The best and slickest one on Earth, to operate a world-sized con game for us and make us some real money. Con man? Oh, a slipstring. A con by any other name, said Matheny, pouring down an aquavit. Duran squinted through cigarette smoke. You are interesting me strangely, my friend. Say on. No. Matheny realized his head was a bit smoky. The walls of the booth seemed odd somehow. They were just leatheroid walls, but they had an odd quality. No, sorry, Gus, he said. I spoke too much. Okay, forget it. I do not like a man that pries. But look, let's bum out of here. How about it? Go have a little fun. By all means, Matheny disposed of his last beer. I could use some gaiety. We have come to the right town, but let us get you a hotel room first, and some more up-to-date clothes. Allez, said Matheny, if I don't mean alone, or maybe alone. The drop down to cab ramp level, and the short ride afterwards sobered him. The room rate at the Jupiter Astoria sobered him still more. Oh well, he thought, if I succeed in this job, no one at home will quibble. And the chamber to which he and Duran were shown was spectacular enough, with a pneumo direct to the bar and a full-wall transparency to show the vertical incandescence of the towers. Woof! Matheny sat down. The chair slithered sensuously about his contours. He jumped. What the dusty hell? Oh, he tried to grin, but his face burned. I see. This is a sexy type of furniture, all right, agreed Duran. He lowered himself into another chair, cocked his feet on a 3D and waved a cigarette. Which, speaking of, what say we get some girls? It's not too late to catch them at home. A date here will usually start around 2100 hours earliest. What? You know, dames, like a certain blonde warhead with twin radar and swivel mounting, and she just loves exotics, such as you. Me? Matheny heard his voice climb to a schoolboy squeak. Me? Exotic? Why, I'm just a little college professor. His tongue got stuck on his palate. He pulled it loose and moistened uncertain lips. You are from Mars? Okay. So you fought bushcats barehanded in an abandoned canal. What's a bushcat? We don't have canals. The evaporation rate. Look, Pete, said Duran patiently. You don't have to know that, does she? Well, no, I guess not, no. Let's order you some clothes on the pneumo, said Duran. I recommend you buy from Schwarzer's. Everybody knows he is expensive. While Matheny jittered about, shaving and showering and struggling with his new raiment, Duran kept him supplied with aquavit and beer. You said one thing, Pete, Duran remarked, about needing a slipstring. A conman, you would call it. Forget that, please. I spoke out of turn. Well, you see, maybe a man like that is just what Miles does need. Maybe I have got a few contacts. What? Matheny gaped out of the bathroom. Duran cupped his hands around a fresh cigarette, not looking at him. I am not that man, he said frankly. But in my line, I get a lot of contacts. Not all of them go topside. See what I mean? Like if, say, you wanted somebody terminated and you could pay for it. I couldn't do it. I would not want to know anything about it, but I could tell you a phone number. He shrugged and gave the Martian a sidelong glance. Sure, you may not be interested, but if you are, well, Pete, I was not born yesterday. I got tolerance. Like the book says, if you want to get ahead, you have got to think positively. Matheny hesitated. If only he hadn't taken that last shot. It made him want to say yes, immediately, without reservations, and therefore maybe he became over-cautious. They had instructed him on Mars to take chances if he must. I could tell you a thing or two that might give you a better idea, he said slowly, but it would have to be under security. Okay, by me. Room service can send us up an oath box right now. What? But Matheny hung on to himself and tried to believe that he had landed on Earth less than 6 hours ago. In the end, he did call room service, and the machine was trundled in. Duran swallowed the pill and donned the conditioner helmet without an instant's hesitation. I shall never reveal to any person unauthorized by yourself whatever you may tell me under security now or at any other time, he recited, then cheerfully. And that formula, Pete, happens to be the honest to zebra truth. I know. Matheny stared, embarrassed, at the carpet. I'm sorry to I trust you, but forget it. I take 100 security oaths a year, my line of work. Maybe I can help you. I like you, Pete. Damn if I don't. I'm sure I might stand to get an agent's cut if I arrange. Go ahead, boy, go ahead. Duran crossed his legs and leaned back. Oh, it's simple enough, said Matheny. It's only that we already are operating con games. On Mars, you mean? Yes, there never were any old Martians. We erected the ruins 50 years ago for the Billingsworth expedition to find. We've been manufacturing relics ever since. Huh? Well, why? But in this case it helps to be at the far end of an interplanetary haul, said Matheny. Not many terrestrial archaeologists get to Mars, and they depend on our people to... Well, anyhow. I will be clapped. Good for you. Duran blew up in laughter. There's one thing I would never spill, even without security. I told you about my girlfriend, didn't I? Yes, and that calls to mind the little girl, said Matheny apologetically. She was another official project. Oh? Remember Junie O'Brien? The little golden-haired girl on Mars, a mathematical prodigy, but dying of an incurable disease. She collected Earth coins. Oh, that, sure, I remember. Hey, you didn't. Yeah, we made about $1 billion on that one. I will be double damned. You know, Pete, I sent her $100 piece myself. Say, how is Junie O'Brien? Oh, fine, under a different name. She's now our finance minister. Matheny stared out the wall, his hands twisting nervously behind his back. There were no lies involved. She really does have a fatal disease. So do you and I. Every day we grow older. Exclaimed Duran. And then the Red Ink Society. You must have seen or heard their ads. What mysterious knowledge did the old Martians possess? What was the secret wisdom of the ancient aliens? Now the incredibly powerful semantics of the Red Ink, not a religious organization, is available to a select few. That's our largest dollar-earning enterprise. He would have liked to say it was his suggestion originally, but it would have been too presumptuous. He was talking to an Earthman who had heard everything already. Duran whistled. That's about all so far, confessed Matheny. Perhaps a con is our only hope. I've been wondering maybe we could organize a Martian bucket shop, handling Martian securities, but, well, I don't know. I think. Duran removed the helmet and stood up. Yes? Matheny faced around, shivering with his own tension. I may be able to find out the man you want, said Duran. I just may. It'll take a few days and might get a little expensive. You mean, Mr. Duran, Gus, you could actually... I cannot promise anything yet, except that I will try. Now you finish dressing. I will be down in the bar, and I will call up this girl I know. We deserve a celebration. End of section 23. Section 24 of 9 Sci-fi Stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Innocent at Large by Poul Anderson and Karen Anderson. Part 2. Perry was tall. Perry was slim. Perry smouldered when she walked and exploded when she stretched. Her apartment was ivory and ebony. Her sea-green dress was poured on, and the Neo-Sino mode had obviously been engineered to her personal specifications. She waved 12 inches of jade cigarette holder, lifted her glass and murmured throatily, "To you, Pete, to Mars." I stammered Matheny. He raised his own glass. It slopped over. "Oh, damn, gosh, I'm so sorry. No harm done. You aren't used to our gravity yet." Perry extended a flawless leg out of her slit skirt and turned it about on the couch, presumably in search of a more comfortable position. "And it must seem terribly cramped here on Earth, Pete," she continued, "after roaming the desert, hunting, sleeping under the twin moons. 2 moons. Why, what girl could resist that?" "Oh, well, as a matter of fact, the moons are barely visible," floundered Matheny. "Must you spoil my dreams," she said. "When I think of Mars, the frontier, where men are still men, why, my breast swells with emotion." Yeah," Matheny gulped. "Swell, yeah." She leaned closer to his chair. "Now that I've got you, don't think you'll get away," she smiled. "A live Martian, trapped." Duran looked at his watch. "Well," he said, "I've got to get up tomorrow, so I'd better run along now." "Ta-ta," said Perry. Matheny rose. She pulled him down beside her. "Oh, no you don't, Mars lad. I'm not through with you yet." But, said Matheny. Duran chuckled. "I'll meet you on the terrace at 1400 hours tomorrow," he said. "Have fun, Pete." The door closed on him. Perry slithered toward her guest. He felt a nudge and looked down. She had not actually touched him with her hands. "Gus is a good squiff," she said, "but I wondered if he'd ever go." Why, what do you mean?" croaked Matheny. "Haven't you guessed?" She kissed him. It was rather like being caught in a nuclear turbine with soft blades. "Matheny," said Matheny, "you represent your planet." "Matheny," said Matheny. "Shut up." Time passed. "Have another drink," said Perry, "while I slip into something more comfortable." Her idea of comfort was modest in one sense of the word. A nightdress, or something like a breath of smoke, and a seat on Matheny's lap. "If you kiss me like that just once more," she breathed, "I'll forget I'm a nice girl." Matheny kissed her like that. The door crashed open. A large man stood there, breathing heavily.
"What are you doing with my wife?"
he bawled.
"Sam," screamed Perry, "I thought you were in Australia."
"And he said he might settle out of court," finished Matheny. He stared in a numb fashion at his beer. "He'll come to my hotel room this afternoon. What am I going to do?"
"It is a great shame," said Duran. "I never thought, he told everybody you'll be gone on business for weeks yet. Pete, I am more sorry than I can express."
"If he thinks I'll pay his miserable blackmail," bristled Matheny, "he can take his head and stick—" Duran shook his own.
"I am sorry, Pete, but I would pay if I was you. He does have a case. It is too bad he just happened to be carrying that loaded camera, but he is a photographer, and our laws on Earth are pretty strict about unlicensed correspondence. You should be heavily fined as well as deported, plus all the civil damage claims and the publicity. It would ruin your mission, and even make trouble for the next man Mars sent."
But, stuttered Matheny, "but it's a badger game."
"Look,"
said Duran. He leaned over the table and gripped the Martian's shoulder.
"I am your friend, see? I feel real bad this happened. In a way, it is my fault, and I want to help you.
So let me go talk to Sam Went. I will call him off if I can. I will talk down his figure. It will still cost you, Pete, but you can pad your expense account, can't you? So we will both come see you today. That way there will be 2 people on your side. You and me, and Sam will not throw his weight around that much. You pay up in cash, and it'll be the end of the affair. I will see to that, pal."
Matheny stared at the small, dapper man. His aloneness came to him like a blow in the stomach. Et tu, Brute, he thought. He bit his lip. "Thanks, Gus," he said. "You're a real friend." Sam blocked the doorway with his shoulders as he entered the room. Durand followed like a diminutive tug, pushing a very large liner. They closed the door. Matheny stood up, avoiding Sam's glare.
"Okay, you louse," said Sam. "You got a better pal here than you deserve, but he ain't managed to talk me into selling for nothing."
"Let me get this. Well," said Matheny. "Look, sir, you claim that that your wife and I were, well, we weren't. I was only visiting."
Stow it,
Sam towered over the Martian.
"Shoot it to the moon. You had your fun. It'll cost you $1 million.
$1 million? But, Gus, wailed Matheny, this is out of all reason. I thought you said—
Durand shrugged. "I'm sorry, Pete. I could not get him any farther down. He started asking 50. You better pay him."
"No!" Matheny scuttled behind a chair. "No, look here. I, Peter Matheny of the Martian Republic, declare you are blackmailing me."
"I'm asking compensation for damages," growled Sam. "Hand it over, or I'll go talk to a lawyer. That ain't blackmail. You got your choice, don't you?"
Matheny wilted. "Yes."
"A megabuck isn't so bad, Pete," soothed Durand. "I personally will see that you earn it back in—"
"Oh, never mind." Tears stirred in Matheny's eyes. "You win." He took out his checkbook.
"None of that," rapped Sam. "Cash, now."
"But you claim this was a legitimate—"
"You heard me."
"Well, could I have a receipt?"
begged Matheny. Sam grinned.
"I just thought I'd ask," said Matheny.
He opened a drawer and counted out 110-kilo buck bills.
"There, and I hope you choke on it."
Sam stuffed the money in a pocket and lumbered out. Durand lingered. "Look here, Pete," he said. "I will make this up to you, honest. All you gotta do is trust me."
"Sure." Matheny slumped on the bed. "Not your fault. Let me alone for a while, will you?"
"Listen, I will come back in a few hours and buy you the best dinner in all the protectorates and—"
"Sure," said Matheny. "Sure."
Durand left, closing the door with great gentleness. He returned at 17:30, entered, and stopped dead. The floor space was half taken up by a screen and a film projector. "What happened, Pete?" he asked uncertainly.
Matheny smiled. "I took some tourist movies," he said. "Self-developing soundtrack film. Sit down and I'll show you."
"Well, thanks, but I'm not so much for home movies."
"It won't take long, please." Durand shrugged, found a chair, and took out a cigarette.
"You seem pretty well cheered up now," he remarked. "That is a spirit I like to see. You've got to have faith."
"I'm thinking of a sideline business in live photography," said the Martian. "Get back my losses of today, you know."
"Well, now, Pete, I like your spirit, like I say. But if you're really interested in making some of that old bar room, and I think you are, then listen."
"I'll sell prints to people for home viewing," went on Matheny. "I'd like your opinion of this first effort." He dimmed the transparency and started the projector. The screen sprang into colored motion. Sam Went blocked the doorway with his shoulders. "Who knows, I might even sell you one of the several prints I made today," said Matheny.
"Okay, louse," said Sam.
"Life is hard on Mars," continued Matheny in an idle tone, "and we're an individualistic culture. The result is pretty fierce competition, though on a person-to-person rather than organizational basis. All friendly enough, but— Oh, by the way, how do you like our Martian camera technology? I wore this one inside my buttonhole."
Durand in the screen shrugged and said, "I am sorry, Pete." Durand in the chair stubbed out his cigarette very carefully and asked, "How much do you want for that film?"
"Would a megabuck be a fair price?" inquired Matheny.
"Uh-huh."
"Of course, I am hoping Sam will want a copy, too."
Durand swallowed. Yes, I think I can talk him into it."
"Good." Matheny stopped the projector. He sat down on the edge of the table, swinging one leg, and lit his pipe. Its bowl glowed in the dimness like the eye of a small demon. "By the way," he said irrelevantly, "if you check the Newcast tapes, you'll find I was runner-up in last year's all-Martian pistol contest. It's a tough contest to win. There were no bad shots on Mars. Survival of the fittest, you know." Duran wet his lips.
No hard feelings. No, none at all. But say, in case you are, well, looking for a slipstring, what I came here for was to tell you I have located the very guy you want. Only he is in jail right now, see, and it will cost—
"Oh, no," groaned Matheny. "Not the Certis Prospector. Kids are taught that swindle in kindergarten." Duran bowed his head.
"We call it the Spanish prisoner here," he said. He got up. "I will send the price of those films around in the morning."
"You'll call your bank and have the cash new mode here tonight," said Matheny. "Also Sam's share. I dare say he can pay you back."
"No harm in trying, was there?"
asked Duran humbly. "None at all," Matheny chuckled. "In fact, I'm grateful to you. You helped me solve my major problem."
"Oh, I did what? How?"
"I'll have to investigate further, but I'm sure my hunch will be confirmed. You see, we Martians have stood in awe of Earthmen. And since for a long time there's been very little contact between the two planets, except the purely official, impersonal sort, there's been nothing to disabuse us. It's certainly true that our organizations can't compete with yours, because your whole society is based on organizations. But now, by the same token, I wonder if your individuals can match ours. Ever hear of the Third Moon? No? The whipsaw play? The aqueduct screes? Good Lord, can't you even load a Darrell set?" Matheny licked his chops. "So there's a Martian export to Earth. Martian conmen. I tell you this under security, of course. Not that anyone would believe you till our boys walk home with a shirt off the terrestrial back." He waved an imperious pipe stem. "Hurry up and pay me, please. I have a date tonight with Perry. I just called her up and explained the situation, and she really does seem to like Martians." End of section 24. Section 25 of 9 Sci-Fi Stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Witch of the Demon Seas, Chapter 1. Crowman, the conqueror, thalassocrat of Akera, stood watching his guards bring up the captured pirates. He was a huge man, his hair and square-cut beard jet black despite middle age, the strength of his warlike youth still in his powerful limbs. He wore a plain white tunic and purple-trimmed cloak. The only sign of kingship was the golden chaplet on his head and the signet ring on one finger. In the gaudy crowd of slender, chattering courtiers, he stood out with a brutal contrast.
"So they finally captured him," he rumbled. "So we're finally rid of Curran and his seagoing bandits. Maybe now the land will have some peace."
"What will you do with them, sire?" asked Shorzon the sorcerer. Crowman shrugged heavy shoulders.
"I don't know. Pirates are usually fed to the Erinyes at the games, I suppose, but Curran deserves something special."
"Public torture, perhaps, sire? It could be stretched over many days."
"No, you fool. Curran was the bravest enemy Akera ever had. He deserves an honorable death and a decent tomb. Not that it matters much, but—"
Shorzon exchanged a glance with Chrysius, then looked back toward the approaching procession. The city Taurus was built around a semicircular bay, a huge expanse of clear green water on whose surface floated ships from halfway round the world. The greatest harbor, for none knew how many empty sea leagues, capital of Akera, which, with its trade and its empire of entire archipelagos, was the mightiest of the thalassocracies. Beyond the fortified sea walls at the end of the bay, the ocean swelled mightily to the clouded horizon, grey and green and amber. Within, the hulls and sails of ships were a bright confusion up to the stone docks. The land ran upward from the bay, and Taurus was built on the hills, a tangle of streets between houses that ranged from the clay huts of the poor to the marble villas of the great.
Beyond the city walls on the landward side, the island of Akera lifted still more steeply, a gaunt, rocky country with a few scattered farms and herds. Her power came all from the sea. A broad, straight road lined with sphinxes ran straight from the harbor up to the palace, which stood on the highest hill in the city. At its end, wide marble stairs lifted toward the fragrant imperial gardens in which the court stood. Folk swarmed about the street, mobs straining to see the soldiers as they led their captives toward the palace. The word that Coran of Connachar, the most dangerous of the pirates, had finally been taken had driven merchants to ecstasy and brought insurance rates tumbling down. There was laughter in the throng, jeers for the prisoners, shouts for the king. Not entirely so, however. Most of the crowd were, of course, Acarans, a slim, dark-haired folk, clad generally in a light tunic and sandals, proud of their ancient might and culture. They were loudest in shouting at the robbers, but there were others who stood silent and glum-faced, not daring to voice their thoughts, but making them plain enough. Tall, fair men from Connachar itself, galled by Acaran rule, fur-clad barbarians from Nariki, blue-skinned savages from Olotu, with a high professional regard for their fellow pirate, slaves from 100 islands who had not ceased dreaming of home, and remembered that Coran had been in the habit of freeing slaves when he captured a ship or a town. Others might be neutral, coming from too far away to care, for Coran had only attacked the Acaran galleys, the black men from misty Orzaban, the copper-colored Chilatzis, the yellow wizards from mysterious Hyangnu. The soldiers marched their prisoners rapidly up the street. They were mercenaries, blue Umlotuans, in the shining corselets, greaves, and helmets of the Acaran forces, armed with the short sword and square shield of Akera, as well as the long halberds, which were their special weapon. When the mob came too close, they swung the butts out, with bone-snapping force. The captive pirates were mostly from Connachar, though there were a number of other lands represented. They stumbled wearily along, clad in a few rags, weighted down hand and foot by their chains. Only one of them, the man in the lead, walked erect, but he strode along with the arrogance of a conqueror. "It must be Coran himself, there in the front of them," said Chrysius. "It is," nodded Shorzan. They moved forward for a better look. Imperceptibly, the court shrank from them. Crowman's advisor and daughter were feared in Tauros. Shorzan was tall and lean and dry, as if the heaven fire beyond the eternal clouds had fallen on him and seared all moisture out of the gaunt body. He had the noble features of the old Acaran aristocracy, but his eyes were dark and sunken and smouldering with strange fires. Even in the warmth of midday, he wore a black robe falling to his feet, and his white beard streamed over it. Folk knew that he had learned sorcery in Hyangnu, and it was whispered that for all Crowman's brawling strength, it was Shorzan who really dominated the realm. Crowman had married Shorzan's daughter. None knew who her mother had been, though it was thought she was a witch from Hyangnu. She had not lived long after giving birth to Chrysius, whose grandfather thus came to have much of her upbringing in his hands. Rumor had it that she was as much a witch as he a warlock. Certainly, she could be cruel and ungovernable, but she had a strange, dark beauty over her that haunted men. There were more who would die for her than one could readily count, and it was said had died after a night or two. She was tall and lithe, with night-black hair that streamed to her waist when unbound. Her eyes were huge and dark in a face of coldly chiseled loveliness, and the full red mouth denied the austere, goddess-like fineness of her countenance. Today she had not affected the heavy gold and jewels of the court. A white robe hung in dazzling folds about her, and there might as well not have been another woman present. The prisoners came through the palace gates, which clashed shut behind them. Up the stairs they went, and into the fragrance of green trees and bushes, blooming plants, and leaping fountains that was the garden. There they halted, and the court buzzed about them like flies around a dead animal.
Crowman stepped up to Corin.
"Greeting," he said,
and there was no mockery in his voice.
"Greeting,"
replied the pirate in the same even tones. They measured each other, the look of two strong men who understood what they were about. Corin was as big as Crowman, a fair-skinned giant of a man in chains and rags. Weather-bleached yellow hair hung to his shoulders from a haughtily lifted head, and his fire-blue eyes were unwavering on the king's. His face was lean, long-jawed, curved-nosed, hardened by bitterness and suffering, and desperate, unending battle. The chained Erinyes could not have looked more fiercely on his captors.
"It's taken a long time to catch you, Corin," said Crowman. "You've led us on a merry chase. Once I almost had the pleasure of meeting you myself. It was when you raided Serapis, remember? I happened to be there and gave chase in one of the war galleys. But we never did catch you."
"One of the ships did." Corin's voice was strangely soft for so big a man. "It didn't come back, as you may recall."
"How did they finally catch you?"
asked Crowman. Corin shrugged, and the chains about his wrists rattled. "You already know as much as I care to talk about," he said wearily. "We sailed into Iliantus Bay and found a whole fleet waiting for us. Someone must finally have spied out our stronghold." Crowman nodded, and Corin shrugged a shoulder. "They blocked off our retreat, so we just fought till everyone was dead or captured. These 500 men are all who live. Unfortunately, I was knocked out during the battle and woke up to find myself a prisoner. Otherwise," his blue gaze raked the court with a lashing contempt, "I could be peacefully feeding fish now, instead of your witless fish eyes."
"I won't drag out the business for you, Corin," said Crowman. "Your men will have to be given to the games, of course, but you can be decently and privately beheaded."
"Thanks," said the pirate, "but I'll stay with my men." Crowman stared at him in puzzlement.
"But why did you ever do it?" he said finally. "With your strength and skill and cunning, you could have gone far in Achaia. We take mercenaries from conquered provinces, you know. You could have gotten Achaean citizenship in time."
"I was a prince of Connacher," said Corin slowly. "I saw my land invaded, and my folk taken off as slaves. I saw my brothers hacked down at the Battle of Lear, my sister taken as concubine by your admiral, my father hanged, my mother burned alive when they fired the old castle. They offered me amnesty because I was young, and they wanted a figurehead, so I swore an oath of fealty to Achaia, and broke it the first chance I got. It was the only oath I ever broke, and still I am proud of it. I sailed with pirates until I was big enough to master my own ships. That is enough of an answer."
"It may be," said Crowman slowly. "You realize, of course, that the conquest of Connacher took place before I came to the throne, and that I certainly couldn't negate it, in view of the thalassocrat's duty to his country, and had to punish its incessant rebelliousness."
"I don't hold anything against you yourself, Crowman," said Corin with a tired smile, "but I give my soul to the nether fires for the chance to pull your damned palace down around your ears."
"I'm sorry it has to end this way," said the king. "You were a brave man. I'd like to drain many beakers of wine with you on the other side of death."
He signed to the guards.
"Take him away."
"One moment, sire," said Shorzan. "Is it your intention to lock all these pirates in the same dungeon cell?"
"Why, I suppose so. Why not?"
"I do not trust their captain. Chained and imprisoned, he is still a menace. I think he has certain magical techniques."
"That's a lie," spat Corin. "I never needed your stinking woman's tricks to flatten the likes of Achaia."
"I would not leave him with his men," advised Shorzan imperturbably. "Best he be given his own cell, alone. I know a place."
"Well, let it be so."
Crowman waved a hand in dismissal. As Shorzan turned to lead the guards off, he traded a long glance with Chryseis. Her eyes remained hooded as she looked after the departing captives. End of section 25. Section 26 of 9 Sci-fi stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Witch of the Demon Seas, Chapter 2. The cell was no longer than a man's height, a dripping cave hewed out of the rock under the palace foundations. Corin crouched on the streaming floor in utter darkness. The chains which they had locked to ringbolts on the wall clashed when he stirred. And this was how it ended, he thought bitterly. The wild career of the exiled conqueror, the heave and surge of ships under the running waves, the laughter of comrades and the clamour of swords and the thrum of wind in the rigging, had come to this. One man hunched in a loneliness and darkness like a colder womb, waiting in timeless murk for the day when they would drag him out to be torn by beasts for the amusement of fools. They fed him at intervals, a slave bringing a bowl of prison swill, while a spear-armed guard stood well out of reach and watched. Otherwise he was alone. He could not even hear the voices of other captives. There was only the slow dripping of water and the harsh tones of iron links. The cell must lie below even the regular dungeons, far down in the very bowels of the island. Vague images floated across his mind. The high cliffs about Atlantis Bay, the great flowers blooming with sullen fires in the jungle beyond the beach, the slim black corsair galleys at anchor. He remembered the open sky, the eternally clouded sky under which blew the long wet wind, out of which spilled rain and lightning, and grew the eerie blue of dusk. He had often wondered what lay beyond those upper clouds. Now and then, he remembered, one could see the vague disk of the heaven fire, and he had heard of times when incredibly violent storms opened a brief rift in the high cloud layers to let through a shaft of searing brilliance, at whose touch water boiled and the earth burst into flame. It made him think of the speculations of Connacher's philosophers, that the world was really a globe, around which the heaven fire swung, bringing day and night. Some had gone so far as to imagine that it was the world which did the moving, that the heaven fire was a ball of flame in the middle of creation, about which all other things revolved. But Connacher was in chains now. He remembered its folk bowed to the will of Akera's greedy proconsuls, its art and philosophy the idle playthings of the conquerors. The younger generation was growing up with an idea that it might be best to yield, to become absorbed into the thalassocracy, and so eventually gain equal status with the Acherans. But Corin could not forget the great flames flapping against a wind-torn night sky, the struggling forms at ropes' ends swaying from trees, the long lines of chained people stumbling hopelessly to the slave galleys under Acheran lashes. Perhaps he had carried the grudge too long. No, by Brennach Banor, there had been a family which was no longer. That was grudge enough for a lifetime. The lifetime, he thought sardonically, which wouldn't be very much protracted now. He sighed wearily in the stinking gloom of the cell. There were too many memories crowding in. The outlaw years had been hard and desperate, but they'd been good ones, too. There had been song and laughter, and comradeship, and gigantic deeds over an endless waste of waters. The long blue hush of twilight, the soft black nights, the grey days with the sea running grey and green and gold under squalls of rain, the storms roaring and raging, the eager leap of a ship, frenzy of battle at the taking of town or galley, death so close one could almost hear the beat of black wings, orgy of loot and vengeance, the pirate town, grass huts under jungle trees, stuffed with treasure, full of brawling bawdy life, the scar-faced swaggering men, and the lusty insolent women, ruddy firelight hammering back the night while the surf thundered endlessly along the beach. Well, all things came to a close, and while he would have wished a different sort of death for himself, he didn't have long to wait in this misery. Stirred, far down the narrow corridor, and he caught the flickering glow of a torch. Scowling, he stood up, stooped under the low ceiling. Who in all the hells was this? It was too soon for feeding, unless his time sense had gone completely awry, and he didn't think the games could have been prepared in the few days since his arrival. They came up to the entrance of the cell and stood looking in by the guttering red torchlight. A snarl twisted Corin's lips. Shorzon and Chrysius. "Of all the scum of Achaia," he growled, "I had to be inflicted with you."
"There is no time for insolence,"
said the sorcerer coldly. He lifted the torch higher. The red light threw his face into blood-splashed shadow. His eyes were pits of darkness in which smoldered 2 embers. His black robe blended with the surrounding shadow. His face and hands seemed to float disembodied in the dank air. Corin's eyes traveled to Chrysius, and in spite of the hate that burned in him, he had to admit she was perhaps the loveliest woman he had ever seen. Tall and slim and lithe, moving with the soundless grace of a Sanduvian pharex, the dark hair sheening down past the chill-sculptured beauty of her marble-white face. She returned his blue stare with eyes of dark flame. She was dressed as if for action, a brief tunic that left arms and legs bare, a short black cloak and high buskins, but jewels still blazed at throat and wrists. Behind her padded a lean shadow at sight of which Corin stiffened. He had heard of Chrysius's tame Erinyes. Folk said the devil beast had found a harder heart in the witch's breast and yielded to her. Some said less mentionable things. The slitted green eyes flared at Corin, and the cruel muzzle opened in a fanged yawn.
"Back, Parius,"
said Chrysius evenly. Her voice was low and sweet, almost a caress. It seemed strange that such a voice had spoken the rituals of black sorcery, and ordered the flaying alive of 1,000 helpless Issarean prisoners, and counselled some of the darkest intrigues in Achaia's bloody history. She said to Corin,
"This is a fine end for all your noble thoughts, man of Connachar."
"At least," he answered, "you credit me with having had them, which is more than I'd say for you." The red lips curved in a cynical smile.
"Human purposes have a habit of ending this way. The mighty warrior, the scourge of the seas, ends in a foul prison cell, waiting for an unimaginative death. The old epics lied, didn't they? Life isn't quite the glorious adventure that fools think it is."
"It could be, if it weren't for your sword," wearily. "Go away, won't you? If you won't even let me talk with my old comrades, you can at least spare me your own company."
"We are here with a definite purpose," said Shorzon. "We offer you life, freedom, and the liberation of Connachar."
He shook his tawny head. "It isn't even funny."
No, I mean it,"
said Chrysius earnestly.
"Shorzon had you put in here alone, not out of malice, but simply to make this private talk possible. You can help us with a project so immeasurably greater than your petty quarrels that anything you ask in return will be as nothing, and you are the one man who can do so. I tell you this so that, realizing you have some kind of bargaining position, you will meet us as equal to equal, not as prisoner to captor. If you agree to aid us, you will be released this instant."
With a sudden flame within him, Corin tautened his huge body. Oh gods, oh almighty gods beyond the clouds, if it were true. His voice shook. "What do you want?"
"Your help in a desperate venture," said
Chrysius.
"I tell you frankly that we may well all die in it, but at least you will die as a free man. And if we succeed, how the world may be ours."
"What is it?" he asked hoarsely.
"I cannot tell you everything now," said Shorzon, "but the story has long been current that you once sailed to the lairs of the Xanthi, the sea demons, and returned alive. Is it true?"
"Aye." Corin stiffened, with sudden alarm trembling in his nerves. "Aye, by great good luck I came back, but they were not a race of humans to traffic with."
"I think the powers I can summon will match theirs," said Shorzon. "We want you to guide us to their dwellings and teach us the language on the way, as well as whatever else you know about them. When we return, you may go where you choose, and if we get their help, we will be able to set Connachar free soon afterward."
Corin shook his head.
"It's nothing good that you plan," he said slowly. "No one would approach the Xanthi for any good purpose.
You didn't you? Chuckled the wizard dryly. If you want the truth, we are after their help in seizing the government of Akira, as well as certain knowledge they have.
If you succeeded, argued Corrin stubbornly, why should you then let Conoher go?
Because power over Akira is only a step to something too far beyond the petty goals of empire for you to imagine, said Shorzan bleakly. You must decide now, man. If you refuse, you die.
Chrysius moved one slim hand, and the Erinyes padded forward on razor-clawed feet. The leathery wings were folded back against the long black body. The barbed tail lashed hungrily, and a snarl vibrated in the lean throat.
If you say no,
came the woman's sweet voice,
Perius will rip your guts out. That will at least afford us an amusing spectacle for our trouble.
Then she smiled, the dazzling smile which had driven men to their doom ere this.
But if you say yes,
he whispered,
a destiny waits for you that kings would envy. You are a strong man, Corrin. I like strong men.
The corsair looked into the warm, dark light of her eyes, and back to the icy glare of the devil beast. No unarmed man had ever survived the onslaught of an Erinyes, and he was chained. At thought of returning to the dark home of the Xanthi, he shuddered. But life was still wondrous sweet, and once free to move about, he might still have some chance of escape, or even of overpowering them. Or, who knew? He wondered with a brief giddiness if the dark witch before him could be as evil as her enemies said. Strong and ruthless, yes, but so was he. When he learned the full truth about her soaring plans, he might even decide they were right. In any case, to live, to die if he must, under the sky. I'll go, he said hoarsely. I'll go with you. The low, exultant laughter of Chrysius sang in the flare-lit gloom. Shorzan came up and took a key from his belt. For a bare moment the thought of snapping that skinny neck raged through Corrin's mind. The magician smiled grimly. Don't try it, he said, as a small proof of what we can do. Suddenly he was not there. It was a monster from the jungles of Umlotu, standing in the cell with Corrin, a scaled beast that hissed at him with grinning jaws and spewed poison on the floor. Sorcery! Corrin shrank back, a chill of fear striking even his steely heart. Shorzan resumed human shape and wordlessly unlocked the chains. They fell away, and Corrin stumbled out into the corridor. The Erinyes snarled and slipped closer. Chrysius laid a hand on the beast's head, checking that gliding rush as if with a leash. Her smile and the faint, sweet scent of her hair, dizzying.
Come,
she said. One hand slipped between his own fingers, and the cool touch seemed to burn him. Shorzan led the way down a long sloping tunnel, where only the streaming torch flames had life. Their footsteps echoed hollowly in the wet black length of it. We go at once, he said. When Crowman learns of your escape, all Taurus will be after us, but it will be too late then. We sail swiftly tonight. Sail? Whither? What of my men? Asked Corrin.
They're lost, I'm afraid, unless Crowman spares them until we get back,
said Chrysius.
But we saved you. I'm glad of that.
A faint smell of fresh, salty air blew up the tunnel. It must open on the sea, thought Corrin. He wondered how many passages riddled the depth under Taurus. They came out finally on a narrow beach under the looming western cliffs. The precipices climbed into the utter dark of night, reaching into the unseen sky. Before them lay open sea, swirling with phosphorescence. Corrin drew deep lungfuls of air, salt and seaweed and wet wild wind, sand under his feet, sky overhead, a woman beside him. By the gods, it was good to be alive. A galley was moored against a tiny pier. By the light of bobbing torches, Corrin's mariner's eye surveyed her. She was built along the same lines as his own ship, a lean black vessel with one square sail, open-decked save at stem and stern, rowers' benches lining the sides with a catwalk running between. There would be quarters for the men under the poop and forecastle decks, supplies in the hold beneath. The
A cabin was erected near the waist, apparently for officers, and there was a ballista mounted in the bows, otherwise no superstructure. A carved sea monster reared up for figurehead, and the sternpost curved back to make its tail. He read the name on the bows, Briseir. Strange that dark vessel should bear a girl's name. About a 50-man capacity, he judged, and she would be fast. The crew were getting aboard. They must have come down the cliffs along some narrow trail. They were all Umlotuan blues, he noticed, a cutthroat gang if ever he saw one, but silent and well-disciplined. It was shrewd to take only the mercenary warriors along. They had no patriotic interest in what happened to Akela, and their reckless courage was legendary. A burly, one-eyed officer came up and saluted.
"All set, sir," he reported.
"Good," nodded Shorzan. "Captain Imazu, this is our guide, Captain Curran."
"The waiter, eh?"
Imazu chuckled and shook hands in the manner of the barbarians.
"Well, we could hardly have a better one, I'm sure. Glad to know you, Curran."
The pirate murmured polite phrases, but he decided that Imazu was a likable chap, and wondered what had led him to take service under anyone with Shorzan's reputation. They went aboard. "The Sea of Demons lies due north," said Shorzan. "Is that the way to sail?"
"For the time being," nodded Corn. "When we get closer, I'll be able to tell you more exactly."
"And you may as well wash and rest,"
said Chryseis.
"You need both."
Her smile was soft in the flickering red light. Corran entered the cabin. It was divided into 3 compartments. Apparently Imazu slept with his men, or perhaps on deck as many men preferred. His own tiny room was clean, sparsely furnished with a bunk and a washbowl. He cleaned himself eagerly and put on the fresh tunic laid out for him. When he came back on deck, the ship was already under way. A strong south wind was blowing, filling the dark sail, and the Briseir surged forward under its thrust. The phosphorescence shone around her hull and out on the rolling waters. Behind, the land faded into the night. He'd certainly been given no chance to escape, he thought. Barring miracles, he had to go through with it now, at least until he reached the Sea of Demons, after which anything might happen. He shivered a little, wondering darkly whether he had done right, wondering what their mission was and what the world's fate was to be as a result of it. Chryseis slipped quietly up to stand beside him. The Erinyes crouched down nearby, his baleful eyes never leaving the man.
"Outward bound,"
she said, and laughter was gay in her voice. He said nothing, but stared ahead into the night.
"You'd better sleep, Corran,"
she said.
"You're tired now, and you'll need all your strength later."
She laid a hand on his arm and laughed aloud.
"It will be an interesting voyage, to say the least."
Rather, he thought with wry humor. It occurred to him that the ship might even have its pleasant aspects.
"Good night, Corran,"
she said, and left him. Presently he went back to his room. Sleep was long in coming, and uneasy when it did arrive. End of section 26. Section 27 of 9 sci-fi stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Witch of the Demon Seas, Chapter 3. When he came out on deck in the early morning, there was only a grey emptiness of waters out to the grey horizon. They must have left the whole Acheran archipelago well behind them, and be somewhere in the Zurian Sea now. There was a smell of rain in the air, and the ship ran swiftly before a keening wind over long white-maned rollers. Corran let the tang of salt and moisture and kelp, the huge, restless vista of bounding waves, the creak and thrum of the ship, and the thundering surge of the ocean, swell luxuriously up within him, the simple animal joy of being at home. The sea was his home now, he realized vaguely. He had been on it so long that it was his natural environment, his as much as that of the Leyridae, wheeling on white wings in the cloud-flying heavens. He looked over the watch. It seemed to be well handled. The sailors knew their business. There were armored guards at bow and stern, and the rest, clad in the plain loincloth of ordinary seamen the world over, were standing by the sail, swabbing the decks, making minor repairs, and otherwise occupying themselves. Those off duty were lounging or sleeping well out of the watch's way. The helmsman kept his eye on the compass and held the tiller with a practised hand. Good, good. Captain Amazu padded up to him on bare feet. The Umlotuan wore helmet and corselet and had a sword at his side and carried the whip of authority in one gnarled blue hand. His scarred, one-eyed face cracked in a smile. "Good morning to you, Captain Corran," he said politely. The Conohurian nodded with an amiability he had not felt for a long time. "The ship is well handled," he said. "Thanks. I'm about the only Umlotuan who has ever skipped anything bigger than a war canoe, I suppose, but I was in the Akawan fleet for a long time." Again, the hideous but disarming smile. "I nearly met you professionally once or twice before, but you always showed us a clean pair of heels. Judging from what happened to ships that did have the misfortune to overhaul you, I'm just as glad of it." He gestured to the tiny galley below the poop deck. "How about some breakfast?" Over food, which was better than most to be had aboard ship, they fell into professional talk. Like all captains, Amazu was profoundly interested in the old and seemingly insoluble problem of finding an accurate position. "Dead reckoning just won't do," he complained. "Men's estimates always differ, no matter how good they may be. There isn't even a decent map to be had anywhere." Corran mentioned the efforts of theorists in Akawa, Konohur, and other civilized states to use the Heavenfire's altitude to determine position north and south of a given line. Amazu was aware of their work, but regarded it as of little practical value. "You just don't see it often enough," he objected, "and most of the crew would consider it the worst sort of impiety to go aiming an instrument at it. That's one reason, I suppose, why Shorzan shipped only Umlotuans. We don't worship the Heavenfire. Our gods all live below the clouds." He cut himself a huge quid of liangzi and stuffed it into his capacious mouth. "Anyway, it doesn't give you east and west position." The philosophers who think the world is round say we could solve that problem by making an accurate timepiece, said Corran. "I know, but it's a lot of gas, if you ask me. A sand glass or a water clock can only tell time so close and no closer, and those mechanical gadgets they've built are worse yet. I knew an old skipper from Nariki once who kept a joss in his cabin and got his position in dreams from it. Only had one wreck in his life," Amazu grinned. "Of course, he drowned then." "Look," said Corran suddenly, "do you know where the hell we're going and why?" "To the Sea of Demons is all they told me. No reason given." Amazu studied Corran with his sharp black eye. "You don't know either, eh? I have a notion that most of us won't live to find out. I'm surprised that any crew could be made to go there without a mutiny. The gang of bully boys is only frightened of Shorzan and his witch granddaughter. Amazu shut up. Looking around, Corran saw the two approaching. In the morning light, Chryseis did not seem the luring devil-woman of the night. She moved with easy grace across the rolling deck, the wind blowing her tunic and her long black hair in careless billows, and there was a girlish joy and eagerness in her. The pirate's heart stumbled and began to race. She chatted gaily of nothing while she and the old man ate. Shorzan remained silent until he was through, then said curtly to the two men, "Come into the cabin with us." They filled Corran's tiny room, sitting on bunk and floor. Shorzan said slowly, "We may as well begin now to learn what you know, Corran. What is the truth about your voyage to the Xanthi?" "It was several seasons ago," replied the Corsair. "I got the thought you seem to have had that possibly I could enlist their help against my enemies." He smiled mirthlessly. "I learned better." "What do we know of them exactly?" said Shorzan methodically. He ticked the points off on his lean fingers. "They are an amphibious, non-human race dwelling in the Sea of Demons, which is said to grow grass so that ships become tangled there and never escape." "Not so," said Corran. "There's kelp on the surface, but you can sail right through it. I think the sea is just a dead region of water around which the great ocean currents move." "I know," said Shorzan impatiently, and resumed his summary. "Generations ago, the Xanthi, of whose presence men had only been vaguely aware before, fell upon all the islands in their sea and slew the people living there. They had great numbers, as well as tamed sea monsters and unknown powers of sorcery, so that no one could stand against them. Since then they have not gone beyond their borders, but they ruthlessly destroy
all human vessels venturing inside. King Phidon III of Achaea sent a great fleet to drive the Xanthi from their stolen territory. Not one ship returned. Men now shun the whole region as one accursed."
Imazu nodded. "There's a sailor's legend that the souls of the damned go to the Xanthi," he offered. Sharzan gave him an exasperated look.
"I'm only interested in facts," he said coldly. "What do you know, Corin?"
"I know what you just said, as who doesn't," answered the Conahurian. "But I think there must have limits to their powers, and be reasonable creatures. But the limits are far beyond man's, and their reason is not as ours. I didn't try an invasion, of course. I took one small, fast boat manned with picked volunteers and waited outside the sea for a storm that would blow me into it. When that came, we ran before it, fast. In the rain and wind and waves, I figured we could get undetected far into their borders. So it seemed we could, and in fact we made it almost to the largest island in sight. Then they came at us. They were riding Soteria, and driving sea serpents before them. They had spears and bows and swords, and there were hundreds of them. Any one of the snakes could have smashed our boat. We ran for land and barely made it. We hadn't come to fight, so we held up our hands as the Xanthi leaped ashore and wondered if they'd just hack us down. But as I'd hoped, they wanted to know what we were there for, so they took us to the Black Castle on the island." Momentarily, Corin was cold as the memory of that wet, dark place of evil shuddered through his mind. "I can't tell you much about it. I have great powers of sorcery, and the place seemed somehow unreal, never the same, always wrong, always with something horrible just beyond vision in the shadows. I remember the whole time as if it were a dream. There were treasures beyond counting. I saw gold and jewels from the sea bottom mixed in with human skulls and the figureheads of drowned ships. The light was dim and blue, and there was always fog and noises for which we had no name hooting out in the gloom. It stank with the vile fishy smell they have, and the walls seemed to have a watery unreality, as I said, shifting and fading like smoke. You could smell sorcery in the very air of that place. They kept us there for many 10 days. We had brought rich gifts, of course, which they accepted ungraciously, and they housed us in a dungeon under guard. They didn't feed us so badly, if you like a steady fish diet, and they taught us their language. "How does it sound?" asked Chrysius. "I can make it come out right. No human throat can. Something like this." They stiffened at the chill hissing that slithered from Corin's lips. "It has words for things I never did understand, and it lacks many of the commonest human words. Fear, joy, hope, adventure." His glance slid to Chrysius. "Love." "Do they have a word for hate?" asked Sharzan. "Oh, yes." Corin grinned without humor. After a moment he went on. "They wanted to know more of the outside world. That was why they spared our lives. When we knew the language well enough, they began to question us. How they questioned us! It got to be torture, those unending days of answering the things that hissed and gabbled at us in those shadowy rooms. It was like a nightmare where mad happenings go on without ever ending. Politics, science, philosophy, art, geography. They wanted to know it all. They pumped us dry of knowledge. When we came to something they didn't understand, such as love, say, they went back and forth over the same ground, over and over again, until we thought we'd go crazy, and at last they'd give up in bafflement. I think they believe humans to be mad. I made my offer, of course, the loot of Achaea in exchange for the freedom of Connaught. I might also say they laughed. Finally they answered in scorn that they could take whatever they wanted, the whole world if need be, without my help. Sharzan's eyes glittered.
"Did you find out anything of their powers?"
he asked eagerly. "A little. They'd put any human magician to shame, of course. I saw them charm sea monsters to death just to eat 'em. I saw 'em working on a new building on the island. They planted a little package somewhere and set fire to it, and great stones leaped into the air with a bang like thunder. I saw their Soteria cavalry, their tamed war snakes. Oh, yes, they have more powers than I could name. And their numbers must be immense. They live on the sea bottom, you know. That is, their commoners do. The leaders have strongholds on land as well. They farm both sea and land and have great smithies on the islands. Well, in the end they let us go. They were going to put us to death for our trespass, I think, but I did some fast talking. I told them we could carry word of their strength back to humans and overawe our race with it, so that if they ever wanted to collect tribute or something of the sort, they'd never have to fight for it. Probably that carried less weight than the fact that we had, after all, done no harm and been of some use. They had no logical reason to kill us, so they didn't. Corin smiled grimly. We're a pretty tough crew, prepared to take a few Xanthi to death with us, even if we were disarmed. Their killing charms seemed to work only on animals. That was another reason to spare us. One of their wizards was, for having me at least, slain. He said he'd had a prevision of my return with ruin in my wake, but the others laughed at him at the very thought of a human's being dangerous to them. Moreover, they pointed out, if that was to be the case, then there was nothing they could do about it. They seemed to believe in a fixed destiny, but the idea amused them so much that it was still another reason for letting us go. Corin shrugged. So we sailed away, that's all, and never till now did I have any smallest thought of returning. He added bleakly after a moment, when silence had been heavy. They have all they want to know from my visit. There will be no reason for them to spare us this time.
I think there will be, said Chrysius.
There'd better be, muttered Imazu.
You can start teaching us their language, said Shorzan. It might not be a bad idea for you to learn too, Imazu. The more who can talk to them, the better.
The Wamlotuan made a wry face. Another tongue to learn! By the topknot of Mwanzi! Why can't the world settle on one and end this babble?
The poor interpreters would starve to death,
smiled Chrysius. She took Corin's arm.
Come, my buccaneer, let's go up on deck for a while. There's always time to learn words.
They found a quiet spot on the forecastle deck and sat down against the rail. The Erinyes settled his long body beside Chrysius and watched Corin with sleepy malevolence, but he was hardly aware of the devil beast. It was Chrysius. Chrysius. Dark, sweet hair and dark, lambent eyes. Utter loveliness of face and form. Singing golden voice and light warm touch and...
You're a strange man, Corin, she said softly. What are you thinking now?
Oh, nothing, he smiled crookedly. Nothing.
I don't believe that. You have too many memories.
Almost without knowing it, he found himself telling her of his life. The long, terrible struggle against overwhelming power. The bitterness and loneliness. The death of comrades one by one. And the laughter and triumphs and wild exultance of it. The faring into unknown seas and the dicing with fate and the strong, close bonds of men against the world. He mused wistfully about a girl who was gone, but her bright image was strangely fading in his heart now, for it was Chrysius who was beside him.
It has been a hard life,
she said at the end.
It took a giant of men to endure it.
She smiled, a small, closed smile that made her look strangely young.
I wonder what you must think of this, sailing with your sworn foes to the end of the world on an unknown mission.
You're not my foe, he blurted.
No, never your enemy, Corin,
she exclaimed.
We have been on opposite sides before. Let it not be thus from this moment. I tell you that the purpose of this voyage, which you shall soon know, is good, great and good, as the savagery of man has never known before. You know the old legend, that some day the heaven fire will shine through opening clouds, not as a destroying flame, but as the giver of life, that men will see light in the sky even at night, that there will be peace and justice for all mankind. I think that day may be dawning, Corin.
He sat dumbly, bewildered. She was not evil. She was not evil. It was all he knew, but it sang within him. Suddenly she laughed and sprang to her feet.
Come on, she cried. I'll race you around the ship.
End of section 27. Section 28 of 9 Sci-fi Stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Witch of the Demon Seas, Chapter 4. Rain and wind came, a lightning-shot squall in which the brazier wallowed and bucked and men strained at oars and pumps. Toward evening it was over. The sea stilled and the lower clouds faded, so that they saw the great dull-red disk of the heaven fire through the upper clouds, sinking into the western sea. There was almost a flat calm. The glassy water was ruffled only by a faint breeze, which half filled the sail and sent the galley sliding slowly and noiselessly northward. "Man the oars," directed Shorzan. "Give the men a chance to rest tonight, sir," begged Imazu. "They all worked hard today. We can row all the faster tomorrow if we must." "No time to spare," snapped the wizard. "Yes, there is," said Corin flatly. "Let the men rest, Imazu." Shorzan gave him a baleful glance. "You forget your position aboard." Corin bristled. "I think I'm just beginning to remember it," he answered with metal in his voice. Chryseis laid a hand on her grandfather's arm.
"He's right," she said. "So is Imazu. It would be needless cruelty to make the sailors work tonight, and they'll be better fitted by a night's rest."
"Very well," said Shorzan sullenly. He went into his room and slammed the door. Presently, Chryseis bade the men good night and went to her quarters with the Erinyes trotting after. Corin's eyes followed her through the deepening blue dusk. In that mystic light, the ship was a shadowy, half-real background, a dimness beyond which the sea swirled in streamers of cold white radiance. "She's a strange woman," said Imazu. "I don't understand her." "Nor I," admitted Corin. "But I know now her enemies have foully lied about her." "I'm not so sure about that." As the Conahurian turned with a dark frown, Imazu added quickly, "Oh, well, I'm probably wrong. I never had much sight of her, you know." He wandered up on the poop deck in search of a place to sit. It was deserted save for the helmsman by the dimly glowing binnacle, a deeper shadow in the thick blue twilight. Sitting back against the taffrail, they looked forward to the lean waist of the ship and the vague outline of the listlessly bellying sail. Beyond the hull, the sea was an arabesque of luminescence, delicate traceries of shifting white light out to the glowing horizon. The cold fire streamed from the ship's bows and whirled in her wake. The hull dripped liquid flame. The night was very quiet. The faint hiss and smack of cloven water, creak of planks and tackle, distant splashing of waves and invisible sea beasts. Otherwise, there was only the enormous silence under the high clouds. The breeze was cool on their cheeks. "How long till we get to the Sea of Demons?" asked Imazu. His voice was oddly hushed in the huge stillness. "With ordinary sailing weather, I'd say about 3 10 days, maybe 4, answered Corin indifferently. "It's a strange mission we're on, aye, that it is." Imazu's head wagged, barely visible in the dark. "I like it not, Corin. I have evil feelings about it, and the omens I took before leaving weren't good." "Why then did you sail? You're a free man, aren't you?" "So they say." Sudden bitterness rose in the Umlotuan's voice. "Free as any of Shorzan's followers, which is to say less free than a slave who can at least run away." "Why, doesn't he pay well?" "Oh, aye, he is lavish in that regard, but he has his ways of binding servants to him so that they must do his bidding above that of the very gods. He put his gesh on most of these sailors, for instance. They were simple folk, and thought he was only magicking them a good luck charm." "You mean they are bound? He has their souls?" "Aye, he put them to sleep in some sorcerous way, and impressed his command on them. No matter what happens now, they must obey him. The Giaz is stronger than their own wills." Corin shivered. "Are you—" "Pardon, it's no concern of mine." No, that's all right. He put no such binding on me. I knew better than to accept his offer of a luck-bringing spell, but he has other ways. He lent me a slave girl from Umlotu for my pleasure. But she is lovely, wonderful, kind, all that a woman should be. She has borne me sons and made homecoming ever a joy. But you see, she is still Shorzan's, and he will not sell her to me or free her. Moreover, he did put his gesh on her. If ever I rebelled, she would suffer for it. Amazu spat over the rail. So I am Shorzon's creature, too. It must be a strange service. It is. Mostly all I have to do is captain his bodyguard, but I've seen and helped in some dark things. He's a fiend from the lowest hell, Shorzon is, and his granddaughter. Amazu stopped. Yes? Asked Corin roughly. His hand closed bruisingly on the other's arm. Go on, what of her? Nothing. I really have had little to do with her. Amazu's face was lost in the gloom, but Corin felt the one eye hard on him. Only, be careful, pirate. Don't let her lay her own sort of gesh on you. You've been a free man till now. Don't become anyone's blind slave. I've no such intention, said Corin frostily. Then no more need to be said. Amazu sighed heavily and got up. I think I'll go to bed then. What of you? Not yet, I'm not sleepy. Good night. Good night. Corin sat back alone. He could barely discern the helmsman. Beyond lay only glowing darkness and the whispering of the night. He felt loneliness like a cold hollow within his breast. Father and mother, his tall brothers and his laughing, lovely sister, the comrades of youth, the hard, wild, stout-hearted pirates with whom he had sailed for such a long and bloody time, where were they now? Where in all the blowing night were they? Where was he and on what mission, sailing alone through a pit of darkness on a ship of strangers? What meaning and hope in all the cruel insanity of the world? Suddenly he wanted his mother. He wanted to lay his head on her lap and cry in desolation and hear her gentle voice. No, by the gods, it wasn't her image he saw. It was a lithe and dark-haired witch who was crooning to him and stroking his hair. He cursed tonelessly and got up. Best to go to bed and try to sleep his fancies away. It was becoming childish. He went down the catwalk toward the cabin. As he neared it, he saw a figure by the rail, darkly etched against a shimmering patch of phosphorescence. His heart sprang into his throat. She turned as he came near.
Corin, she said, I couldn't sleep. Come over here and talk to me. Isn't the night beautiful?
He leaned on the rail, not daring to look at the haunting face, pale lit by the swirling sea fire. It's nice, he said clumsily.
But it's lonely, she whispered. I never felt so sad and alone before.
Why, that's how I felt, he blurted.
Corin.
She came to him, and he took her with a sudden madness of yearning. Perias the Erinyes snarled as they thrust him out of her cabin. He padded up and down the deck for a while. A sailor who stood watch near the forecastle followed him with frightened eyes and muttered prayers to the amulet about his neck. Presently the devil beast curled up before the cabin. The lids drooped over his green eyes, but they remained unwinkingly fixed on the door. End of section 28. Section 29 of 9 Sci-Fi Stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Witch of the Demon Seas, Chapter 5. Under a hot, sullen sky, the windless sea swelled in long, slow waves that rocked the tangled kelp and ocean grass up and down, heavenward and hellward. To starboard, the dark cliffs of a small jungled island rose from an angry, muttering surf, but there were no birds flying above it. Corin pointed to the shore. That's the first of the archipelago, he said. From here on we can look for the Xanthe to come at any time.
We should get as far into their territory as possible, even to the Black Palace, said Shorzon. I will put a spell of invisibility on the ship.
The sorcerers can break that, said Chryseis.
Aye, so, but when they come to know our powers, I think they will treat with us.
They'd better, smiled Amazu grimly. Steer on toward the island of the castle, said Shorzon to the pirate. I go to lay the spell. He went into his cabin. Corin had a glimpse of its dark interior before the door was closed, draped in black and filled with the apparatus of magic.
You will have to be in a trance, physically, to maintain the enchantment, said Chryseis.
She smiled at Corin and his pulses raced.
Come, my dearest. It is cooler on the afterdeck.
The sailors rowed steadily, sweat glistening on their bare blue hides. Imazu paced up and down the catwalk, flicking idlers with his whip. Corin stood where he could keep an eye on the steersman and see that the right course was followed. It had been utter wonder till now, he thought. Unending days when they ploughed through seas of magic, nights of joy such as he had never known. There had never been another woman such as Chryseis, he thought, never in all the world, and he was the luckiest of men. Though he died today, he had been more fortunate than any man ever dared dream. Chryseis, Chryseis, loveliest and wisest and most valiant of women. She was his. Before all the jealous gods, she loved him. There has only been one thing wrong, he said. You are going into danger now. The world would go dark if aught befell you.
And I should sit at home while you are away, and never know what had happened, never know if you lived or died. No, no, Corin.
He laid a hand on the sword at his waist. It had given him arms and armor again after she had come to him. Logical enough, he thought, without resentment. He could be trusted now, as much as if he were one of Shorzan's ensorcelled warriors. But if there were a spell, too, the gods deliver him from ever being freed of it. He blinked. There was a sudden breath of chill on him, and his eyes were blurring. No, it was the ship that wavered, ship and man fading. He clutched at Chryseis. She laughed softly and slipped an arm around his waist.
It is only Shorzan's spell,
he said.
It affects us too, to some extent, and it makes the ship invisible to anyone within seeing range.
Ghost ship, ghost crew, slipping over the slowly heaving waters. There was only the foggiest outline to be seen, shadow of mast and rigging against the sky, glimpses of water through the grey smoke of the hull, blobs of darkness that were the crewmen. Sound was still clear. He heard the mutter of superstitious awe, crack of the whip, and Imazu's oaths that sent the oars creaking and splashing again. Corin's hand was a misty blur before his eyes. Chryseis was a shadow beside him. She laughed once more, a low, exultant throb, and pulled his lips down to hers. He ruffled the streaming, fragrant hair and felt a return of courage. It was only a spell. But what were the spells, he wondered for the 1000th time? He did not hold with the simple theory that wizards were in league with gods or demons. They had powers, yes, but he was sure that somehow these powers came only from within themselves. Chryseis had always evaded his questions about it. There must be some simple answer to the problem, some real process, as real as that of making a fire, behind the performances of the sorcerers, but it baffled him to think what it might be. Blast it all, it just wasn't reasonable that Shorzan, for instance, should have been able actually to change himself into a jungle monster many times his size. Yet he, Corin, had seen the thing, had felt its wet scales and smelled its reptile stink. How? The ship ploughed slowly on. Now and then Corin looked at the compass, straining his eyes to discern the blurred needle. Otherwise they could only wait. But waiting with Chryseis was remarkably pleasant. It was at the end of a timeless time, perhaps half a day, that he saw the Xanthian patrol. Look, he pointed. There they come. Chryseis stared boldly over the sea. The hand beneath his was steady as her voice.
So I see. They're beautiful, aren't they?
The Ceterae came leaping across the waves. Big, graceful beasts with the shapes of fish, their smooth black hides shining, and the water white behind their threshing tails. Astride each was a great golden form bearing a lance. They quartered across the horizon and were lost to sight. The crew mumbled in fear, shaken to their hardy souls by the terrible, unhuman grace of the Xanthi. Imazu cursed them back to work. The ship went on. Islands slipped by, empty of man-sign. They had glimpses of Xanthian works, spires and walls rearing above the jungle. These were not the white, colonnaded buildings of Taurus, or the timbered halls of Connacher. Of black stone they were, with pointed towers climbing crazily skyward. Once a great sea serpent reared its head, spouted water, and writhed away. All creatures save man could sense the presence of wizardry, and refused to go near it. Night fell. an abyss of night broken only by faint glimmers of sea fire under the carpeting weed. Men stood uneasy watch in full armor, peering blindly into the somber immensity. It was hot, and silent. Near midnight, the lookout shouted from the masthead.
"Xanthi to larboard!"
"Silence, you fool!" called Amazu. "Want 'em to hear us?" The patrol was a faint swirl and streaking of phosphorescence, black as shadows against the night. It was coming nearer. "Have they spotted us?" wondered Corin.
"No,"
breathed Chrysius.
"but they're close enough for their mounts."
There was a great snorting and splashing out in the murk. The Cetarea were refusing to go into the circle of Shorzan's spell. Voices lifted, an unhuman croaking. The Erinyes, the only animal who did not seem to mind witchcraft, snarled in sore-edged tones, eyes a green blaze against the night. Presently the squad turned and slipped away. "I know something is wrong, and I've gone for help," said Corin. "We'll have a fight in our hands before long." He stretched his big body, suddenly eager for action. This waiting was more than he could stand. The ship drove on. Corin and Chrysius napped in the deck. It was too stiflingly hot below. The long night wore away. In the misty grey of morning, they saw a dark mass advancing from the west. Corin's sword rasped out of the sheath. It was a long, double-edged blade, such as they used in Connachar, and it was thirsty. "Get inside, Chrysius," he said tightly.
"Get inside yourself,"
she answered. There was a lilt in her voice like a little girl's. He felt her quiver with joyous expectation. The ghostly outlines of the ship wavered, thickened, faded again, flickered back toward solidity. Suddenly they had sight. The vessel lay real around them. They saw each other in helm and corselet, face looking into tautened face. "They have a wizard along. He broke Shorzan's spell," said the Connacharian.
"We looked for that,"
answered Chrysius evenly.
"but as long as Shorzan keeps fighting him, there will be a roiling of magic around us, such that none of their beasts will approach."
She stood beside him, slim and boyish in polished cuirass and plumed helmet, short sword belted to her waist and a bow in one hand. Her nostrils quivered, her eyes shone, and she laughed aloud.
"We'll drive them off,"
she said.
"We'll send them home like beaten Yaganats."
Amazu blew the war horn, wild brazen echoes screaming over the sea. His men drew in the oars, pulled on their armor, and stood on the rails, waiting. "Did we come here to fight them?" asked Corin.
"No," said Chrysius, "but we've known all along that we'd have to give them a taste of our might before they'd talk to us."
The Xanthian lancers were milling about half a league away, as if in conference. Suddenly someone blew a harsh-toned horn, and Corin saw half the troop slide from the saddle into the water. "So they'll swim at us," he muttered. The attack came from all sides, converging on the ship in a rush of foam. As the Xanthi neared, Corin saw their remembered lineaments and felt the odd clutch of panic. They weren't human. With a fluked tail, one of them had twice the length of a man. The webbed hind feet, on which they walked ashore, were held close to the body. The strangely human hands carried weapons. They swam half under water, the dorsal fins rising over. Their necks were long, with gills near the blunt-snouted heads. Their grinning mouths showed gleaming fangs. The eyes were big, dark, alive with cold intelligence. They bore no armor, but scales the color of beaten gold covered back and sides and tail. They came in at furious speed, churning the sea behind them. Chrysius' voice rose to a wild shriek.
"Perius! Perius! Kill!"
The Erinyes howled and unfolded his leather-webbed wings. Like a hurled spear he streaked into the air, rushed down on the nearest Xanthian like a thunderbolt, claws, teeth, barbed tail, a blinding fury of blood and death, ripping flesh as if it were parchment. The ship's ballista chunked, and balls of the ever-burning Achaean fire were hurled out to fall blazing among the enemy. Chrysius' bow hummed beside Corin. A Xanthian went under with an arrow in his throat. The air was thick with shafts as the crew fired. Still the Xanthi rushed on, ducking up and down, near impossible to hit. The first of them came up to the hull and sank their clawed fingers into the wood. The sailors thrust downward with pikes, howling in fear-maddened rage. The man near Corin went down with a hurled javelin through him.
At once a huge golden form was slithering over the rail, onto the deck. The sword in his hand flashed. Another Umlotuan's weapon was knocked spinning from his hand, and the reptile hewed him down. Corin sprang to do battle. The swords clashed together with a shock that jarred the man backward. Corin spread his feet and smote out. His blade whirled down to strike the shoulder, gash the chest, and drive the hissing monster back. With a rising cold fury, Corin followed it up. That for the Long Inquisition, that for being a horror out of the sea bottom, that for threatening Chryseis. The Xanthian writhed with a belly ripped open. Still he wouldn't die. He flopped and struck from the deck. Corin evaded the sweeping tail and cut off the creature's head. They were pouring onto the ship through gaps in the line. Chryseis stood on the foredeck in a line of defending men, her bow singing death. Battle snarled about the mast, men against monsters, sword and halberd and axe belling in cloven bone. A giant's blow bowled Corin off his feet, the tail of a Xanthian. He rolled over and thrust upward as the sea demon sprang on him. The sword went through the heart, hissing and snapping as foe toppled on him. He heaved the struggling body away and sprang back to his stance.
"To me!"
bellowed Amazu.
"To me, man!"
He stood wielding a huge battle-axe by the mast, striking at the beasts that raged around him, lopping heads and arms and tails like a woodman. The scattered humans rallied and began to fight their way toward him, step by bloody step. Perius the Erinyes was everywhere, a flying fury, ripping and biting and smashing with wing blows. Corin looked huge over the men who fought beside him, the sword shrieking and thundering in his hands. Amazu stood stolidly against the mast, smashing at all comers. A rush of Xanthi broke past him and surged against the foredeck. The defenders beat them off, Chryseis thrusting as savagely with her sword as any man, and they reeled back against the masthead warriors to be cut down. A Xanthian sprang at Corin, wielding a long-shafted axe that shivered the sword in his hand. The Conohurian struck back, his blade darting past the monster's guard to stab through the throat. The Xanthian staggered. Corin wrenched the blade loose and brought it down again to sing in the reptile's skull. Before he could pull it loose, another was on him. Corin ducked under the spear he carried and closed his hands around the slippery sides. The clawed feet raked his legs. He lifted the thing and hurled it into another with bone-shattering force. One of them threshed wildly, neck broken. The other bounded at Corin. The man yanked his sword free and it whistled against the golden head. Back and forth the struggle swayed, crashing of metal and howling of warriors, and the Xanthi were driven to the rails. They could not stand against the rallying human line in the narrow confines of the ship. "Kill them!" roared Amazu. "Kill the misbegotten snakes!" Suddenly the Xanthi was slipping overboard, swimming for their mounts beyond the zone of magic. Perius followed, harrying them, pulling them half out of the water to rip their throats out. The ship was wet, streaming with human red and reptile yellow blood. Dead and wounded littered the decks. Corin saw the Xanthi cavalry retreating out of sight.
"We've won,"
he gasped.
"We've won. No, wait."
Chryseis inclined her head sharply, seeming to listen, then darted past him to open a hatch. Light streamed down into the hold. It was filling. The bilge was rising.
"I thought so,"
she said grimly.
"They're below us, chopping into the hull."
"We'll see about that," said Corin and unbuckled his cuirass. "All who can swim after me."
No, they'll kill you."
"Come on," rapped Amazu, letting his own breastplate clang to the deck. Corin sprang overboard. He was wearing nothing but a kilt now, and had a spear in one hand and a dirk in his teeth. Fear was gone, washed out by the red tides of battle. There was only a bleak, terrible triumph in him. Men had beaten the sea demons. Underwater it was green and dim. He swam down, brushing the hull, pulling himself along the length of the keel. There were half a dozen ships clustered near the waist, working with axes. He pushed against the keel and darted at them, holding the spear like a lance. The keen point stabbed into the belly of one monster. The others turned, their eyes terrible in the gloom. Corin took the dirk in his hand, got a grip on the next nearest, and stabbed. Claws ripped his flanks and back. His lungs were bursting. There was a roaring in his head and a darkness before his eyes. He stabbed blindly, furiously. Suddenly the struggling form let go.
Corin broke the surface and gasped in a lungful of air. A sea demon leaped up beside him. At once the Erinye was on him. The Xanthian screamed as he was torn apart. Corin dove back under water. The other seamen were down there, fighting for their lives. They outnumbered the Xanthi, but the monsters were in their native element. Blood streaked the water, blinding them all. It was a strange, horrible battle for survival. In the end, Corin and Amazu and the others, except for 4, were hauled back aboard. "We drove them off," said the pirate wearily.
"Oh, my dear, my dearest dear!"
Chryseis, who had laughed in battle, was sobbing on his breast. Sharzan was on deck, looking over the scene.
"We did well," he said. "We stood them off, killed about 30, and only lost 15 men.
"At that rate," said Corin, "it will take them long to clear our decks."
"I don't think they will try again,"
said Sharzan. He went over to a captured Xanthian. The sea demon had had a foot chopped off in the battle, and had been pinned to the deck by a pike, but he still lived, and rasped defiance at them. If allowed to live, he would grow new members. The monsters were tougher than they had a right to be.
"Hark you,"
said Sharzan in a Xanthian tongue, which he had learned with astonishing ease.
"We come on a mission of peace, with an offer that your king will be pleased to hear. You have seen only a small part of our powers. It is not beyond us to sail to your palace and bring it crumbling to earth."
Corin wondered how much was bluff. The old sorcerer might really be able to do it. In any case, he had nerve.
"What can you things offer us?"
asked the Xanthian.
"That is only for the king to hear," said Sharzan coldly. "He will not thank you for molesting us. Now we will let you go to bear word back to your rulers. Tell them we are coming whether they will or no, and that we come in friendship, if they will but show it. After all, if they wish to kill us, it can be just as easily done, if at all, after they have heard us out. Now go."
Amazu pulled the pike loose, and the yellow-bleeding Xanthian writhed overboard.
"I do not think we will be bothered again," said Sharzan calmly. "Not before we get to the Black Palace."
"You may be right," admitted Corin. "You gave me good argument by their standards." "Friends," muttered Amazu. "Friends with those things. I soon expect the Erinye to lie down by the Boven, I think."
"Come,"
said Chryseis impatiently.
"we have to repair the leak and clean the decks, and get under way again. It is a long trip yet to the Black Palace."
She turned to Corin, and her eyes were dark flames.
"How you fought,"
she whispered.
"How you fought, beloved."
End of section 29. Section 30 of 9 sci-fi stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Witch of the Demon Seas, Chapter 6. The castle stood atop one of the high grey cliffs which walled in a little bay. Beyond the shore, the island climbed steeply toward a gaunt mountain bare of jungle. The sea rolled sullenly against the rocks under a low, gloomy sky, thickening with the approach of night. A brazier rowed slowly into the bay, 20 men at the oars and the rest standing nervous guard by the rails. On either side the Xanthi cavalry hemmed them in, lancers astride the swimming Ceterea, with eyes watchful on the humans, and behind them 3 great sea snakes under direction of their sorcerers followed ominously. Amazu shivered. "If they came at us now," he muttered, "we wouldn't last long. But give them a fight," said Corin.
"They will receive us,"
declared Sharzan. The ship grounded on the shallows near the beach. The sailors hesitated. To pull her ashore would be to expose themselves almost helplessly to attack. "Go on, jump to it," snapped Amazu, and the men shipped their oars and sheathed their weapons, waded into the bay, and dragged the vessel up on the strand. The chiefs of the Xanthi stood waiting for them. There were perhaps 50 of the reptiles, huge golden forms, wrapped in dark flowing robes on which glittered ropes of jewels. A few were tall mitres, and carried hooked staffs of office. Like statues they stood, waiting, and the sailors shivered. Sharzan, Chryseis, Corin, and Amazu walked up toward them with all the slow dignity they could summon. The Conahurian's eyes sought the huge wrinkled form of Xathu, king of the Xanthi. The monster's gaze brightened on him, and the fanged mouth opened in a base croak.
So you have returned to us. You may not leave this time.
Your Majesty's hospitality overwhelms me, said Corin ironically. A stooped old Xanthian beside the king plucked his sleeve and hissed rapidly.
I told you, sir. I told you he would come back with the ruin of worlds in his train. Cut them all down now before the fates strike. Kill them while there is time. There will be time,
said Xathu. His unblinking eyes locked with Shorzan's, and suddenly the twilight shimmered and trembled. The nerves of men shook, and out in the water the sea beasts snorted with panic. For a long moment that silent duel of wizardry quivered in the air, and then it faded, and the unreality receded into the background of dusk. Slowly the Xanthian monarch nodded, as if satisfied to find an opponent he could not overcome.
I am Shorzan of Akera, said the man, and I would speak with the chiefs of the Xanthi.
You may do so,
replied the reptile.
Come up to the castle, and we will quarter your folk.
At Imazu's order, the sailors began unloading the gifts that had been brought. Weapons, vessels, and ornaments of precious metals set with jewels, rare tapestries, and incenses. Xathu hardly glanced at them.
Follow me,
he said curtly.
All your people.
I'd hoped at least to leave a guard on the ship, murmured Imazu to Corin. Would have done little good if they really wanted to see, sir, whispered the Conahurian. It did not seem as if Xathu could have heard them, but he turned and his bass boom rolled over the mumbling surf.
That is right. You may as well relax. Your petty precautions. They will avail nothing.
In a long file they went up a narrow trail toward the Black Palace. The Xanthian rulers went first, with deliberately paced dignity. Thereafter the human captains, their men, and a silent troop of armed reptile soldiery. Hemmed in, thought Corin grimly, if they want to start shooting. Chrysis' hand clasped his, a warm grip in the misty gloom. He responded gratefully. She came right behind him, her other hand on the nervous and growling Irinye. The castle loomed ahead, blacker than the night that was gathering, the gigantic walls climbing sheer toward the sky, the spear-like towers half lost in the swirling fog. There was always fog here, Corin remembered, mist and rain and shadow. But it was never full day on the island. He sniffed the dank sea smell that blew from the gaping portals and bristled in recollection. They entered the cavernous doorway and went down a high, narrow corridor which seemed to stretch on forever. Its bare stone walls were wet and green-slimed. Tendrils of mist drifted under the invisibly high ceiling, and he heard the hooting and muttering of unknown voices somewhere in the murk. The only light was a dim bluish radiance from fungi balls growing on the walls, a cold, unhealthy, shadowless illumination, in which the white humans looked like drowned corpses. Looking behind, Corin could barely make out the frightened faces of the Umlotuans, huddled close together and gripping their weapons with futile strength. The Xanthi glided noiselessly through the mumbling gloom, tall spectral forms with faint golden light streaming from their damp scales. It seemed as if there were other presences in the castle, too, things flitting just beyond sight, hiding in lightless corners and fluttering between the streamers of fog. Always, it seemed, there were watching eyes, watching and waiting in the dark. They came into a cavernous antechamber whose walls were lost in the dripping twilight. Xathu's voice boomed hollowly between the chill immensities of it.
Follow those who will show you to your quarters.
Silent Xanthi slipped between the human ranks, herding them with spears, the sailors one way, their chiefs another. "Where are you taking the men?" asked Imazu with an anger sharpened by fear. "Where are you keeping them?" The echoes flew from wall to wall, jeering him. "Keeping them, them." "They go below the castle," said Xanthi. "You will have more suitable rooms." Our men down in the old dungeons. Corin's hand whitened on the hilt of his sword, but it was useless to protest unless they wanted to start a battle now. The 4 human leaders were taken down another whispering, echoing tunnel of a corridor, up a long ramp that seemed to wind inside one of the towers, and into a circular room in whose walls were 6 doors. There the guards left them, fading back down the impenetrable night of the ramp. The rooms were furnished with grotesque ornateness, huge, hideously carved beds and tables, scaled tapestries and rugs, shells and jewels set in the mold-covered walls. Narrow slits of windows opened on the wet night. Darkness and mist hid Corin's view of the ground, but the faintness of the turf told them that they must be dizzyingly high up. "Hell, this is," he said. "A few guards on that ramp can bottle us up here forever, and they need only lock the dungeon gates to have our men imprisoned below." "We will treat with them. Before long they will be our allies," said Shorzan. His hooded eyes were on Chrysius. It was with a sudden shock that Corin remembered. Days and nights of bliss, and then the violence of battle and the tension of approach had driven from his mind the fact that he had never been told what the witch pair was really here for. It was their voyage, not his, and what real good could have brought them to this place of evil? He shoved his big body forward, a tawny giant in the foggy chill of a central room. "It is near time I was told something of what you intend," he said. "I have guided you and taught you and battled at your side, and I'll not be kept blindfolded any longer." "You will be told what I tell you. No more," said Shorzan haughtily. "You have me to thank for your miserable life. Let that be enough." "You can thank me when you're not being eaten by fish at the bottom of the sea right now," snapped Corin. "By Branach, I've had enough of this." He stood with his back against the wall, sweeping them with ice-blue eyes. Shorzan stood black and ominous, wrath in the smouldering sunken eyes. Chrysius shrank back a little from both of them, but Perius the Erinyes growled and flattened his belly to the floor and stared greenly at Corin. Imazu shifted from foot to foot, his wide blue face twisted with indecision. "I can strike you dead where you stand," warned Shorzan. "I can become a monster that will rip you to rags." "Try it," snarled Corin. "Just try it." Chrysius slipped between them, and the huge dark eyes were bright with tears.
"Are we not in enough danger now? 4 humans against a land of walking beasts, without falling at each other's throats. I think it is the witchcraft of Zathu working on us, dividing us. Fight him." She swayed against the Conahurian. "Corin," she breathed. "Corin, my dearest of all. You shall know. You shall be told everything as soon as we dare. But don't you see, you haven't the skill to protect yourself and your knowledge against the Xanthian magic." "Or against your magic, beloved." She laughed softly and drew him after her into one of the rooms. "Come, Corin, we are all weary now. It is time to rest. Come, my dear. Tomorrow."
End of section 30. Section 31 of 9 Sci-Fi Stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Witch of the Demon Seas, Chapter 7. Day crept past in a blindness of rain. Twice Xanthians brought them food, and once Corin and Imazu ventured down the ramp to find their way barred by spear-bearing reptiles. For the rest, they were alone. It ate at the nerves like an acid. Shorzan sat stiff, unmoving on a couch, eyes clouded with thought. His gaunt body could have been that of a Kemrian mummy. Imazu squatted unhappily, carving one of the intricate trinkets with whose making sailors pass dreamy hours. Corin paced like a caged beast, throttled rage mounting in him. Even Perius grew restless, and took to padding up and down the antechamber, passing Corin on the way. The man could not help a half-smile. He was growing almost fond of the Erinyes and his honest malevolence, after the intriguing of humans and Xanthi. Only Chrysius remained calm. She lay curled on her bed, like a big, beautiful animal, the long silken hair tumbling darkly past her shoulders, a veiled smile on her red lips. And so the day wore on. It was toward evening that they heard slow footfalls and looked out to see a party of Xanthi coming up the ramp. It was an awesome sight, the huge golden forms moving with deliberation and pride under the shimmering robes that flowed about them. Some were warriors, with sword-edged pikes flashing in their hands, but the one who spoke was plainly a palace official.
"Greeting from Zathu, king of the demon sea, to Shorzan navigator,"
the voice boomed.
"You are to feast with the lords of the Xanthi tonight."
"I am honored," bowed the sorcerer. "The woman Chrysius will come with me, for she is equal with me."
"That is permitted,"
said the Xanthian gravely. "And we, I suppose, wait here," muttered Corin rebelliously.
"It won't be for long," smiled Chryseis softly. "After tonight, I think it will be safe to tell you what you wish to know."
She had donned a banqueting dress carried up with her from the ship, a clinging robe of the light rippling silk of Yang Nu, a scarlet cloak that was like a rush of flame from her slim bare shoulders, barbarically massive bracelets and necklaces, a single fire ruby burning at her white throat. Pearls and silver glittered like dewdrops in her night-black hair. The loveliness of her caught at Corin's throat. He could only stare with dumb longing as she went after Shorzan and Azanthe. She turned to wave at him. Her whisper twined around his heart.
"Good night, beloved."
When they were gone, the Erinyes padding after them, Imazu gave Corin a rueful look and said,
"So, now we're out of the story."
"Not yet," answered the Conahurian, still a little dazed.
Oh yes. Surely you do not think that we plain sailormen will be asked for our opinions. No, Corin, we are only pieces on Shorzan's board. We have done our part, and now he will put us back in the box."
Chryseis said. Imazu shook his scarred, bald head sadly.
"Surely you don't believe a word that black witch utters."
Corin half drew his sword.
"I told you before that I'd hear no word against Chryseis," he said thinly. "As you will. It doesn't matter anyway. But be honest, Corin. Strike me down if you will, it doesn't matter now. But try to think. I've known Chryseis longer than you, and I've never known anyone to change their habits overnight. For anyone. She said, oh, I think she likes you, in her own way. You make as handsome and useful a pet as that Erinyes of hers. But whatever else she is after, it is something for which she would give more than the world, and not have a second thought about it." Corin paced unhappily. "I don't trust Shorzan," he admitted. "I trust him as I would a mad Ferax, and anything Tathu plans is evil." He glared down the cavernous mouth of the ramp. "If I could only hear what they say."
"What chance of that? We're under guard, you know."
"Ah, so, but—" Struck with a sudden thought,
Corin went over to the window.
The rain had ceased outside, but a solid wall of fog and night barred vision. It was breathlessly hot, and he heard the low muttering of thunder in the hidden sky. There were vines growing on the wall, tendrils as thick as a man's leg. The broad leaves hung down over the sill, wet with rain and fog. "I remember the layout of the castle," he said slowly. "It's a warren of tunnels and corridors, but I could find my way to the feasting hall."
"If they caught you, it would be death,"
said Imazu uneasily. Corin's grin was bleak. "It will most likely be death anyway," he said. "I think I'll try. I'm not as spry as I once was, but no, Imazu, you had best wait here. Then if anyone comes prying and sees you, he'll think we're both here, maybe."
Corin slipped off tunic and sandals, leaving only his kilt. He hung his sword across his back, put a knife in his belt, and turned toward the window.
"It may be all wrong," he said. "I should trust Chryseis, and I do, Imazu, but they might easily overpower her, and anything is better than this waiting like beasts in a trap." "The gods be with you, then," said Imazu huskily. He shook a horny fist. "To hell with Shorzan, I've been his thrall too long. I'm with you, friend." "Thanks." Corin swung out the window. "Good luck to both, to all of us, Imazu." The fog wrapped around his eyes like a hood. He could barely see the shadowy wall, and he groped with fingers and toes for the vines. One slip, one break, and he would be spattered to red ruin in the courtyard below. Down and down and down. Twigs clawed at him. The branches were slick in his hands, buried under a smother of leaves. His muscles began to ache with the strain. Several times he slipped and saved himself with a desperate clawing grip. Something moaned in the night, under the deepening growl of thunder. He clung to the wall and strained his eyes down. A breath of wind parted the fog briefly into ragged streamers through which winked the savage light of a bolt of lightning, high in the murky sky. Down below was the courtyard. He saw the metallic gleam of scales, guards pacing between the walls. Slowly he edged his way across the outjutting tower to the main wall of the castle. Slantwise he crept over its surface,
until a slit of blackness loomed before him. Another window. He had to squeeze to get through, the stone scraping his skin. For a moment he stood inside, breathing heavily, the drawn sword in his hand. There was a corridor stretching beyond this room, on into a darkness lit by the ghostly blue fungus glow. He saw and heard nothing of the Xanthi, but something scuttled across the floor and crouched in a shadowed corner, watching him. On noiseless bare feet, he ran down the hall. Fog eddied and curled in the tenebrous length of it. He heard the dripping of water, and once a shuddering scream ripped the dank air. He thought he remembered where he was in that labyrinth, left here, and there would be another ramp going down. A huge golden form loomed around the corner. Before the jaws could open to shout, Corin's sword hissed in a vicious arc, and the Xanthian's head leaped from his shoulders. He kicked the flopping body behind a door and sped on his way, panting. Halfway down the ramp, a narrow entrance gaped, one of the tunnels that riddled the building through its massive walls. Corin slithered down its lightless wet length. It should open on the great chamber, and black against the dim blue light of the exit, a motionless form was squatting. Corin groaned inwardly. They had a guard against intruders then. Best to go back now. No, he snarled soundlessly and bounded forward, clutching the sword in one hand and reaching out with the other. Fingers rasping across the scaly hide, he hooked the thing's neck into the crook of his elbow and yanked the heavy body back into the tunnel with one enormous wrench. Blind in the darkness, he stabbed into the mouth, driving the point of his sword through flesh and bone into the brain. The dying monster's claws raked him as he crouched over the body. He reflected grimly that no matter how benevolent the Xanthi might be, he would die for murder if they ever caught him. But he had no great fear of their suddenly becoming tender toward mankind. The bulk of the reptile race was peaceable, actually, but their rulers were relentless. The tunnel opened on a small balcony halfway up the rearing chamber wall. Corin lay on his belly, peering down over the edge. They sat at a long table, the lords of the demon sea, and he felt a dim surprise at seeing that they were almost through eating. Had his nightmare journey taken that long? They were talking, and the sound drifted up to his ears. At the head of the table, Xathu and his counselors sat on a long ornate couch, ablaze with beaten gold. Shorzan and Chrysius were reclining nearby, sipping the bitter yellow wine of the Xanthi. It was strange to hear the hideous hissing and croaking of the reptile language coming from Chrysius's lovely throat.
"Interesting, I am sure," said the king.
More than that, more than that." It seemed to Corin that he could almost see the terrible fire in Shorzan's eyes. The wizard leaned forward, shaking with intensity. "You can do it. The Xanthi can conquer Akera with ease. Your sea cavalry and serpents can smash their ships. Your devil powder can burst their walls into the air. Your legions can overrun their land. Your wizardry blind and craze them. And the terror you will inspire will force the people to do our bidding."
"Possibly you overrate us," said Xathu. "It is true that we have great numbers and a strong army, but do not forget that the Xanthi are actually a more peaceful race than man. Your kind is hard and savage, murdering even each other, making war simply for loot or glory, or no real reason at all. Until the king race arose, the Xanthi dwelt quietly on the sea bottom, on a few small islands, without wish to harm anyone. They have not even the natural capacity for magic possessed, however undeveloped, by all humans. As a result, they are much more susceptible to it than men. Thus, when the king race was born with such powers, they were soon able to control all their people and make themselves the absolute masters of the Xanthi. But we, kings and wizards and lords of the demon sea, are all one interbred clan. Without us, the Xanthi power would collapse. They would go back to what they were. Even Xanthi science is all of our making. We, the king race, developed the devil powder, and all that we have ever made is stored in the dungeons of this very building, enough to blow it into the sky."
Xathu made a grimace which might have been a sardonic smile.
"Do not read weakness into this admission," he said. "Even though all the lords who make Xanthian might are gathered in this one room, that power is still immeasurably greater than you can imagine. To show you how helpless you are, your men are locked into the dungeons, And your Gesher has been lifted from their minds.
Impossible, gasped Shorzan. A Gesh can't be lifted.
But it can. What is it but a compulsion implanted into the brain so deeply as to supersede all other habits? One mind cannot erase that imposed pattern, but several minds working in concert can do so, and that I and my counselors have done. As of today, your folk are free in soul, hating you for what you have made them. You are alone.
The great scaled forms edged closer menacingly. Charon's fist clenched about his sword, if they harmed Chryseis. But she said cruelly,
"It does not matter. Our men were simply to bring us here, nothing else. We can dispense with them. What matters is our plan to impose magic control over Akira."
"I cannot see what benefit the Xanthi would get of it,"
said Xathu impatiently.
"Our powers of darkness are so much greater than yours already that—"
"Let us not use words meant to impress the ignorant among ourselves,"
said Chryseis scornfully.
"Every sorcerer knows there is nothing of heaven or hell about magic. It is but the imposition of a pattern on other minds. It creates, by control of the senses, illusions of lycanthropy, or whatever else is desired, or it binds the subject by the unbreakable compulsion of a Gesh. But it is no more than that. One mind reaching through space to create what impressions it wills on another mind. Your devil powder, or an ordinary sword or axe or fist, is more dangerous, if the fools only knew."
Charon's breath hissed between his teeth. If that, oh gods, if that was the secret of the magicians.
"As you will,"
said Xathu indifferently.
"What matters is that there are more of our minds than your two, and thus we can beat down any attempt you may make against us. So it comes back to the question, why should we help you seize and hold Akira? What will we gain?"
"I should say nothing of its great wealth," said Shorzan. "But it is true, as you say, that many minds working together are immeasurably more powerful than one, more powerful even than the sum of all those minds working separately. I have worked with as many as 12 slaves, having them concentrate with me, so that I could draw their mind force through my own brain and use it as my own, and the results have amazed me. Now if the entire population of Akira were forced to help us, all at one time—"
The Xanthi's eyes glittered, and a low murmur rose among them. Shorzan went on rapidly.
"It would be power over the world. Nothing could stand before that massed mental force, with us, skilled sorcerers, to direct, and the soldiers of Xanthi to compel obedience. We could lay a gesh on whole nations without even having to be near them. We could span immeasurable gulfs of space and contact minds on those other worlds which philosophers think exist beyond the upper clouds. We could, by thus heightening our own mental powers, think out the very problems of existence, find the deepest secrets of nature, forces beside which your devil powder would be a spark. Drawing life energy from other bodies, we would never grow old, as we would live forever. Xathu, lords of Xanthi, I offer you a chance to become gods."
The stillness was broken only by the muttering and whispering of the Xanthi among themselves. Mist drifted through the raw, wet night of the hall. The walls seemed to waver, shift, and blur like smoke.
"Why could we not do this in our own nation?"
asked Xathu.
"Because, as you yourself said, the Xanthi do not have the latent mental powers of humans, save for you few who are the masters. It must be mankind who is controlled, with the commoners of your race as overseers."
"And why could we not kill you and do this ourselves?"
"Because you do not understand humans. The differences are too great. You could never control human thoughts as Chryseis or I could."
Another Xanthian spoke.
"But do you realize what this will do to the human race? Your Akirans will become mindless machines under such control. Drained of life energy, they will age and die like animals. I doubt that any will live 10 seasons.
"What of that?"
shrugged Chryseis.
"There are other nations nearby to draw on. Connacher, Nariki, Kemri, ultimately, the world. We will have centuries, remember. We will never die."
"And you do not care for your own race at all?"
"It will no longer be our race," said Shorzan. "We will be gods, thinking and living and wielding such powers as they, as we ourselves right now, could never dream. Why, do what you will with our men here to start. What does it matter?"
"But do not harm the yellow-haired man from Connacher,"
said Chryseis sharply.
"He's mine, forever."
Xathu sat thinking, like the statue of a Kemrian beast god, cast in shining gold. Slowly, at last, he nodded, and an eerie sigh ran down the long table as the lords of the Xanthi hissed agreement.
"It will be done,"
said Xathu. Corin stumbled back down the tunnel, reckless of discovery, blind and deaf with madness that roared in his skull. Chryseis, Chryseis, Chryseis. It was not the horror of the scheme, the ruin that it would bring even if it failed, the revelation of how immeasurably powerful were the forces leagued against man. He could have stood this and braced himself to fight it, as long as there was breath in his lungs. But Chryseis, she had been a part of it. She had helped plan it, had coldly condemned her whole race to oblivion. She had lied to him, cheated him, betrayed him, used him, and now she wanted him for a toy, an immortal puppet. Which? Less human than the Erinyes at her feet, than the Xanthi themselves, mad with a cold madness such as he had never thought could be. Chryseis, 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 I loved you. With all my heart I loved you. There was no hope in him, no longing for anything but the fullest revenge he could take before they hewed him to the ground. Had the old Xanthian wizard foretold he would bring death, aye, by the mad, cruel gods who ruled men's destinies, he would. He reached the corridor and began to run. End of section 31. Section 32 of 9 Sci-Fi Stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Witch of the Demon Seas, Chapter 8. Down a long curving ramp that led into a pit of blackness. The dungeons could not be far. They led this way. He hugged himself into the shadows as a troop of guards went by. They were talking in their hoarse, croaking language, and did not peer into the corners of the labyrinth. When they were past, Corin sped on his way. The stone walls became rough, damp tunnels, hewed after the living rock under the castle. He grubbed through a blackness relieved only by the occasional dull glow of fungi. The darkness hissed and rustled with movements. He caught the glimmer of 3 red eyes watching, and something slithered over his bare feet. A far, faint scream quivered down the hollow length of passages. It had shaken him when he was here before, but now, what mattered? What was important, save to kill as many of the monsters as he could before they overwhelmed him? The tunnel opened on a great cave, whose floor was a pool of oily black water. As he skirted its rim along a narrow, slippery ledge, something stirred, a misshapen, giant thing, darker than the night. It roared hollowly and swam toward him. A wave of foul odor came with it, catching Corin's throat in a sick dizziness. He swayed on the edge of the pool, and the swimmer began to crawl out of it toward him. Corin saw its teeth gleam wetly in the vague blue light, but there were no eyes. It was blind. He retreated along the ledge toward the farther exit. The ground trembled under the bulk of the creature. Its jaws clashed shut behind him as he leaped free. Racing down the tunnel, he heard the bellowing of it, like dull thunder through the reeking gloom. It wouldn't follow far, but that way of return would be barred to him. No matter. He burst out into another open space. It was lit by a dim, flickering fire, over which crouched 3 armed Xanthi. Beyond, the red light glimmered on an iron-barred doorway, and behind that there were figures stirring. Men. Corin bounded across the floor, the sword shrieking in his hand. It whirled down to crash through the skull bones of one guard. Before he could free it, the other 2 were on him. He ducked a murderous pike thrust and slipped close to the wielder, stabbing upward with his dagger. The Xanthian screamed and hugged Corin close to himself, fastening his jaws in the man's shoulder. Corin slashed wildly, ripping open the throat. They tumbled to the ground, locked in each other's arms, raging like beasts. Corin's knife glanced off the Xanthian's ribs, and he felt the steel snap over. He got both hands into the clamping jaws, heedless of the fangs, and wrenched. The jawbone cracked as he forced the reptile's mouth open. He rolled from beneath the still feebly struggling creature and glared around for the third. That one lay in a hacked ruin against the cell. He had backed up too close to the bars, and the men inside still had their weapons. Gasping, Corin climbed to his feet. An eager baying of fierce voices rolled out from the cell. Men gripped the bars and howled in maddened glee.
Corin, get us out of here! Let us out to rip Shorzan's guts loose! Ah!
The Conahurian lurched over to a dead Xanthian at whose waist hung a bundle of keys. His hands shook as he tried them in the lock. When he got the door open, the men were out in a single tide. He leaned heavily on an Umlotuan's arm. What happened to you?" he asked.
"The devils let us down here and then closed the door on us," snarled the blue man. "Later a group of them in rich dress came down, and suddenly we saw what a slavery we'd been in to Shorzan. Suddenly it no longer seemed that obedience to him was the only possible thing. Mawenzi led me at his throat."
"You may have that chance," said the pirate. He felt strength returning. He stood erect and faced them in the flickering firelight. Their eyes gleamed back at him out of the shadows, fierce as the metal of their weapons. "Listen," he said. "We might be able to fight our way out of here, but we'd never escape across the Demon Sea. But I know a way to destroy this whole cursed house and every being in it, if you'll follow me." "Aye!" The shout filled the cavern with savage thunder. They shook their weapons in the air, gleam of red-lit steel out of trembling darkness.
"Aye!"
Corin picked up his sword and trotted down the nearest passageway. He was bleeding, he saw vaguely, but he felt little pain from it. He was beyond that now. The thing was to find the devil powder. Xathu had said it was somewhere down here. They went along tunnel after winding tunnel, losing all sense of direction in the wet, hollow dark. Corin had a sudden nightmare feeling that they might wander down here forever, blundering from cave to empty cave while eternity grayed.
"Where are we going?"
asked someone impatiently.
"Where is Auntie to fight?"
"I don't know," snapped Corin. They came suddenly into another broad cavern, beyond which was another barred door. 4 Xanthi stood guard in front of it. They never had a chance. The air was suddenly full of hurled weapons, and they were buried under a pile of edged steel. Corin searched the bodies, but found no keys. In the murk beyond, he could dimly see boxes and barrels reaching to fathomless distances, but the door was held fast. Of course, Xanthi would never trust his men-at-arms with entrance to the devil powder. The corsair snarled and grabbed a bar with both hands.
"Poul, man of Umlotu!"
he shouted.
"Poul!"
They swarmed close, 30-odd big blue men with the strength of hate in them, clutching the cell bars, grabbing each other's waists, heaving with a force that shrieked through the iron.
"Poul!"
The lock burst, and they staggered back as the door swung wide. Instantly, Corin was inside, ripping open a box and laughing aloud to see the black grains that filled it. For a wild moment he thought of plunging a brand into the powder and going up in flame and thunder with the castle. Coldness returned. He checked himself and looked around for fuses. His followers would not have permitted him to commit a suicide that involved them, and after all, the longer he lived, the more enemies he'd have a chance to cut down personally.
"I've heard talk of this stuff," said one of the men nervously. "Is it true that setting fire to it releases a demon?"
"Aye." Corin found the long rope-like fuses coiled in a box. He knotted several together and put one end into the powder. The ignition of one container would quickly set off the rest, and the cavern was huge and filled with many shiploads of sleeping hell.
"If we can find our way to the ship and get clear before the fire reaches the powder,"
began the Umlotuan. "We can try that, I suppose," said Corin. He estimated the burning time of his fuse from memories of the use he'd seen the Xanthi make of the devil powder. Yes, there would be fair allowance for escape, though he doubted that they would ever reach the strand alive. He touched a stick from the fire to the end of the fuse. It began to sputter, a red spark creeping along it toward the open box. "Let's go!" shouted Corin. They pounded along the tunnel, heedless of direction. There should be an upward-leading ramp somewhere. Ah, there it was. Up its length they raced, past levels of the dungeons toward the main floor of the castle. At the end there was a brighter blue light than they had seen below. Up, up, up and out. The chamber was enormous, a pillared immensity reaching to a ceiling hidden in sheer height. Rugs and tapestries of the scaled Xanthian weave were strewn about, and their heavy, intricately carved furniture filled it. At the far end stood a towering canopied throne, on which sat a huge golden form. Other shapes stood around it, and there were pikemen lining the walls, at rigid attention. Through the haze of mist and twilight, Corin saw the black robe of Shorzan, and the flame-coloured cloak of Chryseus. He shrieked an oath and plunged for them. A horn screamed, and the guards sprang from the walls to form a line before the throne. The humans shocked against the Xanthi with a fury that clamoured through the building. Swords and axes began to fly. Corin hewed at the nearest grinning reptile face, felt the sword sink in and roared the war cry of Conahur.
He spitted the monster on his blade, lifted it, and pitchforked it into the ranks of the guards. Xathu bellowed and rose to meet him. Suddenly the Xanthian king was not there. It was a tentacled thing from the sea bottom that filled the room, a thing whose bloated dark body reared to the ceiling. Someone screamed. Fear locked the battlers into motionlessness.
Magic!
It was a snaring rattle in Corin's throat. He sprang into the very body of the sea creature. He felt the shock of striking its solid form, the rasp of its hide against him, the overwhelming poisonous stench of it. One tentacle closed around him. He felt his ribs snapping and the air popping from his burst lungs. It wasn't real. His mind gasped through the whirling agony. It wasn't real. He plowed grimly ahead, blind in the illusion that swirled around him, striking. Dimly through the roaring in his nerves, he felt his blade hit something solid. He bellowed in savage glee and smote again. The smashing pressure lifted. He sobbed air into himself and looked with streaming eyes as the giant form dissolved into smoke, into mist, into empty air. It was Xathu writhing in pain at his feet. Xathu with his head nearly chopped off. It was only another dying Xanthian. Corin leaped up onto the throne and looked over the room. The guards and the sailors were still standing in shaken silence.
"Kill them!"
roared the pirate.
"Strike them down!"
Battle closed again with a snarl and a clang of steel. Corin glared around after other Xanthi of the sorcerer breed. There were none in sight. They must prudently have fled into another part of the castle. Well, let them. But other Xanthi were swarming into the chamber. Battle horns were hooting, and the guttural reptile voices crying a summons. If the humans were not to be broken by sheer numbers, they'd have to fight their way out, soon. And down in the dungeons a single red spark was eating its way toward a box of black powder. Corin jumped down again to the floor. His sword leaped sideways, cut a Xanthian spine across, bit the tail from another.
"To me!" he bawled. "Over here, men of Umlotu!"
The blues heard him and rallied, gathering into compact knots that slashed their way toward where his dripping sword whined and thundered. He never stopped striking. He drove the reptiles before him until they edged away from his advance. The men formed into one group, and Corin led it across the floor in a dash for the looming doorway. A red thought flashed across his brain. Where were Shorzan and Chryseis? The Xanthi scattered before the desperate human rush. The men came out into a remembered hallway. It led to the outside, Corin recalled. By Brennach Branna they might escape yet.
Corin, you sea-devil! I knew it was your doing!"
The Carnahurian turned to see Amazu bounding toward him with a bloody axe in one hand. Amazu, thank all the gods, Amazu was free.
"I heard a noise of fighting and the tower guards went off toward it,"
gasped the Umlotuan captain.
"So I came too. On the way I met Shorzan and Chryseis."
"What of them?" breathed Corin. The blue warrior smiled savagely and flung a red thing down at Corin's feet.
"There's Shorzan's scheming head. My woman is free. Chryseis."
Amazu leaned on his axe, panting.
"She launched her Rinye at me. I ducked into a room and slammed the door in its face, then came here through another entrance."
Chryseis was loose.
"We've got to get clear," said Corin. "The devil powder is going to go off any time now."
The Xanthi were rallying. They came at the humans in another rush. Corin and Amazu and their best men filled the corridor with a haze of steel, backing down toward the outer portal. It was a crazy blur of struggle, hewing at faces that wavered out of night, slapping down thrusts and reaching for the life of the enemy. Men fell, and others took their places in the line. Down the corridor they retreated, fighting to get free, and they left a trail of dead. The end of the passage loomed ahead, and the monstrous iron door was swinging shut. Chryseis stood in the entrance. A wild storm wind outside sent her cloak flapping about her, red wings beating in the lightning-shot darkness about the devil's rage of the goddess face.
"Stay here!" she screamed. "Stay here and be cut down, you triple traitor!"
The nearest Umlotuan sprang at her. The door clashed shut in his face. They heard the great bolts slam down outside. They were boxed in the end of the hall, and the Xanthi need only shoot them down with arrows. Down in the dungeons, the fuse burned to its end. A sheet of flame sprang up in the opened box of powder, reaching for the stacks around it. End of section 32. Section 33 of 9 Sci-Fi Stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Witch of the Demon Seas, Chapter 9. The first explosion came as a muffled roar. Corin felt the floor tremble under his feet. Men and Xanthi stood motionless, looking at each other with widening eyes in which a common doom arose. So it ended. Shorzan and Sathu and their wizard cohorts would be gone. But Chryseis, mad, lovely Chryseis, was loose, and the gods knew what hell she could brew among the leaderless Xanthi. The walls groaned as another boom echoed down their length. Well, death came to every man, and he had not done so badly. Corin began to realize how weary he was. He was bleeding from wounds, and breath was raw in his lungs. The Umlotuans hammered on the door in panic, but the 20 or fewer survivors could never break it down. The devil powder roared. The floor heaved sickeningly under Corin's feet. He heard the crash of collapsing masonry. Wait! One chance by the gods!
Be ready to run out when the walls topple,
he shouted.
We'll have a little time.
The Xanthi were fleeing in terror. The humans stood alone, waiting while the explosions rolled and banged around them. Cracks zigzagged across the walls. Dust choked the dank air. Crash! Corin saw the narrow wall swaying, toppling. The floor lifted and buckled, and he fell to the lurching ground. All the world was an insanity of racket and ruin. The lintel caved in. The portal sagged. Corin leaped for the opening like a pouncing Erinyes. The men swarmed with it, out through the widening hole while the roof came down behind them. Someone screamed, a faint lust sound in the grinding fury of sundering stone. Rocks were flying. Corin saw one of them crack a man's head like a melon. Wildly he ran as the outer facade came down. There was a madness of storm outside, wind screaming to fill the sky, driving solid sheets of rain and hail before it. The incessant blinding lightning glared in a cold shadowless brilliance. The bawling thunder drowned the roar of exploding devil powder. They fought out through the courtyard, past the deserted outer gate. There came a blast which seemed to crack the sky. Corin was knocked down as by a giant's fist. He lay in the mud and saw a pillar of flame lift toward the heavens, with the castle fattening up on its wings. Thunder roared over the earth, shouting to the storm that raged in the heavens. Corin picked himself up and leaned dizzily against a tree stripped clean by the blast. Rain slanted across the ground, churning the mud beneath his feet, the livid lightning glare blazing above. Vaguely, through ringing deafened ears, he heard the wild clamor of the sea. Looking down the cataract which the upward trail had become, he saw the Briseia rocking in the wind where she lay on the beach. He gestured to Amazu, who staggered up to join him. His voice was barely audible over the shouting wind.
"Take the men down there! We can't sail in the storm! Make the ship fast! Stand guard over her! If I'm not back when the storm is done, start for home!"
"Where are you going?" cried the Umlotuan.
"I'll be back, maybe. Stay with the ship."
Corin turned and slogged across the ground toward the jungle. Weariness was gone. He was like a machine running without thought or pain until it burned out. Chryseis would have fled toward high ground, he thought dully. Behind him, Imazu started forward, then checked himself. Something of the ultimate loneliness that was in Corin must have come to the Umlotuan. It was not a mission on which any other man might go, and they had to save the ship. He gestured to his few remaining men, and they began the slow climb down to the beach. The castle was a heap of shattered rock, still moving convulsively as the last few boxes of devil powder exploded. The rain boiled down over it, churning through the fragments. Lightning flamed in the berserk heavens. Corin pushed through underbrush that clutched at his feet and clawed at his skin. The sword was still hanging loosely in one hand, nicked and blunted with battle. He went on mechanically, scarcely noticing the wind-whipped trees that barred his way. It came to him that he was fighting for Croman, the thalassocrat of Achaia, ruler by right of conquest over Connachar. But there were worse things than foreign rule, if it was human, and one of the greater evils had fled toward the mountain. Presently he came out on the bare rocks above the fringe of jungle growth. The rain hammered at him, driven by a wind that screamed like a maddened beast. Thunder boomed and rolled overhead, a roar of doom answering the thud of his heart. The water rushed over his ankles, foaming down toward the sea. She stood waiting for him atop a high bare hill. Her cloak was drawn tightly about her slender body, but the wind caught it, whipped and tore it. Her rain-wet hair blew wild. "Corin!" she called under the gale. "Corin!" "I'm coming," he said, not caring if she heard him or not. He struggled up to where she stood limned against the sheeted fire in heaven. They faced each other while the storm raged around them. "Corin!" She read death in his eyes as he lifted the sword. Her form blurred. The outlines of a monster grew to his eyes. He laughed bitterly. "I know what your magic is," he said. "You saw me kill Zathu." She was human again, human and lovely, a light-footed spirit of the hurricane. Her face was etched white in the lightning glare. "Perius!" she screamed. The Erinyes crept forth, belly to the ground, tail lashing. Hell glared out of the ice-green eyes. Corin braced himself, sword in hand. Perius sprang, not straight at the man, but into the air. His wings caught the wind, whirling him aloft. Twisting in mid-flight, he arrowed down. Corin struck at him. The Erinyes dodged the blow, and one buffeting wingtip caught the man's wrist. The sword fell from Corin's hand. At once the Erinyes was on him. Corin fell under that smashing attack. The Erinyes' fangs gleamed above his throat. The claws sank into his muscles. He flung up an arm, and the teeth crunched on it, grinding at the bone. Corin wrapped his legs in a scissor lock around the gaunt body, pressing himself too close for the clawed hind feet to disembowel him. His free hand reached out, gouging. He felt an eyeball tear loose, and the Erinyes opened his mouth in a thin scream. Corin pulled his torn arm free. He struck with a balled fist at the devil beast, and felt his knuckles break under the impact. But bones snapped. Perius's jaw hung suddenly loose. The Erinyes sprang back, and Corin lurched to hands and feet. Perius edged closer, stiff-legged. Corin stumbled direct, and Perius charged. One great wing smashed out, brought the man toppling back to earth. Perius leaped for his exposed belly. Corin lashed out with both feet. The thud was dull and hollow under the racketing thunder. Perius tumbled back, and Corin sprang on him. The barbed tail slashed, laying Corin's thigh open. He fell atop the struggling beast and got his free hand on the throat. The mighty wings threshed, half-lifting man and Erinyes. Corin pulled himself over on the writhing back. He locked legs around the body, arms around the neck, and heaved. The Erinyes yowled. His wings clashed together with skull-cracking force, barely missing the head of the man who hugged his back. His tail raked against Corin's back, seeking the vitals. Corin gave another yank. He felt the supple spine bending. "Heave!" Perius lifted a brassy scream. The strange dry sound of snapping vertebrae crackled out. Corin rolled away from the threshing form. Perius gasped, lifted his broken head, and looked with filming green eyes at Chryseis where she stood unmoving against the white fire of the sky. Slowly, painfully, he dragged himself toward her. Breath rattled in and out of his blood-filled lungs. "Perius!" Chryseis bent over to touch the great head. The Erinyes sighed. His rough tongue licked her feet. Then he shuddered and lay still. "Perius!" Corin climbed to his feet and stood shaking. There was no strength left in him. It was running out through a dozen yawning wounds. Ground whirled and tilted crazily about him. He saw her standing against the sky, and slowly, slowly he came toward her. Chryseis picked up a stone and threw it. It seemed to take an immense time, arcing toward him. Some dim corner of his buckling consciousness realized that it would knock him out, that she could then kill him with the sword and escape into the hills. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered. The stone crashed against his skull, and the world exploded into darkness. End of section 33. Section 34 of 9 Sci-Fi Stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Witch of the Demon Seas, Chapter 10. He woke up, slowly and painfully, and lay for a long time in a state of half-awareness, remembering only confused fragments of battle and despair. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the storm was dying. Lightning was wan in the sky, and thunder mumbled farewell. The wind had fallen. The rain fell slow and heavy down on him. He saw her bending over him, The long wet hair tumbled past her face to fall on his breast. He was wrapped in her cloak, and she had ripped bandages from her robe for his hurts. He tried to move and could only stir feebly. She laid a hand on his cheek.
"Don't,"
she whispered.
"Just lie there, Corin."
His head was on her lap, he realized dimly. His eyes questioned her. She laughed softly under the falling rain.
"Don't you see?"
she said.
"Didn't you think of it? Shahrazad's gesh was put on me as a child. I was always under his will, even when he was dead. It was strong enough to drive me along his road. But I love you, Corin. I will always love you. My love warred with Shahrazad's will, even as I tried to kill you. And when I saw you lying there helpless, after such a fight as no man has ever waged since the gods walked the earth, I tried to stab you, and I couldn't. Shahrazad's gesh was broken."
Her hands stroked his hair.
"You aren't too badly hurt, Corin. I'll get you down to the ship. With my witch's powers we can win through any Xanthi who try to stop us. Not that I think they will, with their leaders destroyed. We can get safely to Akira."
She sighed.
"I will see that you escape my father's power, Corin. If you will return to the pirate life, I will follow you."
He shook his head.
"No,"
he whispered.
"No, I will take service under Crowman, if he will have me." "He will,"
she vowed softly.
"He needs strong men, and someday you can be Thalassocrat of the Empire."
It wasn't so bad, thought Corin drowsily. Crowman was a good sort. A highly placed Conachurian could gradually ease the burdens of his people until they had full equality with Akira in a united and peaceful domain. The menace of the Xanthi was ended. To be on the safe side, Akira had better make them tributary, an expedition which he, Corin, could lead. After that, there would be enough to keep a man busy, as well as the loveliest and best of women for wife. He slept. He did not waken when Amazu led a squad up in search of him. Chryseis laid a finger on her lips, and a flash of understanding passed between her and the captain. He nodded, smiling, and clasped her hand with sudden warmth. They bore the sleeping warrior back through the rain, down to the waiting ship. End of section 34. Section 35 of 9 Sci-Fi Stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sargasso of Lost Starships, Chapter 1. Basil Donovan was drunk again. He sat near the open door of the Golden Planet, boots on the table, chair tilted back, one arm resting on the broad shoulder of Watcher, who sprawled on the floor beside him, the other hand clutching a tankard of ale. The tunic was open above his stained grey shirt. The battered cap was askew on his close-cropped blonde hair, and his insignia, the stars of a captain and the silver leaves of an earl on answer, tarnished. There was a deepening flush over his pale, gaunt cheeks, and his eyes smouldered with an old rage. Looking out across the cobbled street, he could see one of the tall, half-timbered houses of Landstead. It had somehow survived the space bombardment, though its neighbors were rubble, but the tile roof was clumsily patched, and there was an oiled paper across the broken plastic of the windows. An anachronism, looming over the great bulldozer which was clearing the wreckage next door. The workmen there were mostly ensigns, big men in ragged clothes, but a well-dressed Terran was bossing the job. Donovan cursed wearily and lifted his tankard again. The long, smoky-raftered taproom was full. Stolid burghers and peasants of Landstead, discharged spacemen still in their worn uniforms, a couple of tailed greenies from the neighbor planet Shalmu. Talk was low and spiritless, and the smoke which drifted from pipes and cigarettes was bitter, cheap tobacco and dried bark. The smell of defeat was thick in the tavern. "May I sit here, sir? The other places are full." Donovan glanced up. It was a young fellow, peasant, written over his sunburned face in spite of the grey uniform and the empty sleeve. Ullman, yes, Sam Ullman, whose family had been under Donovan's fief these 200 years. "Sure, make yourself at home." "Thank you, sir. I came in to get some supplies, though I'd have a beer too. But you can't get anything these days, not to be had." Sam's face looked vaguely hopeful as he eyed the noble.
We do need a gas engine bad, sir, for the tractor. Now that the Sentry power caster is gone, you got to have our own engines. I don't want to presume, sir, but—" Donovan lifted one corner of his mouth in a tired smile.
"I'm sorry," he said. "If I could get one machine for the whole community, I'd be satisfied. Can't be done. We're trying to start a small factory of our own up at the manor, but it's slow work."
"I'm sure if anyone can do anything, it's you, sir." Donovan looked quizzically at the open countenance across the table.
"Sam," he asked, "why do people keep turning to the family? We led you, and it was to defeat. Why do you want anything more to do with nobles? We're not even that any longer. We've been stripped of our titles. We're just plain citizens of the Empire now, like you, and the new rulers of Terran. Why do you still think of us as your leaders?"
"But you are, sir. You've always been. It wasn't the king's fault, or his men's, that Terra had so much more than we did. We gave them a fight they won't forget in a hurry."
"You were in my squadron, weren't you?"
"Yes, sir, CPO and the Answer Lancer. I was with you at the Battle of Luger." The deep-set eyes glowed. "We hit him there, didn't we, sir?"
"So we did."
Donovan couldn't suppress the sudden, fierce memory. Outnumbered, outgunned, half its ships shot to pieces, and half the crews down with serious fever. The Royal Landstudders had still made naval history and sent the Imperial fleet keeling back to Sol. Naval historians would be scratching their heads over that battle for the next 5 centuries, before God they'd fought. He began to sing the old war song, softly at first, louder as Sam joined in. "Comrades, hear the battle tiding, hear the ships that rise and yell, bearing outward, starward riding, kick the Terrans back to hell." The others were listening. Men raised weary heads. An old light burned in their eyes, and tankards clashed together. They stood up to roar out the chorus till the walls shook. "Lift your glasses high, kiss the girls goodbye, for we're riding, for we're riding, for we're riding out to Terran sky, Terran sky, Terran sky. We have shaken loose our thunder where the planets have their way, and the starry deeps of wonder saw the impies in dismay. Lift your glasses high, kiss the girls goodbye." The workmen in the street heard it and stopped where they were. Some began to sing. The Imperial Superintendent yelled, and an ensign turned to flash him with a wolfish grin. A squad of blue-uniformed Solarian Marines coming toward the inn went on the double. "Oh, the Emperor sent his battle ships against us in a mass, but we shook them like a rattle, and we crowned them—" "Hey there, stop that!" Song died slowly and stubbornly. The men stood where they were, and hands clenched into hard-knuckled fists. Someone shouted an obscenity. The Terran sergeant was very young, and he felt unsure before those steady, hating eyes. He lifted his voice all the louder. "That will be enough of that! Any more and I'll run you all in for lese-majeste. Haven't you drunken bums anything better to do than sit around swilling beer?" A big Anson Smith laughed with calculated raucousness. The sergeant looked around, trying to ignore him. "I'm here for Captain Donovan, Earl Basil if you prefer. They said he'd be here. I've got an imperial summons for him." The noble stretched out a hand. "This is he. Let's have that paper." "It's just a formal order," said the sergeant. "You're to come at once." "Commoners," said Donovan mildly. "Address me as sir." "You're a commoner with the rest of 'em now." The sergeant's voice wavered just a little. "I really must demand a little respect," said Donovan with drunken precision. There was an unholy gleam in his eyes. "It's a mere formality, I know, but after all, my family can trace itself farther back than the Empire, whereas you couldn't name your father." Sam Ullman snickered. "Well, sir," the sergeant tried elaborate sarcasm, "if you, sir, will please be so good as to pick your hybrid tail off that chair, sir, I'm sure the Imperium will be mostly, deeply grateful to you, sir."
"I'll have to do without its gratitude, I'm afraid."
Donovan folded the summons without looking at it and put it in his tunic pocket.
"But thanks for the paper. I'll keep it in my bathroom."
"You're under arrest." Donovan stood slowly up, unfolding his sheer 2 meters of slender, wiry height.
"All right, Watcher," he said. "Let's show them that Answer hasn't surrendered yet."
He threw the tankard into the sergeant's face, followed it with the table against the 2 Marines beside him, and vaulted over the sudden ruckus to drive a fist into the jaw of the man beyond. Watcher rose, and his booming cry trembled in the walls.
He'd been a slave of Donovan's since he was a cub, and the man a child, and if someone had liberated him, he wouldn't have known what to do. As Batman and a regular ground trooper, he'd followed his master to the wars, and the prospect of a new skull-breaking lit his eyes with glee. For an instant there was tableau. Terrans and Ansons, rigid, staring at the monster which suddenly stood behind the Earl. The natives of Donar have the not uncommon centauroid form, but their bodies are more like that of a rhinoceros than of a horse, hairless and slaty blue, and enormously massive. The gorilla-armed torso ended in a round, muzzled, ape-like face, long-eared, heavy-jawed, with canine tusks hanging over the great gash of a mouth. The chair splintered under his feet, and he grinned. "Power guns!" cried the sergeant. All hell let out for noon. Some of the customers huddled back into the corners, but the rest smashed the ends off bottles and threw themselves against the Terrans. Sam Ullman's remaining arm yanked a Marine to him and bashed his face against the wall. Donovan's fist travelled a jolting arc to the nearest belly, and he snatched a rifle loose and crunched it against the man's jaw. A Marine seized him from behind. He twisted in the grip and kicked savagely, whirled around and drove the rifle butt into the larynx. "Kill the blue bellies! Kill the impies! Hail answer!" Watcher charged into the squad, grabbed a hapless Terran in his four-fingered hands and swung the man like a club. Someone drew his bayonet to stab the slave. It glanced off the thick skin, and Watcher roared and sent him reeling. The riot blazed around the room, trampling men underfoot, shouting and cursing and swinging. "Donovan! Donovan!" shouted Sam Ullman. He charged the nearest impy and got a bayonet in the stomach. He fell down, holding his hand to his wound, screaming. The door was suddenly full of Terrans, Marines arriving to help their comrades. Power guns began to sizzle. Men fell stunned before the supersonic beams, and the fight broke up. Watcher charged the rescuers, and a barrage sent his giant form crashing to the floor. They herded the Ansons toward the city jail. Donovan, stirring on the ground as consciousness returned, felt handcuffs snap on his wrists. Imperial summons being what they were, he was bundled into a ground car and taken under heavy guard toward the ordered place. He leaned wearily back, watching the streets blur past. Once a group of children threw stones at the vehicle. "How about a cigarette?" he said. "Shut up." To his mild surprise, they did not halt at the military government headquarters, the old Hall of Justice where the Donovans had presided before the war, but went on toward the suburbs, the spaceport being still radioactive. He must be going to the emergency field outside the city. He tried to relax. His head ached from the stun beam. A light cruiser had come in a couple of days before, H.M. Ganymede. It loomed enormous over the green rolling fields and the distance-blued hills and forests. A lance of bright metal and energy pointed into the clear sky of Answer, blinding in the sun. A couple of spacemen on sentry at the gangway halted as the car stopped before them. "This man is going to Commander Yansky." "Aye, aye, proceed." Through the massive airlock, down the mirror-polished companionway, into an elevator, and up toward the bridge, Donovan looked about him with a professional eye. The impies kept a clean, tight ship, he had to admit. He wondered if he would be shot or merely imprisoned. Doubted if he'd committed an enslaving offense. Well, it had been fun, and there hadn't been a hell of a lot to live for anyway. Maybe his friends could spring him, if and when they got some kind of underground organized. He was ushered into the captain's cabin. The ensign with him saluted. "Donovan as per orders, ma'am." "Very good, but why is he in irons?" "Resisted orders, ma'am. Started a riot. Bloody business." "I see." She nodded her dark head. "Losses?" "I don't know, ma'am, but we had several wounded at least. A couple of ensigns were killed, I think." "Well, leave him here. You may go." "But, ma'am, he's dangerous." "I have a gun, and there's a man just outside the door. You may go, ensign." Donovan swayed a little on his feet, trying to pull himself erect, wishing he wasn't so dirty and bloody and generally messed up. He looked like a tramp man, he thought. Keep up appearances. Don't let them outdo us, even in spit and polish. "Sit down, Captain Donovan," said the woman. He lowered himself to a chair, raking her with deliberately insolent eyes. She was young to be wearing a commander's twin planets. Young and trim and nice-looking. Tall body, sturdy but graceful.
well filled out in the blue uniform and red cloak, raven black hair falling to her shoulders, strong, blunt-fingered hands, one of them resting close to her sidearm. Her face was interesting, broad and cleanly molded, high cheekbones, wide, full mouth, stubborn chin, snub nose, storm-grey eyes set far apart under heavy, dark brows. A superior peasant type, he decided, and felt more at ease in the armour of his inbred haughtiness. He leaned back and crossed his legs. "I am Helena Yansky, in command of this vessel," she said. Her voice was low and resonant, the note of strength in it. "I need you for a certain purpose. Why did you resist the Imperial summons?" Donovan shrugged. "Let's say I'm used to giving orders, not receiving them." "Ah, yes." She ruffled the papers on her desk. "You were the Earl of Lansted, weren't you?" "After my father and older brother were killed in the war, yes." He lifted his head. "I am still the Earl." She studied him with a dispassionate gaze that he found strangely uncomfortable. "I must say that you are a curious sort of leader," she murmured. "One who spends his time in a tavern getting drunk, and who on a whim provokes a disorder in which many of his innocent followers are hurt or killed, in which property difficult to replace is smashed. Yes, I think it was about time that Answer had a change of leadership." Donovan's face was hot. Hell, take it. What right had she to tell him what to do? What right had the whole damned empire to come barging in where it wasn't wanted? "The families under the king have governed Answer since it was colonized," he said stiffly. "If it had been such a misrule as you seem to think, would the commons have fought for us as they did?" End of section 35. Section 36 of 9 sci-fi stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sargasso of Lost Starships, Chapter 2. Again that thoughtful stare. She saw a tall young man, badly disarrayed, blood and dirt streaking his long, thin-carved, curve-nosed features, an old scar jagging across his high, narrow forehead. The hair was yellow, the eyes were blue, the whole look that of an old and settled aristocracy. His bitter voice lashed at her. "We ruled Answer well because we were part of it. We grew up with the planet, and we understood our folk and men were free under us. That's something which no upstart solar empire can have, not for centuries, not ever to judge by the stock they use for nobility, when peasants command spaceships." Her face grew a little pale, but she smiled and replied evenly, "I'm the Lady Yansky of Torgendale on Valor, Sirius A, 4, and you are now a commoner. Please remember that." "All the papers in the galaxy won't change the fact that your grandfather was a dirt farmer on Valor." "He was an atom jack, and I am proud of it. I suggest further that an aristocrat who has nothing to trade on but his pedigree is very ragged indeed. Now, enough of that." Her crisp tones snapped forth. "You committed a serious offense, especially since this is still occupied territory. If you wish to cooperate with me, I can arrange for a pardon. Also for your brawling friends. If not, the whole bunch of you can go to the mines." Donovan shook his head, trying to clear it of alcohol and weariness and the ringing left by the power beam. "Go on," he said a little thickly. "I'll listen anyway." "What do you know of the Black Nebula?" She must have seen his muscles jerk. For an instant he sat fighting himself, grasping at rigidity with all the strength that was in him, and the memory was ablaze, and a shout and a stab of pure fear. "Velduma, Velduma!" The sudden thudding of his heart was loud in his ears, and he could feel the fine beads of sweat starting forth on his skin. He made a wrenching effort, and pulled his mouth into a lopsided grin, but his voice wavered. "Which Black Nebula? There are a lot of them." "Don't try to bait me." Her eyes were narrowed on him, and the fingers of one hand drummed the desktop. "You know I mean the Black Nebula. Nobody in this galactic sector speaks of any other." "Why, well..." Donovan lowered his face to hide it till he could stiffen the mask, rubbing his temples with manacled hands. "It's just a nebula, a roughly spherical dust cloud, maybe a light year in diameter, about 10 parsecs from Ansar toward Sagittari.
A few colonized stars on its fringes. Nothing inside it, as far as anyone knows. It has a bad name for some reason. The superstitious say it's haunted, and you hear stories of ships disappearing. Well, it gets a pretty wide berth. Not much out there anyway. His mind was racing. He thought he could almost hear it click and whir as it spewed forth idea after idea, memory after memory. Valduma are in the blackness, and they who laughed. The nebula is pure poison, and now the Empire is getting interested. By God, it might poison them. Only would it stop there? This time they might decide to go on, to come out of the blackness. Yansky's voice seemed to come from very far away.
You know more than that, Donovan. Intelligence has been sifting Anson records. You were the farthest-ranging space raider your planet had, and you had a base on Heim, at the very edge of the nebula. Among your reports there is an account of your men's unease, of the disappearance of small ships which cut through the nebula on their missions, of ghostly things seen aboard other vessels and men who went mad. Your last report on the subject says that you investigated personally, that most of your crew went more or less crazy while in the nebula, and that you barely got free. You recommend the abandonment of Heim and the suspension of operations in that territory. This was done, the region being of no great strategic importance anyway. Very well. The voice had a whip-crack undertone. What do you know about the Black Nebula?
Donovan had fought his way back to impassivity. You have about the whole story already, he said. There were all sorts of illusions as we penetrated, whisperings and glimpses of impossible things, and so on. It didn't affect me much, but it drove many toward insanity, and some died. There was also very real and unexplainable trouble, engines, lights, and so on. My guess is that there's some sort of radiation in the nebula which makes atoms and electrons misbehave. That'd affect the human nervous system too, of course. If you're thinking of entering it yourself, my only advice is, don't.
She cupped her chin in one hand and looked down at the pages. Frankly, we know very little about this galactic sector. Very few Terrans were ever here before the war, and previous intercourse on your part with Sol was even slighter. However, intelligence has learned that the natives of almost every inhabited planet on the fringes of the nebula worship it, or at least regard it as the home of the gods.
Well, it is a conspicuous object in their skies, said Donovan. He added truthfully enough, I only know about Heim, where the native religion in the area of our base was a sort of devil worship centered around the nebula. They made big sacrifices, foodstuffs, furs, tools, every conceivable item of use or luxury, which they claimed the devil gods came and took. Some of the colonists thought there was something behind the legends, but I have my doubts. He shrugged. Will that do?
For the time being.
Yansky smiled with a certain bleak humor.
You can write a detailed report later on, and I strongly advise you not to mislead me, because you're going there with us.
Donovan accepted the news coldly, but he thought the knocking of his heart must shake his whole body. His hands felt chilly and wet. As you wish. Though what I can do...
You've been there before and know what to expect. Furthermore, you know the astrogation of that region. Our charts are worse than sketchy, and even the Anson tables have too many blank spots.
Well, Donovan got the words out slowly. If I don't have to enlist, I will not take an oath to your emperor.
You needn't. Your status will be that of a civilian under Imperial command, directly responsible to me. You will have a cabin of your own, but no compensation except the abandonment of criminal proceedings against you.
Yansky relaxed, and her voice grew gentler.
However, if you serve well, I'll see what I can do about pay. I dare say you could use some extra money.
Thank you, said Donovan formally. He entered the first phase of the inchoate plan, which was taking cloudy shape in his hammering brain. May I have my personal slave with me? He's non-human, but he can eat Terran food.
Yansky smiled. There was a sudden warmth in that smile. It made it human and beautiful. As you wish, if he doesn't have fleas. I'll write you an order for his embarkation.
She'd hit the ceiling when she found what kind of passenger she'd agreed to, thought Donovan. But by then it would be too late. And with Watcher to help me, and the ship blundering blind into the nebula. Valduma, I'm coming back. And this time will you kiss me or kill me? The Ganymede lifted Gravs and put the answer sun behind her. Much further behind was Sol, an insignificant mote, 50 light-years away, lost in the thronging glory of stars. Ahead lay Sagittari, galactic center, and the Black Nebula. Space burned and blazed with a million bitter bright suns.
keen cold, unwinking flames strewn across the utter dark of space, flashing and flashing over the hollow gulf of the leagues and the years. The Milky Way foamed in curdled silver around that enormous night, a shining girdle jewelled with the constellations. Far and far away wheeled the mysterious green and blue-white of the other galaxies, sparks of a guttering fire with a reeling immensity between. Looking toward the bows, one saw the great star clusters of Sagittarius, the thronging host of suns burning and thundering at the heart of the galaxy. And what have we done? Thought Basil Donovan. What is man and all his proud achievements? Our home star is a dwarf on the lonely fringe of the galaxy, out where the stars thin away toward the great emptiness. We've ranged maybe 200 light-years from it in all directions, and it's 30,000 to the center. Night and mystery and nameless immensities around us, our day of glory the briefest flicker on the edge of nowhere, then oblivion forever. And we won't be forgotten, because we'll never have been noticed. The black nebula is only the least and outermost of the great clouds, which thicken toward the center and hide its ultimate heart from us. It is nothing even as we, and yet it holds a power older than the human race, and a terror that may whelm it. He felt again the old quailing funk. Fear crawled along his spine, and will drained out of his soul. He wanted to run, escape, huddle under the sky of Answer, to hide from the naked blaze of the universe, live out his day and forget that he had seen the scornful face of God. But there was no turning back, not now. The ship was already outpacing light on her secondary drive, and he was half a prisoner aboard. He squared his shoulders and walked away from the viewplate, back toward his cabin. Watcher was sprawled on a heap of blankets, covering the floor with his bulk. He was turning the brightly colored pages of a child's picture book. "Boss," he asked, "when do we get him?" "The impies? Not yet, Watcher. Maybe not at all." Donovan stepped over the monster and lay down on his bunk, hands behind his head. He could feel the thrum of the driving engines quivering in the ship in his bones. "The nebula may do that for us." "You go back there?" Watcher stirred uneasily. "I don't like, boss. It's Toombar. Bad." "Yeah, so it is." "Better we stay home. Manor needs repair. Peasants need our help. I need beer." "So do I. I'll see if we can promote some from the quartermaster. Old John can look after the estate while we're away, and the peasants will just have to look after themselves. Maybe it's time they learned how." At a knock on the door, "Come in." Tetsuo Takahashi, the ship's exec, brought his small, sturdy form around Watcher and sat down on the edge of the bunk. "Your slave is the old lady hopping mad," he grinned. "He'll eat 6 times a man's ration." "And drink it," Donovan smiled back. He couldn't help liking the cocky little Terran. Then with a sudden renewed bitterness, "And he's worth it. I couldn't be without him. He may not be so terribly bright, but he's my only proof that loyalty and decency aren't extinct." Takahashi gave him a puzzled look. "Why do you hate us so much?" he asked. "You came in when you weren't asked. Answer was free, and now it's just another province of your damned empire." "Maybe so, but you were a backwater. An underpopulated agricultural planet which nobody had ever heard of, exposed to barbarian raids and perhaps to non-human conquest. You're safe now, and you're part of a great social economic system which can do more than all those scrubbing little kingdoms and republics and theocracies and God knows what else put together could ever dream of." "Who said we wanted to be safe? Our ancestors came to Answer to be free. We fought Shalmu when the Greenies wanted to take what we'd built, and then we made friends with them. We had elbow room and a way of life that was our own. Now you'll bring in your surplus population to fill our green lands with yelling cities and squalling people. You'll tear down the culture we evolved so painfully and make us just another bunch of kowtowing imperial citizens." "Frankly, Donovan, I don't think it was much of a culture. It sat in its comfortable rut and admired the achievements of its ancestors. What did your precious families do but hunt and loaf and throw big parties? Maybe they did fulfill a magisterial function. So what? Any elected yacht could do the same in that simple a society." Takahashi fixed his eyes on Donovan's. "But rights and wrongs aside, the Empire had to annex Ansar, and when you wouldn't come in peaceably, you had to be dragged in." "Yeah, a dumping ground for people who were too stupid not to control their own breeding." "Your Ansan peasants, my friend, have about twice the Terran birth rate. It's merely that there were more Terrans to start with, and Syrians and Centaurians, and all the old settled planets. No, it was more than that.
It was a question of military necessity.
Sure.
Read your history sometime. When the Commonwealth broke up in civil wars 200 years ago, it was hell between the stars. Half-savage peoples who never should have left their planets had learned how to build spaceships and were going out to raid and conquer. A dozen would-be overlords scorched whole worlds with their battles. You can't have anarchy on an interstellar scale. Too many people suffer. Old Manuel I had the guts to proclaim himself Emperor of Sol. No pretty euphemisms for him. An empire was needed, and an empire was what he built. He kicked the barbarians out of the solar system and went on to conquer their home territories and civilize them. That meant he had to subjugate stars closer to home to protect his lines of communication. This led to further trouble elsewhere. Oh yes, a lot of it was greed, but the planets, which were conquered for their wealth, would have been sucked in anyway by sheer economics. The second Argodid carried on, and now his son, Manuel II, is finishing the job. We've very nearly attained what we must have, an empire large enough to be socio-economically self-sufficient and defend itself against all comers, of which there were many, without being too large for control. You should visit the Inner Empire sometime, Donovan, and see how many social evils it's been possible to wipe out because of security and central power. But we need this sector to protect our Sagittarian flank, so we're taking it. 50 years from now, you'll be glad we did.
Donovan looked sourly up at him. Why are you feeding me that? He asked. I've heard it before.
We're going to survey a dangerous region, and you're our guide. The captain and I think there's more than a new radiation in the Black Nebula. I'd like to think we could trust you.
Think so if you wish.
We could use a hypnoprobe on you, you know. We'd squeeze your skull dry of everything it contained, but we'd rather spare you that indignity.
And you might need me when you get there, and I'll still be only half conscious. Quit playing the great altruist, Takahashi. The exec shook his head.
There's something wrong inside you, Donovan, he murmured. You aren't the man who licked us at Luga.
Luga, Donovan's eyes flashed. Were you there?
Sure. Destroyer North Africa. Just come back from the Zaroon front. Cigarette?
They fell to yawning, and passed a pleasant hour. Donovan could not suppress a vague regret when Takahashi left. They aren't such bad fellows, those impies. They were brave and honorable enemies, and they've been lenient conquerors as such things go. But when we hit the Black Nebula... He shuddered. Watch her get that whiskey out of my trunk.
You're not going to get drunk again, boss?
The Denarian's voice rumbled disappointment. I am. I'm going to try to stay drunk the whole damn voyage. You just don't know what we're heading for, Watcher. Stranger, go back. Spaceman, go home. Turn back, adventurer. It is death. Return, human. The darkness whispered. Voices ran down the length of the ship, blending with the unending murmur of the drive, urging, commanding, whispering so low that it seemed to be within men's skulls. Basil Donovan lay in darkness. His mouth tasted foul, and there was a throb in his temples and a wretchedness in his throat. He lay and listened to the voice which had wakened him. Go home, wanderer. You will die. Your ship will plunge through the hollow dark till the stars grow cold. Turn home, human.
Boss, I hear them, boss. I'm scared.
How long have we been underway? When did we leave Ansar?
A week ago, boss. Maybe more. You've been drunk. Wake up, boss. Turn on the light. They're whispering in the dark and I'm scared.
We must be getting close. Return. Go home. First comes madness and then comes death. And then comes the spinning outward forever. Turn back, spaceman. Bodiless whisper out of the thick, thrumming dark, sourceless, all-pervading susurration, and it mocked. There was a cruel, cynical scorn of the outer vastness running up and down the laughing voice. It murmured, it jeered, it ran along nerves with little icy feet and flowed through the brain. It called and jibed and hungered. It warned them to go back, and it knew they wouldn't, and railed its mockery at them for it. Demon whisper, there in the huge cold loneliness, sneering and grinning and waiting. Donovan sat up and groped for the light switch. We're close enough, he said tonelessly. We're in their range now. Footsteps racketed in the corridor outside. A sharp rap on his door. Come in and enjoy yourself. End of section 36. Section 37 of 9 Sci-Fi Stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sargasso of Lost Starships, Chapter 3. Donovan hadn't found the switch before the door was open and light spilled in from the hallway floor tubes. Cold white light, a shaft of it picking out Watch's monstrous form and throwing grotesque shadows on the walls. Commander Yansky was there, in full uniform, and Ensign Jean Scoresby, her aide. The younger girl's face was white, her eyes enormous, but Yansky wore grimness like an armor. "All right, Donovan," she said. "You've had your binge, and now the trouble is starting. You didn't say they were voices."
"It could be anything,"
he answered, climbing out of the bunk and steadying himself with one hand. His head swam a little. The corners of the room were thick with shadow.
"Back, spaceman. Turn home, human." "Delusions."
The man laughed unpleasantly. His face was pale and gaunt, unshaven in the bleak radiance.
"When you start going crazy, I imagine you always hear voices."
There was contempt in the grey eyes that raked him. "Donovan, I put a technician to work on it when the noises began a few hours ago. He recorded them. They're very faint, and they seem to originate just outside the ear of anyone who hears them, but they're real enough. Radiations don't speak in human Anglic with an accent such as I never heard before, not unless they carrier waves for a message. Donovan, who or what is inside the Black Nebula?" The ensign's laugh jarred out again.
"Who or what is inside this ship?" he challenged. "Our great human science has no way of making the air vibrate by itself. Maybe there are ghosts standing invisible just beside us and whispering in our ears."
"We could detect nothing. No radiations, no energy fields, nothing but the sounds themselves. I refuse to believe that matter can be set in motion without some kind of physical force being applied." Yansky clapped a hand to her sidearm. "You know what is waiting for us. You know how they do it."
"Go ahead. Hypno-probe me. Lay me out helpless for a week. Or shoot me if you like. You'll be just as dead whatever you do."
Her tones were cold and sharp. "Get on your clothes and come up to the bridge." He shrugged, picked up his uniform and began to shuck his pajamas. The women looked away.
"Go back. You'll go mad and die."
"Valdoomer," he thought, with a wrenching deep inside him.
"Valdoomer, I've returned."
He stepped over to the mirror. The ensign uniform was a gesture of defiance, and it occurred to him that he should shave if he wore it in front of these Terrans. He ran the electric razor over his cheeks and chin, pulled his tunic straight and turned back.
"All right."
They went out into the hallway. A spaceman went by on some errand. His eyes were strained wide, staring at blankness, and his lips moved. The voices were speaking to him. "It's demoralizing the crew," said Yansky. "It has to stop."
"Go ahead and stop it," jeered Donovan. "Aren't you the representative of the almighty Empire of Sol? Command them in the name of His Majesty to stop."
"The crew, I mean," she said impatiently. "They've got no business being frightened by a local phenomenon."
"Any human would be," answered Donovan. "You are, though you won't admit it. I am. We can't help ourselves. It's instinct."
"Instinct?" Her eyes were a little surprised.
"Sure."
Donovan halted before a view screen. Space blazed and roiled against the reaching darkness.
"Just look out there. It's the primeval night. It's the blind unknown where unimaginable inhuman powers are abroad. We're still the old half-ape, crouched over his fire and trembling while the night roars around us. Our lighted, heated, metal-armored ship is still the lonely cave fire, the hearth with steel and stone laid at the door to keep out the gods. When the wild hunt breaks through and shouts at us, we must be frightened. It's the primitive fear of the dark. It's part of us." She swept on, her cloak, a scarlet wing flapping behind her. They took the elevator to the bridge. Donovan had not watched the Black Nebula grow over the days, swell to a monstrous thing that blotted out half the sky. Listlessness, fringed with the cold glory of the stars. Now that the ship was entering its tenuous outer fringes, the heavens on either side were blurring and dimming.
and the blackness yawned before. Even the densest nebula is a hard vacuum, with tons upon incredible tons of cosmic dust and gas reaching planetary and interstellar distances on every hand, or blot out the sky. It was like rushing into an endless, bottomless hole. The ship was falling, and falling to the pit of hell. "I noticed you never looked bowards on the trip," said Yansky. There was steel in her voice. "Why did you lock yourself in your cabin and drink like a sponge?" "I was bored," he replied sullenly. "You were afraid," she snapped contemptuously. "You didn't dare watch the nebula growing. Something happened the last time you were here, which sucked the guts out of you." "Didn't your intelligence talk to the men who were with me?" "Yes, of course. None of them would say more than you've said. They all wanted us to come here, but blind and unprepared. Well, Mr. Donovan, we're going in." The floor plates shook under Watcher's tread.
"You not took the bus that way,"
he rumbled. "Let be, Watcher," said Donovan. "It doesn't matter how she talks." He looked ahead, and the old yearning came alive in him, the fear and the memory, but he had not thought that it would shiver with such a strange gladness. And, who knew, a bargain. "Valduma, come back to me." Yansky's gaze on him narrowed, but her voice was suddenly low and puzzled. "You're smiling," she whispered. He turned from the view screen, and his laugh was ragged. "Maybe I'm looking forward to this visit, Helena." "My name," she said stiffly, "is Commander Yansky." "Out there, maybe. But in here there is no rank, no empire, no mission. We're all humans, frightened little humans huddling together against the dark." Donovan's smile softened. "You know, Helena, you have very beautiful eyes." The slow flush crept up her high, smooth cheeks. "I want a full report of what happened to you last time," she said. "Now, or you go under the probe."
"Wonder, it is a long way home. Spaceman, your son is very far away."
"Why, certainly." Donovan leaned against the wall and grinned at her. "Glad to. Only you won't believe me." She made no reply, but folded her arms and waited. The ship trembled with its forward thrust. Sweat beaded the forehead of the watch officer, and he glared around him. "We're entering the home of all lawlessness," said Donovan. "The realm of magic, the outlaw world of werebeasts and night-gangers. Can't you hear the wings outside? These ghosts are only the first sign. We'll have a plague of witches soon." "Get out," she said. He shrugged. "All right, Helena. I told you wouldn't believe me." He turned and walked slowly from the bridge. Outside was starless, lightless, infinite, black. The ship crept forward, straining her detectors, groping into the blind dark while her crew went mad.
"Spaceman, it is too late. You will never find your way home again. You are dead men on a ghost ship, and you will fall forever into the night."
"I saw him, Wong. I saw him down in Section 3, tall and thin and black. He laughed at me, and then there wasn't anything there." Sound of great wings beating somewhere outside the hull.
"Mother, can I have him? Can I have a stuff to play with?" "Not yet, child. Soon.
Wicked rain of laughter and the sound of clawed feet running. No one went alone. Spaceman First Class Gottfried and Martinez went down a starboard companionway and saw the hooded black form waiting for them. Gottfried pulled out his blaster and fired. The ravening beam sprang backward and consumed him. Martinez lay mumbling in Psycho Bay. The lights went out. After an hour they flickered back on again, but men had rioted and killed each other in the dark. Commander Yansky recalled all personal weapons on the grounds that the crew could no longer be trusted with them. The men drew up a petition to get them back. When it was refused, there was muttering of revolt.
"Spaceman, you have wandered too far. You have wandered beyond the edge of creation, and now there is only death."
The hours dragged into days, and the ship's timepieces started disagreeing. Time ceased to have meaning. Basil Donovan sat in his cabin. There was a bottle in his hand, but he tried to go slow. He was waiting. When the knock came, he leaped from his seat, and every nerve tightened up and screamed. He swore at himself. They wouldn't knock when they came for him.
Go on, enter. His voice wavered. Helena Yansky stepped inside, closing the door after her. She had thinned, and there was darkness in her eyes, but she still bore herself erect. Donovan had to salute the stubborn courage that was in her. The unimaginative peasant blood. No, it was more than that. She was as intelligent as he, but there was a deep strength in that tall form, a quiet vitality which had perhaps been bred out of the families of Ansar. Sit down, he invited. He sighed and ran a hand through her dark hair. Thanks. Drink? No, not on duty. And the captain is always on duty. Well, let it go. Donovan lowered himself to the bunk beside her, resting his feet on Watcher's columnar leg. The Denarian muttered and whimpered in his sleep. What can I do for you? Her gaze was steady and grave. You can tell me the truth. About the nebula? Why should I? Give me one good reason why an Anson should care what happens to a Solarian ship. Perhaps only that we're all human beings here, that those boys have earth and rain and sunlight and wives waiting for them. And Valdumer, no, she isn't human. Fire and ice and storming madness, but not human. Too beautiful to be flesh. This trip was your idea, he said defensively. Donovan, you wouldn't have played such a foul trick and made such a weak, self-righteous excuse in the old days. He looked away, feeling his cheeks hot. Well, he mumbled, why not turn around, get out of the nebula if you can, and maybe come back later with a task force, and lead them all into this trap. Our subtronics are out, you know. We can't send information back. So we'll just go on and learn a little more, and then try to fight our way home. His smile was crooked. I may have been baiting you, Helena, but if I told you everything I know, it wouldn't help. There isn't enough. Her hand fell strong and urgent on his. Tell me, then. Tell me anyway. But there is so little. There's a planet somewhere in the nebula, and its inhabitants with powers I don't begin to understand. But among other things, they can project themselves hyperwise, just like a spaceship, without needing engines to do it, and they have a certain control over matter and energy. The fringe stars. These beings in the nebula really have been their gods. Yes, they protected themselves, terrorized the natives for centuries, and carry home the sacrificial materials for their own use. They're doubtless responsible for all the ships around here that never came home. They don't like visitors. Donovan saw her smile, and his own lips twitched. But they did, I suppose. Take some prisoners, to learn our language and anything else they got about us. She nodded. I'd conjectured as much. If you don't accept theories involving the supernatural, and I don't, it follows almost necessarily. If a few of them projected themselves aboard and hid somewhere, they could manipulate air molecules from a distance so as to produce the whisperings. She smiled afresh, but the hollowness was still in her. When you call it a new sort of ventriloquism, it doesn't sound nearly so bad, does it? Fiercely the woman turned on him. And what have you to do with them? How are you so sure? I talked with one of them, he replied slowly. You might say we struck up a friendship of sorts, but I learned nothing, and the only benefit I got was escaping. I have no useful information. His voice sharpened. And that's all I have to say. Where are we going on? Her head lifted pridefully. Donovan's smile was a crooked grimace. He took her hand and lay unresisting between his fingers. Helena, he said, you've been trying to psychoanalyze me this whole trip. Maybe it's my turn now. You're not so hard as you tell yourself. I'm an officer of the Imperial Navy. Haughtiness didn't quite come off. Sure, a hard-shelled career girl. Only you're also a healthy human being. Down underneath you want a home and kids and quiet green hills. Don't lie to yourself. That wouldn't be fitting to the Lady Yansky of Torgendale, would it? You went into service because it was the thing to do, and you're just a scared kid, my dear. Donovan shook his head. But a very nice-looking kid. Tears glimmered on her lashes. Stop it, she whispered desperately. Don't say it. He kissed her, a long, slow kiss with her mouth trembling under his, and her body shivering ever so faintly. The second time she responded, shy as a child, hardly aware of the sudden hunger. She pulled free then, sat with eyes wide and wild, one hand lifted to her mouth. No, she said, so quietly he could scarce hear. No, not now. Suddenly she got up and almost fled. Donovan sighed. Why did I do that? To stop her inquiring too closely? Or just because she's honest and human, and Valdumer isn't? Or... Darkness swirled before his eyes. Watcher came awake and shrank against the farther wall, terror rattling in his throat.
Boss, she's here again.
Donovan sat unstirring, elbows on knees, hands hanging empty and looking at the two who had come. Hello, Valdumer, he said. Basil, her voice sang against him, rippling, lilting, the unending sharp laughter beneath its surprise. Basil, you have come back. Uh-huh, he nodded to the other. You're Marzak, aren't you? Sit down. Have a drink. Old home week. The creature from Arzon remained erect. He looked human on the outside, tall and gaunt in a black cape which glistened with tiny points of starlight, the hood thrown back so that his red hair fell free to his shoulders. The face was long and thin, chiseled to an ultimate refinement of classical beauty, white and cold as space-tempered steel, in spite of the smile on the pale lips, in spite of the dark mirth in the slant green eyes. One hand rested on the jeweled hilt of a sword. Valdumer stood beside Morzak for an instant, and Donovan watched her with the old sick wildness rising and clamoring in him. You are the fairest thing which ever was between the stars. You are ice and flame and living fury, stronger and weaker than man, cool and sweet as a child 1,000 years old. I love you. But you are not human, Valdumer. She was tall, and her grace was a lithe, rippling flow, wind and fire and music made flesh, a burning glory of hair rushing past her black-caped shoulders, hands slim and beautiful, the strange, clean-moulded face, white as polished ivory, the mouth red and laughing, the eyes long and oblique and gold-flecked green. When she spoke, it was like singing in heaven and laughter in hell. Donovan looked at her, not moving. Basil, you came back to me. He came because he had to. Morzak of Azon folded his arms, eyes smoldering in anger. Best we kill him now. Later, perhaps later, but not now. Valdumer laughed aloud. Suddenly she was in Donovan's arms. Her kisses were a rain of fire. There was thunder and darkness and dancing stars. He was aware of nothing else, not for a long, long time. She leaned back in his grasp, smiling up at him, stroking his hair with one slender hand. His cheek was bloody where she had scratched him. He looked back into her eyes. They were cat's eyes, split-pupilled, all gold and emerald without the human white. She laughed very softly. Shall I kill you now, she whispered, or drive you mad first, or let you go again? What will be most amusing, Basil? There is no time for your pranks, said Morzak sharply. We have to deal with this ship. It's getting dangerously close to Arzon, and we've been unable yet to break the morale and discipline of the crew. I think the only way is to wreck the ship. Wreck it on Arzon, yes, Valdumer's laughter pulsed and throbbed. Bring them to their goal. Help them along, even. Oh, yes, Morzak, it is a good thought. We'll need your help, said the creature man to Donovan. I take it that you're guiding them. You must encourage them to offer no resistance when we take over the controls. Our powers won't stand too long against atomic energy. Why should I help you? Donovan's tones were hoarse. What can you give me? If you live, said Valdumer, and can make your way to Dragobich, I might give you much. She laughed again, maniac laughter which did not lose its music. That would be diverting. I don't know, he groaned. I don't know. I thought a bargain could be made, but now I wonder. I leave him to you, said Morzak sardonically, and vanished. Basil, whispered Valdumer. Basil, I have sometimes missed you. Get out, Watcher, said Donovan. Bus, she's Tumba, get out. Watcher lumbered slowly from the cabin. There were tears in his eyes. End of section 37. Section 38 of 9 Sci-Fi Stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sargasso of Lost Starships, Chapter 4. The Ganymede's engines rose to full power,
and the pilot controls spun over without a hand on them.
Engine room! Engine room! Stop that nonsense down there!
We can't! They're frozen! The converter has gone into full without us! Sir, I can't budge this stick. It's locked somehow.
The lights went on. Men screamed.
Get me a flashlight!
Snapped Takahashi in the dark.
I'll take this damn panel apart myself!
The beam etched his features against night.
Who goes?
He cried.
It's I.
Yansky appeared in the dim, reflected glow.
Never mind, Takahashi. Let the ship have her way.
But man, we could crash.
I finally gotten Donovan to talk. He says we're in the grip of some kind of power beam. They'll pull us to one of their space stations, and then maybe we can negotiate, or fight. Come on, we've got to quiet the men.
The flashlight went out. Takahashi's laugh was shrill.
Better quiet me first, Captain.
Her hand was on his arm, steadying, strengthening.
Don't fail me, Tetsuo. You're the last one I've got. I just had to paralyze Scoresby.
Thanks, Chief. I'm all right now. Let's go.
They fumbled through blindness. The engines roared full speed ahead with the ghost on the bridge. Men were stumbling and cursing and screaming in the dark. Someone switched on the battle station siren, and its howl was the last voice of insanity. Struggle in the dark, wrestling, paralyzing at the berserk, calling on all the iron will which had lifted humankind to the stars, slow restoration of order, men creeping to general quarters, breathing heavily in the guttering light of paper torches. The engines cut off, and the ship snapped into normal matter state. Helena Yansky saw blood-red sunlight through the viewport. There was no time to sound the alarm before the ship crashed.
100 men. No more than 100 alive.
She wrapped her cloak tight about her against the wind and stood looking across the camp. The streaming firelight touched her face with red, limning it against utter darker the night heavens, sheening faintly in the hair that blew wildly around her strung, bitter countenance. Beyond, other fires danced and flickered in the gloom. Men huddled around them while the cold seeped slowly to their bones. Here and there an injured human moaned. Across the ragged spine of bare black hills they could still see the molten glow of the wreck. When it hit, the atomic converters had run wild and begun devouring the hull. There had barely been time for the survivors to drag themselves and some of the cripples free, and to put the rocky barrier between them and the mounting radioactivity. During the slow red sunset, they had gathered wood, hewing with knives at the distorted scrub trees reaching above the shale and snow off the valley. Now they sat waiting out the night. Takahashi shuddered.
God, it's cold.
It'll get colder, said Donovan tonelessly. This is an old planet of an old red dwarf sun. Its rotation is slowed. The nights are long.
How do you know?
Lieutenant Elijah Cohen glared at him out of a crudely bandaged face. The firelight made his eyes gleam red.
How do you know unless you're in with them? Unless you arranged this yourself?
Watcher reached forth a massive fist.
You shut up,
he rumbled. Never mind, said Donovan. I just thought some things would be obvious. You saw the star, so you should know it's the type of a burned-out dwarf. Since planets are formed at an early stage of a star's evolution, this world must be old too. Look at these rocks, citrified, back when the stellar energy output got really high, just before the final collapse, and nevertheless eroded down to bare snags. That takes millions of years. He reflected that his reasoning, while sound enough, was based on foreknown conclusions. Cohen's right. I have betrayed them. It was Valdumer, watching over me, who brought Watcher and myself unhurt through the crash. I saw Valdumer. I saw you with your hair flying in the chaos, riding witch-like through sundering ruin, and you were laughing. Laughing. He felt ill.
Nevertheless, the planet has a thin but breathable atmosphere, frozen water and vegetable life, said Takahashi. Such things don't survive the final hot stage of a sun without artificial help. This planet has natives. Since we were deliberately crashed here, I dare say the natives are our earlier friends.
He turned dark, accusing eyes on the ensign.
How about it, Donovan?
I suppose you're right, he answered. I knew there was a planet in the nebula. The natives had told me that in my previous trip. This star lies near the center, in a hollow region, where there isn't enough dust to force the planet into its primary, and shares a common velocity with the nebula. It stays here, in other words.
You told me,
Helena Yansky bit her lip, and slowly forced the words out.
You told me, and I believed you, that there was nothing immediately to fear when the nebulites took over our controls. So we didn't fight them. We didn't try to overcome their forces with our own engines, and it cost us the ship, and over half her crew."
"I told you what happened to me last time," he lied steadfastly. "I can't help it if things were different this trip." She turned her back. The wind blew a thin, hissing veil of dry snow across her ankles. A wounded man suddenly screamed out there in the dark.
"How does it feel, Donovan? You made her trust you, and then betrayed her for a thing that isn't even human. How does it feel to be a Judas?" "Never mind recriminations," said Takahashi. "This isn't the time to hold trials. We've got to decide what to do."
"They have a city on this planet," said Donovan. "Dragobich, they call it, and the planet's name is Arzon. It lies somewhere near the equator, they told me once. If they meant us to make our own way to it, and it would be like them, then it may well lie due south. We can march that way, assuming that the sun set in the west."
"Nothing to lose," shrugged the Terran. "But we haven't many weapons. A few assorted sidearms is all. There aren't much of us against these creatures anyway."
Something howled out in the dark. The ground quivered ever so faintly to the pounding of heavy feet.
"Wild animals yet,"
Cohen grinned humorously.
"Better sound battle stations, Captain." Yes, I suppose so."
She blew her whistle, a thin shrilling in the windy dark. As she turned around, Donovan saw a gleam running along her cheek. Tears? The noise came closer. They heard the rattle of claws on stone. The Terrans moved together, guns in front, clubs and rocks and bare hands behind. They have guts, thought Donovan. God, but they have guts.
"Food would be scarce on a barren planet like this," said Ensign Chandradas. "We seem to be elected."
The hollow roar sounded, echoing between the hills and caught up by the thin harrying wind.
"Hold fire,"
said Helena. Her voice was clear and steady.
"Don't waste charges. Wait."
The thing leaped out of the darkness, a 10-meter length of gaunt, scaled body and steel-hard claws and whipping tail, soaring through the snow-streaked air and caught in the vague, uneasy firelight. Helena's blaster crashed. A lightning bolt sizzled against the armored head. The monster screamed. Its body tumbled shatteringly among the humans. It seized a man in its jaws and shook him and trampled another underfoot. Takahashi stepped forward and shot again at its dripping wound. The blaster bolt zigzagged wildly off the muzzle of his gun.
"Even the animals can do it." "Oh, get him, Bus!"
Watcher reared on his hind legs, came down again with a thud and charged. Stones flew from beneath his feet. The monster's tail swept out. A man tumbled before it with his ribs caved in, and Watcher staggered as he caught the blow. Still he rushed in, clutching the barbed end of the tail to his breast. The monster writhed, bellowing. Another blaster bolt hit it from the rear. It turned, and a shot at its eyes veered away. Watcher hit it with all the furious momentum he had. He rammed its spear-like tail down the open jaws, and blood spurted.
"Oh, Donovan!"
he shouted, as the thing screamed and snapped at him. He caught its jaws in his hands. "Watcher!" yelled Donovan. "Watcher!" He ran wildly toward the fight. The Denarian's great back arched with strain. It was as if they could hear his muscles crack. Slowly he forced the jaws wider. The monster lashed its body, pulling him to his knees, dragging him over the ground, and still he fought.
"Damn you!"
he roared in the whirling dust and snow.
"Hold still!"
The jaws broke, and the monster screamed once more, and then it wasn't there. Watcher tumbled over. Donovan fell across him, sobbing, laughing, cursing. Watcher picked him up.
"You all right, Boss?"
he asked.
"You well?"
Yes. Oh, you blind, bloody fool, you stupid, blundering ass!" Donovan hugged him.
"Gone,"
said Helena.
"It vanished."
They picked up their dead and wounded and returned to the fires. The cold bit deep. Something else hooted out in the night. It was a long time before Takahashi spoke.
"You might expect it,"
he said.
"These parapsychical powers don't come from nowhere. The intelligent race, our enemies of Dragobich, simply have them highly developed. The animals to a lesser extent. I think it's a matter of life being linked to the primary atomic probabilities, the psi functions which give the continuous field distribution of matter, energy, and space-time. In a word, control of external matter and energy by conscious will acting through the unified field which is space-time. Telekinesis."
"Uh-huh,"
said Dat wearily. "Even some humans have a slight powder power. Control dice or electron beams or what have you. But why aren't the, what did you call them, Alzunians overrunning the galaxy?"
"They can only operate over a certain range, which happens to be about the distance to the fringe stars," said Donovan. "Beyond that distance,
Dispersion limits them, plus the fact that differences of potential energy must be made up from their own metabolism. The animals, of course, have very limited range, a few kilometers, perhaps. The Ausunians use telekinesis to control matter and energy, and the same subspatial principles as those ships to go faster than light. Only since they aren't lugging around a lot of hull and passengers and assorted machinery, just themselves and a little air and maybe an armful of sacrificial goods from a fringe planet, they don't need atomic engines. They aren't interested in conquering the galaxy. Why should they be? They can get all their needs and luxuries from the peoples to whom they are gods. An old race, very old, decadent if you will, but they don't like interference.
Takahashi looked at him sharply. "I glimpsed one of them on the ship," he said. "Carried a spear."
Yeah, another reason why they aren't conquerors. They have no sense of mechanics at all. Never had any reason to evolve one when they could manipulate matter directly without more than the simplest tools. They're probably more intelligent than humans in an all-around way, but they don't have the type of brain and the concentration needed to learn physics and chemistry. Aren't interested either.
"So swords against guns. We may have a chance."
They can turn your missiles, remember. Guns are little use. You have to distract them so they don't notice you're shot till too late. But they can't control you. They aren't telepaths, and their type of matter control is heterodyned by living nerve currents. You could kill one of them with a sword, where a gun would most likely kill you.
"I see." Helena looked strangely at him. "You're becoming very vocal all of a sudden."
Donovan rubbed his eyes and shivered in the cold. What of it? You wanted the truth. You're getting it. Why am I telling them? Why am I not just leading them to the slaughter as Valduma wanted? Is it that I can't stand the thought of Helena being hunted like a beast? Whose side am I on? He thought, wildly. Takahashi gestured, and his voice came eager.
That's it! That's it! The ship scattered assorted metal and plastic over 20 hectares as she fell. Safe for us to gather up tomorrow. We can use our blaster flames to shape weapons, swords, axes, spears. By the galaxy we'll arm ourselves, and then we'll march on Dragobich.
End of section 38. Section 39 of 9 Sci-Fi Stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sargasso of Lost Starships, Chapter 5. It was a strange little army, thought Donovan, as strange as any the galaxy had ever seen. He looked back. The old ruined highway went down a narrow valley between sheer cliffs of eroded black stone, reaching up toward the deep purplish heaven. The sun was wheeling westerly, a dull red ember throwing light like clotted blood on the dreariness of rock and ice and gaunt grey trees. A few snowflakes, borne on a thin chill wind, drifted across the path of march. A lonely bird, cruel-beaked and watchful, hovered on great black wings far overhead, waiting for them to die. The men of the Imperial Solar Navy walked close together. They were haggard and dirty and bearded, clad in such ragged articles as they had been able to salvage, armed with the cruelly forged weapons of a vanished age, carrying their sick and wounded on rude litters. Ghost world, ghost army, marching through an echoing, windy solitude to its unknown weird. But men's faces were still brave, and one of them was singing. The sunburst banner of the Empire flapped above them, the one splash of color in the great murky landscape. Luck had been with them, of a sort. Game animals had appeared in more abundance than one would have thought the region could support, deer-like things which they shot for meat to supplement their iron rations. They'd stumbled on the old highway and followed its arrow-straight course southward. Many days, and many tumbled hollow ruins of great cities lay behind them, and still they trudged on. Luck, wondered Donovan. I think it was intentional. I think the Ausunians want us to reach Dragobich. He heard the scrape of boots on the slanting hillside behind him, and turned around to face Helena. He stopped and smiled. There had been a slow, unspoken intimacy growing between them, as they worked and struggled together. Not many words, but the eyes of each would often stray to the other, and a hand would brush over a hand, as if by accident. Tired and hungry and road-stained, caps set askew on tangled hair, skin reddened by wind and blued with cold, she was still good to look on.
Why are you walking so far from the road? She asked.
Oh, serving as outrider, maybe, he said, resuming his stride. She fell into step beside him. Up here you get a wider view.
You think we have much further to go, Basil? He shrugged. We'd never have come this far without you, she said, looking down at her scuffed boots. You and Watcher and Takahashi. Maybe the Empire will send a rescue mission when we don't come back, he suggested. No doubt they will, but they can't find one little star in this immensity. Even thermocouples wouldn't help. The nebula diffuses radiation too much, and they'd be blundering into the same trap as we. Helena looked up. No, Basil, we've got to fight our way clear alone. There was a long stretch of thicket growing on the hillside. Donovan went along the right of it, cutting off view of the army. You know, he said, you and those boys down there make me feel a lot kinder toward the Empire. Thank you. Thank you. She took his arm. It's a question of unifying the human race. Ultimately, this whole region of stars and, oh... The beasts were suddenly there in front of them, lean black things which snarled with mouths of hunger. One of them circled toward the human's flank. The other crouched. Donovan yanked his sword clear. Get behind me, he snapped, turning to face the approaching hunter. No! Back to back! Helena's own blade rasped from its sheath. She lifted a shout for help. The nearest animal sprang for her throat. She hacked wildly. The blade twisted in her hand and scraped the muzzled face. Jaws clamped on the edged steel and let go with a bloody howl. Donovan swung at the other beast. The blow shuddered home, and it screamed and writhed and snapped at his ankles. Whirling, he turned on the thing which had launched itself at Helena. He hewed, and the animal wasn't there. His blade rang on naked stone. A weight crashed against his back. He went down, and the teeth clamped on his shoulder. Helena swung. The carnivore raised its head to snarl at her, and she gripped the sword in both hands and stabbed. It threshed wildly, dying, spewing blood over the hillside. The other wounded creature disappeared. Helena bent over Donovan, held him close, her eyes wild. Are you hurt? Basil! Oh, Basil, are you hurt?
No, he muttered. The teeth didn't have time to work through this heavy jacket.
He pulled her head down against his.
Basil! Basil!
He rose, still holding her to him, her arms locked about his neck, and there were tears and laughter in her voice.
Oh, Basil, my darling!
Helena, he murmured. I love you, Helena.
When we get home, I'm due for furlough. I'll retire instead, your house on Ansar. Oh, Basil, I never thought I could be so glad.
The massive thunder of feet brought them apart. Watcher burst around the thicket, swinging his giant axe in both hands.
Are you all right, boss?
He roared. Yes, we're all right. A couple of those damned wolf-like things which have been plaguing us the whole march. Go on back, Watcher. We'll join you soon. The Denarian's ape face split in a vast grin.
So you take a female, boss? He cried. Good. We need lots of little Donovans at home.
Get on back, you old busybody, and keep that gossiping mouth shut. Hours later, Helena returned to the army where it was making camp. Donovan stayed where he was, looking down at the men where they moved about, gathering wood and digging fire pits. The blazes were a note of cheer in a thickening murk. Helena, he thought. Helena. She's a fine girl, wonderful girl. She's what the Thinning family blood and I, myself, need. But why did I do it? Why did I talk that way to her, just then, in the strain and fear and loneliness? It seemed as if I cared. But I don't. She's just another woman. She's not Valdumer. The twilight murmured, and he saw the dim sheen of metal beside him. The men of Dragobich were gathering. They stood tall and godlike in helmet and ringmail and night-black cloaks, leaning on swords and spears, death-white faces cold with an ancient scorn as they looked down on the human camp. Their eyes were phosphorescent green in the dark. Donovan nodded, without fear or surprise or anything but a sudden great weariness. He remembered some of them from the days when he'd been alone in the bows of the ship with the invaders, while his men cowered and rioted and went crazy in the stern sectors. Hello, Morzak, Uboda, Zeguyen, Kostuzan, Davleka, he said. Welcome back again. Valdumer walked out of the blood-hued twilight, and he took her in his arms and held her for a long, fierce time. Her kiss was as cruel as a swooping hawk. She bit his lips, and he tasted blood warm and salt where she had been. Afterward she turned in the circle of his arm, and he faced the silent men of Dragobich. You are getting near the city, said Morzak. His tones were deep, with a chill ringing of struck steel in them. It is time for the next stage. I thought you saved some of us deliberately, said Donovan.
Us? Valdumer's lip caressed his cheek. Them, Basil, them.
You don't belong there. You are with Ozun and me.
He must have projected that game where we could spot it, went on Donovan shakily.
You've kept us, them, alive, and enabled us to march in your city, and the last inhabited city left to your race. You could have hunted them down as you did all the others, made sport of them with wild animals and falling rocks and missiles shooting out of nowhere, but instead you want them for something. What is it? You should have guessed, said Mosek. We want to leave Ozun.
Leave it? You could do so any time, by yourselves. You've done it for millennia.
We can only go to the barbarian fringe stars. Beyond them it is a greater distance to the next suns than we can cross unaided. Yet though we have captured many spaceships and have them intact at Dragobich, we cannot operate them. The principles learned from the humans don't make sense. When we have tried to pilot them, it has only brought disaster.
But why do you want to leave?
It is a recent decision, precipitated by your arrival, but it has been considered for a long while. This sun is old, this planet exhausted, and the lives of we few remnants of a great race flicker in a hideous circumscribed drabness. Sooner or later the humans will find our way here in strength too great for us. Before then we must be gone.
So, Donovan spoke softly, and the wind whimpered under his voice. So your plan is to capture this group of spacemen and make them your slaves? To carry you? Where?
Out, away.
Valduma's clear, lovely laughter rang in the night.
To seize another planet and build our strength afresh.
She gripped his waist, and he saw the white gleam of her teeth out of shadow.
To build a great army of obedient space-going warriors, and then to hunt between the stars.
Hunt? Look here. Mozak edged closer, his eyes a green glow, the vague sheen of naked steel in his hand.
I've been polite long enough. You have your chance to rise above the human scum that spawned you and be one of us. Help us now and you can be with us till you die. Otherwise we'll take that crew anyway and you'll be hounded across the face of this planet. Aye, welcome back, Basil Donovan. Welcome back to the old king race. Come with us. Lead the humans into our ambush, and be the lord of stars.
They circled about him, tall and mailed and beautiful in the shadow light. Luring, whispering voices, ripple of dark laughter, the hunters playing with their quarry and taming it. Donovan remembered them, remembered the days when he had talked and smiled and drunk and sung with them. The Lucifer-like intoxication of their dancing, darting minds, a wildness of magic and mystery and reckless wizard sport, a glory which had taken something from his soul and left an emptiness within him. Morzek, Maravich, Uboda, Zagoyen, for a time he had been the consort of the gods.
Basil!
Valduma laid sharp nailed fingers in his hair and pulled his lips to hers.
Basil, I want you back.
He held her close, feeling the lithe, savage strength of her, recalling the flame-like beauty and the nights of love such as no human could ever give. His whisper was thick. You got bored last time and sent me back. How long will I last now?
As long as you wish, Basil. Forever and forever.
He knew she lied, and he didn't care.
This is what you must do, Donovan,
said Morzek. He listened with half his mind. It was a question of guiding the army into a narrow cul-de-sac where the Ozunians could perform the delicate short-range work of causing chains to bind around them. For the rest, he was thinking. They hunt, they intrigue, and they whittle down their last few remnants with fighting among themselves. And they prey on the fringe stars, and they capture living humans to hunt down for sport. They haven't done anything new for 10,000 years. Creativeness has withered from them. And all they will do if they escape the nebula is carry ruin between the stars. They're mad. Yes, a whole society of psychopaths, gone crazy with the long racial dying. That's the reason they can't handle machines. That's why they don't think of friendship, but only of war. That's why they carry doom within them. But I love you. I love you. I love you, O Valduma the Fair. O Valduma the Fair. He drew her to him, kissed her with a terrible intensity, and she laughed in the dark. Looking up, he faced the blaze that was Morzek. All right, he said. I understand. Tomorrow.
Aye, good. Well done. Oh, Basil, whispered Valduma. Come away with me now.
No, they'd suspect. I have to go down to them or they'll come looking for me.
Good night, Basil, my darling, my father. Until tomorrow.
He went slowly down the hillside, drawing his shoulders together against the cold, not looking back. Helena rose when he approached her campfire, and the flimmering light made her seem pale and unreal.
Where have you been, Basil? You look so tired.
Just walking around. I'm all right. He spread his couch of stiff and stinking animal hide. I'd better turn in, eh? But he slept little. End of section 39. Section 40 of 9 Sci-Fi Stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sargasso of Lost Starships, Chapter 6. The highway curved between great looming walls of cragged old rock, a shadow tunnel with the wind yowling far overhead and the sun a disk of blood. Men's footfalls echoed from the cracked paving blocks to boom hollowly off time-gnawed cliffs and ring faintly in the ice. It was cold, their breath smoked from them, and they shivered and cursed and stamped their feet. Donovan walked beside Helena, who was riding Watcher. His eyes narrowed against the searching wind, looking ahead and around, looking for the sidetrack where the ambush waited. Dragobich was very near. Something moved up on the ridge, a flapping black thing which was instantly lost to sight. The Arzunians were watching. There, up ahead, the solitary tree they had spoken of, growing out between age-crumbled fragments of the road. The highway swung west around a pinnacle of rock, but here there was a branch road running straight south into a narrow ravine. All I have to do is suggest we take it. They won't know till too late that it leads up a blind canyon. Helena leaned over toward him, so that the long wind-whipped hair blew against his cheek. "Which way should we go?" she asked. One hand rested on his shoulder. He didn't slacken his stride, but his voice was low under the whine of bitter air. "To the right, Helena, and on the double. The Arzunians are waiting up the other road, but Dragobich is just beyond that crag."
"Basil, how do you know?"
Watcher's long hairy ears cocked attentively, and the little eyes under the heavy bone ridges were suddenly sharp on his master. "They wanted me to mislead you. I didn't say anything before for fear they'd be listening somehow. Because I hadn't decided," he thought greatly, "because Valduma is mad, and I love her." Helena turned and lifted her arm, voice ringing out to rattle in jeering echoes.
"Call 'em right! Forward! Charge!"
Watcher broke into a trot, the ground booming and shivering under his huge feet. Donovan paced beside, drawing his sword and swinging it naked in one hand. His eyes turned to the canyon and the rocks above it. The humans fell into a jogging run. They swept past the ambush road, and suddenly Valduma was on the ridge above them, tall and slim and beautiful, the hair like a blowing flame under her helmet.
"Basil!" she screamed. "Basil, you triple traitor!"
The others were there with her, men of Dragobich standing on the heights and howling their fury. They had chains in their hands, and suddenly the air was thick with flying lynx. One of them smashed against Donovan and curled itself snake-like around his waist. He dropped his sword and tugged at the cold iron, feeling the breath strained out of him, cursing with the pain of it. Watcher reached down a hand and peeled the chain off, snapping it in two and hurling it back at the Arzunians. It whipped in the air, lashing itself across his face, and he bellowed. The men of Saul were weltering in a fight with the flying chains, beating them off, stamping the writhing lengths underfoot, yelling as the things cracked against their heads.
"Forward!"
cried Helena.
"Charge! Get out of here! Forward! Empire!"
A chain whistled viciously for her face. She struck at it with her sword, tangling it on the blade, metal clashing on metal. Takahashi had his blaster out, its few remaining charges thundering to fuse the missiles. Other flames roared at the Arzunians, driving them back, forcing them to drop control of the chains to defend their lives.
"Run! Forward!"
The column shouted and plunged down the highway. Valduma was suddenly before them, her face distorted in fury, stabbing a spear at Donovan's breast. The man parried the thrust and hewed at her. She was gone, and the Terrans rushed ahead. The rocks groaned. Donovan saw them shuddering above him, saw the first hail of gravel, and heard the huge grinding of strata.
"They're trying to bury us," he yelled. "We've got to get clear."
Watcher stooped, snatched him under one arm and galloped. A boulder whizzed by his head, smashing against the farther wall and spraying him with hot chips of stone. Now the boom of the landslide filled their world, rolling and roaring between the high cliffs. Cracks zigzagged across the worn black heights, the crags shivered and toppled, dust boiled across the road. "Basil!" Donovan saw Valdumar again, dancing and leaping between the boulders, raising a scream of wrath and laughter. Morzak was there, sitting on a jut of rock, watching the hillside fall. Watcher burst around the sentinel peak. A line of Arzunians stood barring the way to Dragobich, the sunlight flaming off their metal. Watcher dropped Donovan, hefted his axe in both hands, and charged them. Donovan picked himself up and scrambled in the wake of his slave. Behind him, the Terrans were streaming from the collapsing dale, out over open ground to strike the enemy. The rocks bounded and howled. A man screamed as he was pinned. There were a dozen buried under the landslide. Watcher hit the Arzunian line. His axe blazed, shearing off an arm, whirling up again to crumple a helmet and cleave the skull beneath. Rearing, he knocked down two of them and trampled them underfoot. A warrior smote at his flank. Helena, gripping one mighty shoulder, engaged him with her free hand, her blade whistling around his ears. They fell away from that pair, and the Terrans attacked them. Donovan crossed swords with one he knew, Maravech, the laughing half-devil, whose words he had so much enjoyed in earlier days. The Arzunian grinned at him across a web of flying steel. His blade stabbed in, past the Anson's awkward guard, reaching for his guts. Donovan retreated, abandoning the science he didn't know for wild whirling and hacking, his iron battering at the bright weapon before him. Clash and clang of edged metal, leaping and dancing, Maravech's red hair wild in the rising wind, and his eyes alight with laughter. Donovan felt his backward step halted. He was against the high stone pillar and could not run. He braced his feet and hewed out. A scream of cloven air and outraged steel. Maravech's sword went spinning from his hand. It hit the ground and bounced up toward the Arzunian's clutch. Donovan smote again, and the shock of iron and flesh jarred him where he stood. Maravech felt a rush of blood. For an instant Donovan stood swaying over the Arzunian, looking stupidly at the blood on his own hands, hearing the clamor of his heartbeat and sucking a dry gasp into his lungs. Then he picked up the fallen being's glaive. It was a better weapon. Turning, he saw that the fight had become a riot, knots of men and unmen snarling and hacking in a craziness of death. No room or time here for wizard stunts. It was blood and bone and nerve against its kind. The Terrans fought without much skill in the use of their archaic equipment, but they had the cold courage blended of training and desperation. They knew better how to cooperate. They battled away to each other and stood back to back against all comers. Watcher raged and trampled, smashing with axe and fist and feet and hurled stones, his war cry bellowing and shuddering in the hills. An Arzunian vanished from in front of him and appeared behind with spear poised. The Denarian suddenly backed up, catching the assailant and smashing him under his hind feet while he duelled another from the front. Helena's arm never rested. She swung to right and left, guarding his flanks, yelling as her blade drove home. Donovan shook himself and trotted warily over to where a tide of Arzunians raged about a closely drawn ring of impis. The humans were standing firm, driving each charge back in a rush of blood, keeping the dead before them. But now spears were beginning to fall out of the sky, driven by no hand but stabbing for the throats and eyes and bellies of men. Donovan loped for the sharp edge of the hills, where they toppled to the open country in which the fight went on. He scrambled up a rubbled slope and gripped a thin pinnacle to swing himself higher. She was there. She stood on a ledge, the heap of spears at her feet, looking down over the battle and chanting as she sent forth the flying death. He noticed even then how her hair was a red glory about the fine white loveliness of her head. "Valdumar," he whispered as he struck at her. She was not there. She sat on a higher ledge and jeered at him. "Come and get me, Basil. Darling, darling, come up here and talk to me." He looked at her as Lucifer must have looked back to heaven. "Let us go," he said. "Give us a ship and send us home. And have you bring our overlords back in." She laughed aloud. "They aren't so bad, Valdumar. The Empire means peace and justice for all races." "Who speaks?" Her scorn flamed at him. "You don't believe that." He stood there for a moment. "No," he whispered. "No, I don't." Stooping, he picked up a sheaf of spears and began to crawl back down the rocks. Valdumar cursed him from the heights. There was a break in the combat around the hard-pressed Terran ring as the Ozunians drew back to pant and glare. Donovan ran through and flung his load, clashing at the feet of Takahashi.
"Good work," said the officer. "We need these things. Here, get into the formation. Here we go again."
The Ozunians charged in a wedge to gather momentum. Donovan braced himself and lifted his sword. The Terrans in the inner ring slanted their spears between the men of the outer defense. For a very long half-minute they stood waiting. The enemy hit. Donovan hewed at the nearest, drove the probing sword back and hammered against the guard. Then the whirl of battle swept his antagonist away. Someone else was there. He traded blows, and the howl of men and metal lifted skyward. The Terrans had staggered a little from the massive assault, but had spitted itself on the inner pikes, and then swords and axes went to work. Ha! Clang through the skull and give it to him. High Empire! Ansar! Ansar! Clatter and yell and deep-throated roar, the Ozunians boiling around the solar line, leaping and howling and whipping out of sight, a habit which saved their lives but blunted their attack, thought Donovan in a moment's pause. Watcher smashed the last few who had been standing before him, looking around to the major struggle, and pawed the ground.
"Ready, lady,"
he rumbled.
"Aye, ready, Watcher, let's go."
The Denarian backed up to get a long running space.
"Hang on tight,"
he warned.
"Never mind fighting, lady, all right?"
He broke into a trot, a canter, and then a full gallop. The earth trembled under his mass.
"Hoo!"
he screamed.
"Here we come!"
Helena threw both arms around his corded neck. When they hit, it was like a nuclear bomb going off. In a few seconds of murder, Watcher had strewn the ground with smashed corpses, whirled and began cutting his way into the disordered main group of the Ozunians. They didn't stand before him. Suddenly they were gone, all of them, except for the dead. Donovan looked over the field. The dead were thick. He estimated that half the little Terran force was slain or out of action. They must have taken 3 or 4 times their number of Ozunians to the Black Planet with them. The stony ground was pooled and steaming with blood. Carrion birds stooped low, screaming. Helena fell from Watcher's back into Donovan's arms. He comforted her wild sobbing, holding her to him and murmuring in her ear and kissing the wet cheeks and lips. "It's over, dear. It's over for now. We drove them away." She recovered herself in a while and stood up, straightening her torn disarray, the mask of command clamping back over her face. To Takahashi.
"How are our casualties?"
he reported. It was much as Donovan had guessed. "But we gave him hell for it, didn't we?"
"How is that?"
wondered Cohen. He leaned against Watcher, not showing the pain it jagged through him as they bandaged his wounded foot, except by an occasional sharp breath.
"They're more at home with this cutlery than we, and they have those damned parasite talents too."
"They're not quite sane," replied Donovan tonelessly. "Whether you call it a cultural trait or a madness which has spread to the whole population, they're a wild, bloodthirsty crew, 2-legged weasels, and with a superiority complex which wouldn't have let them be very careful in dealing with us. No discipline, no real plan of action." He looked south over the rolling moorland. "Those things count. They may know better next time."
"Next time, 50 or 60 men can't defeat a planet, Donovan,"
said Takahashi. "No, this is an old, dying race. The whole population in the city ahead, and most of it will flee in panic and take no part in any fighting. They aren't used to victims that fight back. If we can slug our way through the spaceships they have there."
"Spaceships!"
The eyes stared at him, wild with a sudden blaze of hope, men crowding close and leaning on their reddened weapons and raising a babble of voices.
"Spaceships! Spaceships! Home!"
"Yeah." Donovan ran a hand through his yellow hair. The fingers trembled just a bit. "Some ships, the first ones, they merely destroyed by causing the engines to run loose. But others they brought here, I suppose, by inducing the crew to land and parley. Only they killed the crews and can't handle the machines themselves."
"If they captured ships,"
said Helena slowly,
"then they captured weapons too.
"and even they can squeeze a trigger." "Sure, but you didn't see them shooting at us just now, did you? They used all the charges to hunt or duel, so if we can break through and escape—"
"They can still follow us and wreck our engines," said Takahashi.
"Not if we take a small ship, as we'd have to anyway, and mount guard over the vital spots. An Ozunian would have to be close at hand and using all his energies to misdirect atomic flows. He could be killed before any mischief was done. I doubt if they'd even try. Besides," went on Donovan, his voice dry and toneless as a lecturing professor's, "they can only do so much at a time. I don't know where they get the power for some of their feats. such as leaving this planet's gravitational well. It can't be from their own metabolisms. It must be some unknown cosmic energy source. They don't know how it works themselves. It's an instinctive ability. But it takes a lot of nervous energy to direct that flow, and I found last time I was here that they have to rest quite a while after some strenuous deed. So if we can get them tired enough, and the fight is likely to wear both sides down, they won't be able to chase us till we're out of their range. Takahashi looked oddly at him.
You know a lot,
he murmured. Yeah, maybe I do.
Well, if the city is close as you say, we'd better march right away before our wounds stiffen, before the natives get a chance to organize.
Rig up carrying devices for those too badly hurt to move, said Helena. The walking wounded can tote them. The rest of us form a protective square. Won't that slow us and handicap us? Asked Donovan. Her head lifted, the dark hair blowing about her proud features in a thin, whimpering wind. As long as it's humanly possible, we're going to look after our men. What's the Imperium for if it can't protect its own? Yeah, I suppose so. Donovan slouched off to join the salvaging party that was stripping the falling Ozunians of arms and armor for Terran use. He rolled over a corpse to unbuckle the helmet and looked at the blood-masked face of Kostuzan, who had been his friend once, very long ago. He closed the staring eyes, and his own were blind with tears. Watcher came to join him. The Denarian didn't seem to notice the gashes in his hide, but he was equipped with a shield now, and had a couple of extra swords slung from his shoulders.
You got a good lady, boss, he said. She fights hard. She will bear you strong sons.
Uh-huh. Valdumir could never bear my children. Different species can't breed. She is the outlaw of darkness, the last despairing return to primeval chaos. She is the enemy of all which is honest and good, but she is very fair. Slowly the humans reformed their army, a tight ring about the wounded, and set off down the road. The dim sun wheeled horizonward. End of section 40. Section 41 of 9 sci-fi stories by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sargasso of Lost Starships, Chapter 7. Dragaby lay before them. The city stood on the open grey moor, and it had once been large, but its outer structures were long crumbled to ruin, heaps and shards of stone riven by ages of frost, fallen and coveted by the creeping dust. Here and there a squared monolith remained like the last snag in a rotted jaw, dark against the windy sky. It was quiet. Nothing stirred in all the sweeping immensity of hill and moor and ruin and loneliness. Helena pointed from her seat on Watcher, and a lilt of hope was eager in the tired voice.
See, a ship, ahead there.
They stared, and someone raised a ragged chair. Over the black, square-built houses of the inner city, they could make out the metal nose of a freighter. Takahashi squinted.
It's Denebian, I think, he said. Looks as if man isn't the only race which has suffered from these scum.
All right, boys, said Helena. Let's go in and get it. They went down a long, empty avenue, which ran spear-straight for the center. The porticoed houses gaped with wells of blackness at their passage, looming in cracked and crazily leaning massiveness on either side, throwing back the hollow slam of their boots. Donovan heard the uneasy mutter of voices to his rear. Don't like this place. Haunted. Be waiting anywhere for us. The wind blew a whirl of snow across their path.
Basil, my dear.
Donovan's head jerked around and he felt his throat tighten. Nothing. No movement. No sound. Emptiness.
Basil, I'm calling you. No one else can hear. Why are you with these creatures, Basil? Why are you marching with the oppressors of your planet? We could free Ansar, Basil, given time to raise our armies. We could sweep the Terrans before us and hound them down the ways of night. And yet you march against us.
Aduma, he whispered.
Basil, you are very dear to me. You are something new and strong and of the future. Come to our weary old world. And I think I loved you. I could still love you, Basil. I could hold you forever, if you would let me.
Aduma have done. A mocking ripple of laughter, sweet as rain in springtime.
the gallantry of a race which was old and sick and doomed and could still know mirth. Donovan shook his head and stared rigidly before him. It was as if he had laid hands on that piece of his soul which had been lost, and she was trying to wrench it from him again. Only he wanted her to win.
Go home, Basil. Go home with this female of yours. Breed your cubs. Fill the house with brats, and try to think your little round of days means something. Strut about under the blue skies, growing fat and grey, bragging of what a great fellow you used to be, and disapproving of the younger generation. As you like, Basil, but don't go out to space again. Don't look at the naked stars. You won't dare. No,
he whispered. She laughed, a harsh bell of mockery ringing in his brain.
You could have been a god or a devil, but you would rather be a pot-bellied imperial magistrate. Go home, Basil Donovan. Take your female home, and when you're awakened at night by her, shall we say her breathing, do not remember me.
The Terrans slogged down the street, filthy with dust and grease and blood, uncouth shamblers, apes in the sombre ruin of the gods. Donovan thought he had a glimpse of Alduma standing on a rooftop, the clean lithe fire of her, silken flame of her hair, and the green unhuman eyes which had lighted in the dark at his side. She had been a living blaze, an unending trumpet and challenge, and when she broke with him it had been quick and clean, no suddenness of age and custom, and damn it, all the little things which made humanness. All right, Valduma, we're monkeys. We're noisy and self-important, compromisers and tremors and petty cheats. We huddle away from the greatness we could have. Our edifices are laid brick by brick with endless futile squabbling over each one, and yet, Valduma, there is something in man which you don't have. There's something by which these men have fought their way through everything you could loose on them, helping each other, going forward on a ridiculous rag of colored cloth and singing as they went.
Fine words,
added his mind.
Too bad you don't really believe them.
He grew aware of Helena's anxious eyes on him.
What's the matter, darling? She asked gently. You look ill.
Tired, he said. But we can't have so far to go now.
Look out!
Whirling, he saw the pillars of the house to the right buckle, saw the huge stone slabs of the roof come thundering over the top and streetward. For a blinding instant he saw Valduma riding the slab down, yelling and laughing, and then she was gone and the stone struck. They were already running, dropping their burden of the hurt and fleeing for safety. Another house groaned and rumbled. The ground shook. Flying shards stung Donovan's back. Echoes rolled down the ways of Dragobich. Someone was screaming far and faint under the grinding racket.
Forward! Forward!
Helen's voice whipped back to him. She led the rush while the city thundered about her. Then a veil of rising dust blotted her out. He groped ahead, stumbling over fallen pillars and cornices, hearing the boom around him, running and running. Valduma laughed, a red flame through the whirling dust. A spear gleamed for his breast. He grabbed it with one hand and hacked at her with his sword. She was gone, and he raced ahead, not stopping to think, not daring. They came out on a great open plaza, and carved fountains, but nothing remained save a few leafless trees and broken pieces. And the spaceships. The spaceships, a loom of metal against the dark stone beyond. 6 standing there and waiting. Spaceships. Spaceships. The most beautiful sight in the cosmos. Helen and Watcher were halted near a small, fast, comic-class scout boat. The surviving Terrans ran toward them. Few, thought Donovan, sickly. Few, perhaps a score left, bleeding from the cuts of flying stone. Grey with dust and fear. The city had been a trap.
Come on, yelled the woman. Over here and off this planet.
The men of Dragobich were suddenly there, a ring about the ship, and another about the whole plaza, crouched with their weapons and their cat's eyes aflame. A score of hurt starvelings and 1,000 men. A trumpet blew its high note into the dusking heavens. The Ozunians rested arms, expressionless. Donovan and the other humans continued their pace, forming a battle square. Mozak stood forth in front of the scout ship.
You have no further chance to escape, he called. But we want your services, not your lives, and the service will be well rewarded. Lay down your weapons.
Watch's arm straightened. His axe flew like a thunderbolt, and Mozak's head burst open. The Denarian roared and went against the enemy line. They edged away, fearfully, and the Terrans followed him in a trotting wedge. Donovan moved up on Watcher's right side, sword hammering at the thrusts for his ribs. An Arzunian yelled an order which must have meant stop them. Donovan saw the outer line break into a run, converging on the knot of struggle. No flying spears this time, he reflected in a moment's bleak satisfaction. Tearing down those walls must have exhausted most of the directing energies. A native rushed at him, sword whistling from behind a black shield. Donovan caught the blow on his own plundered scoot, feeling it ring in the bones of his arm, and hewed back. His blade screamed close to the white, teeth-bared face, and he called a panting salutation. "Try again, Davlika." "I will." The blows rained on his shield, sang viciously low to cut at his legs, clattering and clanging. Whistle of air and howl of iron under the westering sun. He backed up against Watcher's side, where the Denarian and the woman smote against the airlock's defenders, and braced himself, and struck out. Davlika snarled and hacked at Donovan's spread leg. The Anson's glaive snaked forth against his unshielded neck. Davlika's sword clashed to earth, and he sprawled against the human. Raising his bloody face, he drew a knife, lifted it, and tried to thrust upward. Donovan, already crossing blades with Uboda, stamped on his hand. Davlika grinned a rueful, crooked grin through the streaming blood and died. Uboda pressed close, working up against Donovan's shield. He had none himself, but there was a dirk in his left hand. His sword locked with Donovan's, strained it aside, and his knife clattered swiftly for an opening. Helena turned about and struck from his seat. Uboda's head rolled against Donovan's shield and left a red splash down it. The man retched. Watcher, swinging one of his swords, pushed ahead into the Arzunians, crowding them aside by his sheer mass, beating down a guard in the helmet or armor beyond it.
"Clear!"
he bellowed.
"I got the way clear, lady."
Helena sprang to the ground and into the lock. "Takahashi, Karen, Basil, Wang Chi, come in and help me start the engines. The rest of you hold them off. Don't give them time to exert what collective power they have left and ruin something. Make them think. Think about their lives, huh?" Watcher squared off in front of the airlock and raised his sword.
"All right, boys, here they come. Let 'em have what they want."
Donovan halted in the airlock. Valduma was there, her fiery head whirling in the rush of black-clad warriors. He leaned over and grabbed the spaceman's arm. "Ben Ali, go in and help start this crate. I have to stay here." "But—" Donovan shoved him in, stood beside Takahashi, and braced himself to meet the Arzunian charge. They rushed in, knowing that they had to kill the humans before there was an escape, swinging their weapons and howling. The shock of the assault threw men back, pressed them to the ship, and jammed weapons close to breasts. The Terrans cursed and began to use fists and feet, clearing a space to fight in. Donovan's sword clashed against a shield, drove off another blade, stabbed for a face, and then it was all lost in the crazed maelstrom. Hack and thrust and take the blows they give. Hew, sword, hew. They raged against Watcher, careless now of their lives, thundering blows against his shield, slashing and stabbing and using their last wizard strength to fill the air with blades. He roared and stood his ground. The sword leaped in his hand, metal clove in thunder. The shield was crumpled, falling apart. He tossed it with rib-cracking force against the nearest Arzunian. His nicked and blunted sword burst against a helmet, and he drew the other. The ship trembled, thutter of engines warming up, the eager promise of star and stars and green terror again. "Get in," bawled Donovan. "Get in! We'll hold them." He stood by Watcher as the last crewman entered, stood barring the airlock with a wall of blood and iron. Through a blurring vision he saw Valduma approaching. She smiled at him, one slim hand running through the copper hair, the other held out in sign of peace. Tall and gracious and lovely beyond his knowing, she moved up toward Donovan, and her clear voice rang in his darkening mind. "Basil, you at least could stay. You could guide us out to the stars." "You go away," groaned Watcher. The devil's rage flamed in her face. She yelled, and a lance whistled from the sky and buried itself in the great breast. "Watcher!" yelled Donovan. The Denarian snarled and snapped off the shaft that stood between his ribs. He whirled it over his head, and Valduma's green eyes widened in fear.
"Donovan!"
roared Watcher, and let it fly. It smashed home, and the Anson dropped his sword and swayed on his feet. He couldn't look on the broken thing which had been Valduma.
"Boss, you go home now."
Watcher laid him in the airlock and slammed the outer valve shut. Turning, he faced the Arzunians. He couldn't see very well. One eye was gone, and there was a ragged darkness before the other. The sword felt heavy in his hand, but
"Ho!"
he roared and charged them. He spitted one and trampled another and tossed a third into the air. Whirling, he clove ahead and smashed a rib case with his fist and chopped another across. His sword broke, and he grabbed two Arzunians and cracked their skulls together.
They ran then, turned and fled from him, and he stood watching them go and laughed. His laughter filled the city, rolling from its walls, drowning the whistle of the ship's takeoff and bringing blood to his lips. He wiped his mouth with the back of one hand, spat, and lay down. "We're clear, Basil." Helena clung to him, shivering in his arms, and he didn't know if it was a laugh or a sob in her throat. "We're away, safe. We'll carry word back to Sol, and they'll clear the Black Nebula for good." "Yeah," he rubbed his eyes, "though I doubt the Navy will find anything. If those Alzunians have any sense, they'll project to various fringe planets, scatter, and try to pass as harmless humanoids. But it doesn't matter, I suppose. The power is broken." "And we'll go back to your home, Basil, and bring Answer and Terra together, and have 12 children and—" He nodded. Sure. But he wouldn't forget. In the winter nights, when the stars were sharp and cold in a sky of ringing crystal black, he would go out and watch them, or pull his roof over him and wait for dawn. He didn't know yet. Still, even if this was a long ways from being the best of all possible universes, it had enough in it to make a man glad of his day. He whistled softly, feeling the words run through his head. Lift your glasses high. Kiss the girls goodbye. Live well, my friend, live well, live you well. For we're riding out to Terran sky. Terran sky. Terran sky. The thought came all at once that it could be a song of comradeship, too. End of section 41. End of 9 sci-fi stories by Poul Anderson. Read by Edmund Bloxam in Glasgow and London, UK. Find him on Spotify and Audible.